Hi, Chucky. Can you hear me all right?
I can hear you very well. Hi, Tim.
Hi, how are you?
Very good. Hold on.
Good.
You got if I put this here. I was trying to rearrange the furniture to show the Guru Rinpoche, but I don't think I succeeded. It's all right.
Well, we can at least hear you, so that's the main thing.
Yeah. Cool.
I think we're all ready to go whenever you're ready.
I'm ready.
Just a second. Okay. I'll turn right. Okay.
Okay. So, good morning, everyone. Zooming in here from Bunbury in Western Australia, from the delightful Tara Meditation Centre. I was just setting up to try and show the offerings we did yesterday for Guru Rinpoche. So we had a spiritual program coordinators gathering, and we got gifts of Guru Rinpoche, like package of holy items, and we got this included. This is Tara Meditation Centre, but everybody got a little Tara medallion, which is absolutely beautiful. You can't see on the Zoom, and that was from blessed by His Holiness and so forth, a substance made from substance blessed by His Holiness, I believe. So how wonderful. And we were just like, it was like Christmas had come early, with all this package. So we got inspired to make some offerings, and we left them up because today we're having a Discovering Buddhism Practice Day here. The same one as Chenrezig with the spiritual teacher. So it's nice to have moved across the country and still connecting with the DB Dharma jewels on the other side of Australia. So anyway, here we are a couple of hours earlier over here and a little bit closer to India. And so setting our motivation, kicking off this prayerathon for this week, setting our motivation according to Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche's instructions, the method to transform a suffering life into happiness. At the beginning of each day, after you open your eyes until enlightenment is achieved and until death, and especially today, so that all the activities of your body, speech and mind, hearing, thinking and meditating, as well as walking, sitting, sleeping, doing your job of the prayerathon, whether we're on whichever side of the camera we're on, whether we're participating like Tim, the multimedia team, holding that space so that we can all be in this space, whether we're participating online, engaging in the practices and so forth, whether we're leading sessions, all those activities do not become the cause of suffering and instead become the causes to achieve Buddhahood, transforming them into a method for accomplishing the benefit and happiness for all sentient beings, Essence encompassing all the Buddhas, originator of all the holy Dharma of scripture and realizations, principle of all the Aryas intending virtue, in the glorious holy Gurus, I take refuge. Please, Gurus, bless my mind to become Dharma, Dharma to become the path, and the path to be without obstacles. Until I achieve Buddhahood, please bless me to be like the youthful Nosang and the Bodhisattva, always crying, to correctly follow the virtuous friend with pure thought and action, seeing whatever is done as pure and accomplishing whatever is said and advised. So here, those of us participating in the prayerathon, as I said, everybody involved with that, it's a huge dependent arising and has been going on for so long already, and continuing on, as we in many parts of the world where I think someone mentioned last night with the coronavirus, Germany is having its fourth wave of outbreak, and Singapore friends and so forth, and many other countries. And here in Western Australia, you know, having the hardest of the hardest borders in this state, you know, in Australia, which is saying something. We're not letting anybody in hardly. Then, of course, as soon as things open up, which is going to happen very shortly, you know, everyone's saying, you know, get used to, like at the moment, people, when I moved here and got out of quarantine, I said, I have to wear a mask. And they're like, what's a mask? We've almost forgotten about it. But everyone's aware that in this space, you know, in this state, it's going to be coming along again. And, you know, our dear brothers and sisters in Victoria who are rejoicing of finally getting out of lockdown after 270 or whatever days. Incredible. So everyone in the world, we're all sharing in this, you know, experience at whatever level we share this experience of this vicious virus that has not yet been quelled, and following, as the advice says, you know, the precious guru's instructions, engaging in this practice for the benefit of the world, as Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche instructed, until the pandemic declines. And so far, unfortunately, we're not seeing it declining, although we are seeing many, many methods in place, you know, with the vaccinations, with all the medical, the research and all the, you know, protection, you know, personal protection and all the methods they've implemented in the hospitals and in the medical profession, in every health clinic and every chemist, I don't know, every pharmacy here, and so forth, and pop-ups here and there and everywhere for vaccination. So doing what we can to keep each other safe physically, mentally, emotionally, and here we are spiritually, keep each other safe, thinking that these are all affliction-caused diseases and that may they be quelled through the power of our practice, the power of our coming together in the field that we are capable of engaging well, the spiritual path to enlightenment and helping all other beings. So setting a strong motivation like that. And then all beings affected, you know, in grief, in anxiety, in depression, and so forth. This week, Thursday, we had, you know, Australia, New Zealand. I don't know if is it worldwide, the Remembrance Day, the 11 a.m. on the 11th of the 11th. You know, from the First World War. And, you know, as I say, lest we forget. And, you know, here in Bunbury, you know, myself and Venerable Yangshan went to join that minute of silence and the whole commemoration there of, you know, not forgetting the grief and the depression that people still feel in relation to their loved ones long gone. So just think, and the atrocities of war and so forth. So, you know, to keep hold, everyone in our hearts who's going through all that sort of sense of suffering, loss, grief, and so forth as we engage in this powerful practice. So then we can visualize all sentient beings, not just the human ones, on every atom of space arising in human form, as much as we can visualize in our mind, you know, all around us, everywhere. And think that I'm engaging in this practice with them and for their benefit, holding them dear in our hearts. And if those that we wish to especially hold in our hearts at this time, maybe loved ones who passed away, maybe those who are ill, you know, sick, for those who are living in fear and depression, anxiety, isolation, anger, greed, holding them all dear as we take refuge and visualizing our field of refuge, whether that be Shakyamuni Buddha, whether it be like yesterday evening doing the Tara. I'm just looking because the Tara is over here on the stage, on the altar. and Tara practice, whether it be Chenrezig. We have Dasanam Chenrezig here up on the wall here, coming Buddha, Maitreya. So visualizing that Buddha you have that heart connection with, and think that all sentient beings taking refuge with us. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So resting your mind in your whatever understanding we have of the three rare sublime ones, the precious objects of refuge, protecting us, guiding us, and so forth, arising in the form of our precious teachers to guide us in this world at this crazy time. Well, probably in samsara, every time's a crazy time, but the particular experiences we are experiencing in the world, and how precious, how dear, how rare these sublime ones. And also, ultimately, the arising of our own infinite Buddha potential, for the completion of that in the Dharmakaya, the empty clarity of our own minds, the truth body, the wisdom body of a Buddha, having total omniscience, which is like the sun rising in the world, clarifying, illuminating the darkness of our confusion and so forth. So resting in that space as much as you can, connecting with your own innate wisdom mind, complete purity, clarity, luminosity, space. And from that infinite space, the infinite clarity of your own mind, the Dharmakaya can't help but help. So arising, the wish, the compassion, the altruism, it just sort of spontaneously arises on that basis of the wisdom mind. So like the jewel in the lotus, you're rising your wisdom mind, the jewel of compassion, like precious jewel, like at Arya Chenrezig, at the heart of Arya Chenrezig, that Mani jewel, like there at Chenrezig Institute. They've just completed the Mani retreat this year. So we can rejoice in all those Manis, all those Omani Padme Hungs, all those Arya Chenrezigs there at Chenrezig. Wow, the practice. So like that, we can engage in the practice of Arya Chenrezig. So we can visualize above the crown of each and every sentient being around us in every atom of space that we've already visualized in human form. An emanation of Arya Chenrezig, the infinite altruistic, pure compassion, only wishing to help, and all the arms of Chenrezig going ready to come and help, and the eyes in the palms of the hand, checking out where help is needed, and so forth. Arising that mind of compassion in our own hearts, connecting us heart to heart with each other on every atom of space as we recite the mantra Om Mani Padme Hum, the mantra of infinite altruistic compassion, and feel that resonating out in space on every atom. And as Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche has advised, that even, doing 10 malas of Om Mani Padme Hum, just think of everyone at Chenrezig who's participated in the Mani retreat doing many more manis, many more manis. I don't know if that works. Anyway, so like us doing like that, generating that pure altruism out into the world for the benefit of all beings, just like the Buddha, regardless whether they help, hinder, or do neither, having this equanimous mind, this even regard for all beings. And as we recite the mantra Om Mani Padme Hum, we can visualize the light and the nectar from the mantra resonating in space from the mantra and the syllable Hum at the heart of Arya Chenrezig, and all the light and streaming down through the crown, light and nectar streaming down, this cooling, healing energy, pacifying all these disturbances of the mind, not just relation to coronavirus, not just relation to that, but all affliction-caused diseases, all the toxicities of our mind, completely purified as we recite the mantra. And our bodies become more and more pure, clean, clear, like crystal. Our mind become more and more calm and clear, cool, refreshing. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. So Feel that mantra resonating in space, resonating, vibrating through your body, vibrating through all other bodies in the universe. Generating such powerful compassion in the world. The power to heal all afflictions. So then that emanation of infinite altruistic compassion that you visualize above your crown, the crown of every other sentient being around you, dissolves into an orb of pure essence of compassion, infinite altruism, which then absorbs like light and nectar streaming down, cooling, refreshing through your crown, the crown of every sentient being around you, and coming to fill the whole body, and particularly gathering all that infinite altruistic compassion energy at the heart chakra at the center of the chest into that mani, that like a jewel of compassion, that essence of compassion. I think that's who I really am. Hold that precious jewel. It's your inner resource to tap into when we get overwhelmed, depressed, anxious, afraid, and so forth. We have it right here. And our whole body radiating light because, transformed like pure crystal, radiating the light of compassion to all known and unknown universes, all seen and unseen beings on every atom of space. And they in turn completely, their bodies, their minds completely, infinitely altruistic and completely transformed by this healing energy. Radiate that back to your heart as well. Heart to heart resuscitation. We can do this in the world. Rest your mind in that space. The power of altruism. Particularly for us human beings, we have infinite ability to benefit each other. On the basis of that, engaging in the actual prayer, known as liberating the Sakya from disease. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. So just as we pray for the long life, good health, and well-being of all our precious gurus guiding us in this world, so through their immeasurable kindnesses, we too. So at our SPC hookup yesterday, Ellie Pratt there from Chittamani said, well, we've just got to not age. We've just got to keep on keeping on. We've just got to have a long life to benefit the world. So each and every one of us, long life, good health, and well-being, especially all the monks and nuns of International Mahayana Institute, you know, so all of us who've taken these vows to benefit the world, to be able to continue to do that for as long as we can. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind be endowed, have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So we can gather together here all the prayers, all the dedications that we have engaged in, others have engaged in, anyone of any faith has engaged in, any being engaging in right now and will engage in, for the benefit of all sentient beings, to be free from this pandemic, to be free from all pandemics ever, all afflictions of the mind that causes the pandemics, the illnesses, and the other unfortunate events arising in the world at this time and all times. And so then the long life prayers for our precious gurus. Jikten kam je pende malu pa gang le zhong wei sam pe li ju no kadren so mei tenzin ya sola So dip so to into the incomparable Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche guiding us to enlightenment, or each and every one of us. Tu su shan chin jam gun gyawe ten sin gum pel we konzo jok chu tsum ko we le ma tu ru Pada sudu je gunu shakti. Good morning, Techen La.
Good morning, Venerable Choki La.
You?
How are you? How have you settled into Perth? How are you going?
Well, I'm settling into Bunbury at the moment very nicely, down here at Tara Meditation Centre, going very nicely. We're having beautiful weather. I think you're having a bit crazy, rainy, thundery weather up there, right?
Yes. Humid, quite humid.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. Over to you, my dear.
Yeah. Give my love to Venerable Yangchen La too. Love
I
to you
will.
both.
Okay.
Yeah, lovely to see you on screen.
Big love
Thank
to
you.
everyone there. Okay.
Okay, so now we're back on the other side of Australia now, gone from Western Australia now back to the Sunshine Coast up here in Queensland. Thank you for joining us today and doing these prayers, this 24-hour prayer-a-thon to support people during these difficult times during the pandemic, and you know, a wonderful opportunity to practice. And you know, this practice here is a Tonglen practice. So I'll just provide opportunities for us to reflect and meditate and to practice Tonglen, that opportunity to cherish others more than we cherish ourselves. So our motivation: all sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru. So in your mind's eye, bring in all sentient beings, all precious beings in all the realms, who are our mothers. And we all go for refuge to the precious Guru. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, we go for refuge to the precious Guru. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So we go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. And we go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So just in your mind's eye, allow the thought of renunciation to arise. we all want to escape the suffering of cyclic existence, the sufferings of samsara. We all want to develop peace of mind. And it is with this intention that we go for refuge, for protection, for guidance. Now let's connect with the mantra of Om Mani Padme Hum. Imagine and become aware of your heart space. And that the mantra Om Mani Padme Hum in the form of white light and that this light radiates out in all directions as we chant Om Mani Padme Hum quietly to ourselves. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Now I'll move into the actual prayer, and I'll say each verse 3 times, and then we will continue practicing compassion, but also include taking on the suffering as described in the actual verse. So I'll move on to the Tonglen practice. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as harms of the graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as harms of the graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May all sentient beings that sadden the minds, may all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as harms of the graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. So taking on this suffering and giving out great compassion. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names truly terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. So bringing in all the causes for suffering and giving out all the causes for peace and well-being and enlightenment. And in that transaction, the self-cherishing is obliterated. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. And the final dedication verse. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And just finally finish off with prayers for long life prayers for our teachers, His Holiness the Dalai Lama and Kyabje Zopa Rinpoche. The wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, to the incomparable kind Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And then our precious Kyabje Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the purest moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjana's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplishes magnificent prayers, honoring the three jewels, savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. Okay, so thank you for joining me today. Venerable Yonten La.
Hey, how are you?
I'm okay, and yourself?
Good, good. Always beautiful to see the Tara room. It just looks so lovely now that you've gotten all the Taras in there. It's just amazing.
Yeah, it is. It's a precious place, stunning place here too. And are you still with your parents?
No, I'm at Land of Medicine Buddha in California.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So thank you so much for your session, and for folks that are just joining us, the text can be found in the YouTube link. And if you're doing back-to-back sessions, make sure to refresh yourself if you need a little stretch or change of position. And just take a minute and reground yourself, becoming aware of your posture and letting any surface distractions settle. And we'll start the practice with the swift fulfillment of wishes. Namo Guru. Supreme embodiment of the wisdom and compassion of all the victorious ones of the three times, manifesting as a monk wearing the three saffron robes, the spontaneous exalted wisdom Dharmakaya possessing the five bodies. To you, Jetsun Losang Drakpa, I make request. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. With a nature of primordially pure, clear light, uninterrupted natural expression of the complete Sambhogakaya, great being who unifies body and mind, to you, Jetsun Losang Drakpa, I make request. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Displaying an array of manifold Nirmanakaya emanations, appropriate to the limitless living beings, equaling the extent of space. To you, Jetsun Losang Drakpa, I make request. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Through the power of having made single-pointed requests to you, may all the unfortunate natural manifestations of the degenerate age, illness, famine, quarreling, epidemic disease, graha spirits, interferers, and so forth be pacified. Then, when I request that the excellent collection of conducive conditions increase, please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Having completely cleared away the darkness of ignorance and confusion, and fully developed the illumination of supreme intelligence, virtuous friend who causes the 100-petal lotus of the supreme scriptural tradition to bloom, the sun radiating benefit and happiness, to you I make request. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Since I and others, the assembly of faithful disciples, have no other Lord of refuge to turn to for hope, and when we make requests in all the 6 sessions of day and night, please bless us that the Guru's blessings may enter our minds. Also, at the end of this life, may I see you, glorious Losang Drakpa, along with your retinue, and then immediately have a vision of you saying reassuringly, Son, go to the celestial realm of Tushita. Care for me with your compassion, precious Guru. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. And then adding to that motivation, we add the Lam Rin. The foundation of all good qualities is the kind and perfect pure Guru. Correct devotion to them is the root of the path. By clearly seeing this and applying great effort, please bless me to rely upon them with great respect. Understanding that the precious freedom of this rebirth is found only once, is greatly meaningful and is difficult to find again. Please bless me to generate the mind that unceasingly, day and night, takes its essence. This life is as impermanent as a water bubble. Remember how quickly it decays and death comes. After death, just like a shadow follows the body, the results of black and white karma follow. Finding firm and definite conviction in this, please bless me always to be careful, to abandon even the slightest negativities, and accomplish all virtuous deeds. Seeking samsaric pleasures is the door to all suffering. They are uncertain and cannot be relied upon. Recognizing these shortcomings, please bless me to generate the strong wish for the bliss of liberation. Led by this pure thought, mindfulness, alertness, and great caution arise. The root of the teachings is keeping the Pratamoksha vows. Please bless me to accomplish this essential practice. Just as I have fallen into the sea of samsara, so have all mother migratory beings. Please bless me to see this, train in supreme bodhicitta, and bear the responsibility of freeing migratory beings. Even if I develop only bodhicitta, but I don't practice the 3 types of morality, I will not achieve enlightenment. With my clear recognition of this, please bless me to practice the bodhisattva vows with great energy. Once I have pacified distractions to wrong objects and correctly analyzed the meaning of reality, please bless me to generate quickly within my mind stream the unified path of calm abiding and special insight. Having become a pure vessel by training in the general path, please bless me to enter the holy gateway of the fortunate ones, the supreme Vajra vehicle. At that time, the basis of accomplishing the 2 attainments is keeping pure vows and samaya. I have become firmly convinced of this. Please bless me to protect these vows and pledges like my life. Then, having realized the importance of the 2 stages, the essence of the Vajrayana, by practicing with great energy, never giving up the 4 sessions, please bless me to realize the teachings of the Holy Guru. Like that, may the Gurus who show the noble path and the spiritual friends who practice it have long lives. Please bless me to pacify completely all outer and inner hindrances. In all my lives, never separated from perfect Gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma. By completing the qualities of the stages and paths, may I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. And so then take a moment and visualize Chenrezig above the crown of your head. Radiant white, made of transparent light. One in nature with your potential, with your own root guru, with the Dharmakaya mind of all the Buddhas. Feel connection to that compassionate wisdom. and think in particular, may all the obstacles related to the pandemic swiftly be dispelled. And we add the motivation prayer. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, hirams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, hirams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, hirams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. And think that now streams of white nectar light descend from the heart center of Guru Chenrezig at your crown, down through you, flushing your system clean, purifying body, speech, and mind. Feel that this happens for you simultaneously for all sentient beings, particularly those struggling with hardships related to the pandemic, purifying and protecting. And then add the mantra to the visualization. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 And continue the mantra under your breath, together with the visualization. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani pemi om, mani pemi om, mani pemi om, mani pemi om. Mani pemi om, 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 mani. Om mani pemi om, mani pemi om, mani pemi om, mani pemi. Om mani pemi om, mani pemi om, mani pemi om. Om mani pemi om, 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 mani pemi om. Om mani pemi om, mani pemi om, mani. Om mani pemi om, mani pemi om, mani pemi om, mani pemi. Om mani pemi om, 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 mani pemi. Om mani pemi om, mani pemi om, mani pemi om, mani pemi om. Om mani pemi om, 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 mani pemi. Om mani pemi om, 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 mani pemi om. Om mani pemi om. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 420 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses without exception of transmigratory beings never occur again. Dehi Sala Pasho Jancho Samcho Rinpoche Make Panam Ke Gyuchi Ke Panyam Pame Pai Gone Gondu Pelwasho Tony Tawarim Poshe Make Panam Ke Gyuchi Ke Panyam Pame Pai Gone Gondu Pelwasho. And so think then that the Chenrezig at your crown then dissolves into light and absorbs into you, blessing your body, speech, and mind. And that this happens simultaneously for all living beings as well. May all beings everywhere, plagued by sufferings of body and mind, obtain an ocean of happiness and joy by virtue of my merits. May no living creature suffer, commit evil, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled with a mind weighed down by depression. May the blind see forms and the deaf hear sounds. May those whose bodies are worn with toil be restored on finding repose. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food. May the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, those weak with sorrow find joy. May the forlorn find hope, constant happiness and prosperity. May there be timely rains and bountiful harvests. May all medicines be effective and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their ailments. Whatever diseases there are in the world, may they never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid, and those bound be freed. May the powerless find power, and may people think of benefiting each other. For as long as space remains, for as long as sentient beings remain, until then may I too remain, to dispel the misery of the world. Okay, so you can relax your attention, and we'll do another session in just a moment. And so even though we're doing these prayers specifically to pacify all the obstacles related to the pandemic, our big motivation and our big reason for doing this is always the great enlightenment of ourself and all sentient beings. So we think we do what we can with conditions. Maybe we have the karma for this pandemic to finish, maybe we don't. But we also keep in mind the idea that whatever happens, happiness or suffering, may we take it on the path as fuel for practice to open the heart. So it might be that we're able to minimize the pain of this pandemic. It might be able to pacify altogether. But even if we don't, by doing prayers in this way, we're thinking again and again to take everything onto the path. So it's a good mental training to keep coming back to again and again. And that there are always positive sides to suffering. Suffering can help dispel arrogance. It can help increase compassion. There's so many positive qualities of suffering. And if you're at a loss to find positive qualities for suffering, you can always look at the patience section of the Lam Rim. It's in volume 2. So we'll take a minute and now revive our motivation, getting ready for another session. So as I mentioned, we do this practice not just for pacifying the pandemic, but for the greater purpose of enlightenment for the benefit of all sentient beings. So just taking a moment to refresh that motivation. You can put it into your own words, repeat it to yourself until it resonates. And then connecting to the Lam Rim, we'll use the 3 principal aspects of the path. I bow down to my perfect gurus. The essential meaning of the victorious one's teachings, the path praised by all the holy victors and their children, the gateway of the fortunate ones desiring liberation. This I shall try to explain as much as I can. Those who are not attached to the pleasures of circling samsara, who strive to make freedom and endowments meaningful, who entrust themselves to the path pleasing the victorious ones, you fortunate ones, listen with a calm mind. Without the complete intention definitely to be free from circling, there is no way to pacify attachment, seeking pleasurable effects in the ocean of circling. Also, by craving for cyclic existence, embodied beings are continuously bound. Therefore, at the very beginning, seek renunciation. Freedom and endowments are difficult to find, and life has no time to spare. By gaining familiarity with this, attraction to the appearances of this life is reversed. By thinking over and over again that actions and their effects are unbetraying, and repeatedly contemplating the miseries of cyclic existence, Attraction to the appearances of future lives is reversed. When, by having trained in that way, there is no arising even for a second of attraction to the perfections of cyclic existence, and all day and night the intention seeking liberation arises, then the thought of renunciation has been generated. So letting your mind connect with renunciation, the determination to be free. Even if renunciation has been developed, if it is not possessed by the mind of enlightenment, it does not become the cause of the perfect bliss of unsurpassed enlightenment. Therefore, the wise generate the supreme mind of enlightenment. Swept away by the current of the four powerful rivers, tied by the tight bonds of karma so hard to undo, caught in the iron net of self-grasping, completely enveloped by the total darkness of ignorance, endlessly reborn in cyclic existence, ceaselessly tormented by the three sufferings, thinking that all mothers are in such a condition, generate the supreme mind of enlightenment. In short, if like the mother whose cherished son has fallen into a pit of fire and who experiences even 1 second of his suffering as an unbearable eternity, your reflection on the suffering of all mother sentient beings has made it impossible for you to bear their suffering for even 1 second, and the wish-seeking enlightenment for their sake arises without effort, then you have realized the supreme precious mind of enlightenment. And so sitting with that bodhicitta, that mind of enlightenment, without the wisdom realizing ultimate reality, even though you have generated renunciation and the mind of enlightenment, you cannot cut the root cause of circling. Therefore, attempt the method to realize dependent arising. One who sees the cause and effect of all phenomena, of both cyclic existence and the state beyond sorrow, is forever unbetraying, and for whom any object trusted in by the grasping mind has completely disappeared, has at that time entered the path pleasing the Buddhas. If the appearance of dependent relation, which is unbetraying, is accepted separately from emptiness, and as long as they are seen as separate, then one has still not realized the Buddha's intent. If these two realizations are happening simultaneously without alternation, and from merely seeing dependent relation is completely unbetraying, the definite ascertainment comes that completely destroys the way all objects are apprehended as truly existent. At that time, the analysis of the ultimate view is complete. Furthermore, appearance eliminates the extreme of existence, and emptiness eliminates the extreme of non-existence. If you realize how emptiness manifests in the manner of cause and effect, then you are not captivated by wrong notions holding extreme views. In this way, you realize exactly the vital points of the three principles of the path. Resort to seeking solitude, generate the power of effort, and quickly accomplish your final goal, my child. So connect with those three principal aspects of the path. In particular, bodhicitta, with a special emphasis on pacifying obstacles related to the pandemic. And then visualize Chenrezig Avalokiteshvara above the crown of your head and above all other sentient beings as well. And then holding that awareness of Chenrezig, we add the motivation prayer. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And think in response, streams of white nectar light descend from the Chenrezig at your crown, from his heart center, down through your crown. Radiant white nectar light flowing through you, purifying you, pacifying stress, soothing suffering. And simultaneously, this happens for all sentient beings as well. And then we add the mantra to the visualization. And we'll start with the long mantra and then shift to the short. Namo Ratnatraya Namo Hayayana Sagara Virochana Buharasaya Tatagataya Ahate Samyak Sampuraya Namo Sawa Tatagate Be Ahate Be Samyak Sampura Be Namo Arya Havalokite Shoraya Bodhisattvaya Mahasattvaya Mahakarunikaya Tayata Om Dara Dara Diri Diri Duru Duru Ite Bate Sale Sale Prasale Prasale Kusume Kusume Warili Mili Siti Tolam Hapanae Soha Namo Ratnatraya Namo Hayayana Tagara Virochana Vuharatsaya Tatagataya Ahate Samyak Sampuraya Namo Sawa Tatagate Be Ahate Be Samyak Sampura Be Namo Arya Havalokite Shoraya Bodhisattvaya Mahasattvaya Mahakarunikaya Tayata Om Dara Dara Diri Diri Duru Duru Ite Bate Sale Sale Prasale Prasale Kusume Kusume Warili Mili Siti Tolam Hapanae Soha Namo Ratnatraya Namo Haryayana Sagara Virochana Vuharatsaya Tatagataya Ahate Samyak Sampuraya Namo sawa tathagate be ahate be samyak sambuddha be. Namo arya avalokite shoraya bodhisattvaya mahasattvaya makarunikaya tayata om dara dara diri diri duru duru ite bate sale sale prasale prasale kusume kusume wari ili mili ziti tolam panaye soha. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 And continue the mantra under your breath together with the visualization. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om mani padme hum, 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 Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 Om mani. Om mani padme hum, 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 Om mani. Om mani padme hum, 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 Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum. And then we shift to the prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are, due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the takinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Again, may all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. In particular, COVID-19 and all of its negative ripple effects. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. Including all of the grief and hardship, losses of resources, loss of human connection, conflict in family and workplaces related to the pandemic. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the takinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And one more time. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And so think that the Chenrezig at your crown dissolves into light, and the Chenrezig above all sentient beings' crowns do the same. And they absorb into us, every single one, blessing our body, speech, and mind. And then we add the dedication. May the precious supreme bodhicitta, not yet born, arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. Samsara and nirvana lack even an atom of inherent existence, and cause and effect independent arising or unbetraying. I seek your blessings to discern the meaning of Nagarjuna's thought, that these two are mutually complementary and not contradictory. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses without exception of transmigratory beings never occur again. In all my lives, never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma, and by completing the qualities of the grounds and paths, may I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. By the force of the victorious one Tsongkhapa, acting as my direct Mahayana virtuous friend in all our lives, may I never turn away for even a second from the pure path highly admired by the victorious ones. May I and all sentient beings meet the teachings of the victorious one Losandrapa, who lived an eminent life endowed with pure morality, a brave heart in doing the Bodhisattva's extensive deeds, and the yogas of the two stages, the supreme transcendental wisdom of non-dual bliss and emptiness. Like the earth, water, fire, and wind, medicines, and wood in the forest, may I always be enjoyed by all sentient beings as they like and without resistance. May I hold sentient beings as dear as my life. May sentient beings hold me most dear. May all their negative karma ripen on me, and may all my virtue ripen on them. As long as any sentient being has not been liberated from samsara, may I abide in samsara to help them, even though I achieve highest enlightenment. May I become like a wish-granting jewel, fulfilling all the wishes, and like a wish-granting tree, fulfilling all the hopes of transmigratory beings. By merely seeing, hearing, thinking about, or remembering me, as well as by touching me or talking to me, may all sufferings instantly be pacified, and may there be happiness forever. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, and the numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings, who are completely empty of existing from their own side, to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. And so just sit with the emptiness of the three spheres, agent, action, object, all lack inherent existence, because they dependently arise. And continuing, I fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the hero Manjushri, who knows reality, and just like Samattabhadra as well. I fully dedicate all my roots of virtue with the dedication praised as the best by all the gone beyond victorious ones of the three times in order to have good conduct. For the Dharma King Tsongkhapa's way of Dharma to flourish, may all signs of obstacles be pacified and all conducive conditions be complete. Due to the two types of merit of the three times of myself and others, may the teachings of the victorious one Losandrapa shine resplendent forever. The wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, the incomparably kind Supreme Tenzin Gyatso, may you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Tenzin Gyalpo Kunzo Ponze Josom Kwa Wele Montojo Pada So Je Gondu Shapten Sho. Okay, so you can relax your attention and prepare for another session. Hey.
Hello, Venerable Yunten.
Hello, Venerable Chuyin.
Nice to see you.
Nice to see you.
Are you well?
out? Yeah. Are you
Good.
outside, or is that just a backdrop of outside?
It's just a backdrop of the beautiful Buddha at Kadampa Center out in their garden.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah.
All right, well, I will see you around.
Okay, I hope so. Take care.
Thanks you.
So welcome to anyone who's joining live on YouTube. We're here to do another session of Thangtong Gyalpo's prayer, liberating Sakya from disease, this practice that Lama Zopa Rinpoche has advised that we do to alleviate all of the suffering related to COVID in particular, because this practice is a method for helping to alleviate disease. And so let's start by just settling our mind a bit. You know, before you do, even though we're reciting prayers, we're actually doing a meditation with the recitation. And before you do any type of meditation, you need to at least have a neutral mind and ideally have a positive mind. So we need to settle a little bit and then generate a positive motivation. So just make sure that you're seated in a comfortable position. It's nice and stable, whether you're on a chair or on the floor. That's not important. Is your back nice and straight? Do you feel stable so that you're not swinging legs around or going to have cramps from sitting in the wrong position? And when you have a comfortable spot, then you want to just relax. So you have this strength, like your skeleton is very strong, but all the flesh and muscles are just draped on the skeleton, completely relaxed. Similar to your state of mind being very aware, but not tight, not overly stressed out, not forcing yourself to focus. So it's a very alert but relaxed mind. And take that attention and just focus it on the breath. Noticing the breath moving in and out. Not controlling the breath, just giving it some attention. There's nothing else you need to be planning or thinking about. You don't need to be going through a list of what happened today. All you need to do is pay attention to the breath. And we want to generate a mind of bodhicitta. And what is bodhicitta? It's the wish to attain enlightenment, the collection of the two collections, conventional and ultimate bodhicitta, in order to lead all other sentient beings to that enlightened state. So it's like if you're traveling, you want to actually get to the city so that you can then give directions to anybody who wants to get there. If you've never been there, then your directions are not going to be effective. You'll probably just keep getting people lost. Similarly, we have to become a Buddha if we're going to help lead all sentient beings to that enlightened state. And why would we want to do that? Because that state is free of any suffering, filled with bliss, kind that never ends, never fluctuates. So that all of the suffering that we see in our world, especially things like this terrible disease, COVID, that has killed 5 million people, caused so much chaos and lockdowns and fighting over vaccinations and masks, financial hardship, emotional hardship, grief, fear. And that's just one of the many types of suffering. And so imagine that all of that suffering would just be gone. Buddha has no suffering, has gone beyond the samsaric realm where problems are built in to everything that's within it. And then is always striving to be of benefit to all sentient beings, this great compassion. And when we think of great compassion, then we think of Thousand-Armed Chenrezig, who is one with your guru, and if you don't have a guru, know that Thousand-Armed Chenrezig has a special connection to His Holiness the Dalai Lama. So you can think that Chenrezig and His Holiness are one, or whoever your personal Lama is one with Chenrezig. And Thousand-Armed Chenrezig has perfected this wisdom and compassion, these two wings of the bird, or wisdom and method, in order to be an enlightened being, is helping us by giving us the roadmap how to practice, how to get there. We just have to follow the instructions. And with that, we do this motivation and refuge prayer 3 times. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, hirams, and dakinis, and we go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And imagine that all sentient beings are surrounding you, sitting with you. Picture your mother on your left, your father on your right, even if they're no longer here, or any parental figures you might have in your life. Any siblings, close relatives, all of your friends. In front of you are all of the people who you don't get along with or don't like, including media figures and politicians, or people who disagree with your views. We still wish them happiness and peace. Knowing that they're just like us, wanting to be happy, and just like us, so blind what real happiness is. And then all the strangers that you don't know, 7 billion humans on this planet. And then all of the animals, you can visualize them in human form, including insects and tiny little krill in the ocean. Every being with a mind. And more beings transformed into the shape of a human, spreading out, filling all of space, all beings from every realm. There are many realms we can't see. All the hell realms, ghost realms, God realms, all beings that are anywhere in any universe, filling space. And imagine thousand-armed Chenrezig out of great compassion, and because we are requesting, sends out a powerful beam of white light that shoots out into the crown of every sentient being, filling space, purifying all of the causes of suffering, all physical suffering, all mental suffering. Including yourself. And every being is instantly filled with this blissful white light. Their heart, mind filled with love and compassion, perfect wisdom, nothing at all negative, and eliminating any sufferings of the body. And hold that visualization as best you can while reciting the mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om 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 Mani Padme Hum. So still holding the visualization as best you can. All sentient beings filled with this blissful light from Thousand Armed Chenrezig. As we say the prayer, may all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And so imagine that all your prayers have been answered and all sentient beings are now enlightened beings, completely free of all sufferings of body and mind. Their bodies made of light. All afflictions, all ignorance, completely eliminated. So that all sentient beings are in bliss now that they are enlightened. And imagine that Thousand Armed Chenrezig is so pleased. He comes to the crown of your head, turning to face the same direction. Melts into white light, wanting to merge with your mind. The light enters the crown of your head, filling your body, merging with you, so that you and Chenrezig and your guru, all your body, speech, and mind are completely merged, abiding in a realization of emptiness as seeing all things as free of any inherent existence. And just meditate on that. Clear space. And a mind one with emptiness. And then holding that view of emptiness as we dedicate the merit that we've created, this incredible spiritual energy to actualize bodhicitta. May the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more, and to realize emptiness. Samsara and nirvana lack even an atom of inherent existence, and cause and effect independent arising or unbetraying. We seek your blessings to discern the meaning of Nagarjuna's thought that these two are mutually complementary and not contradictory. For the sick, however many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses without exception of transmigratory beings never occur again. To meet a perfect guru in all lifetimes, in all my lives never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma, and by completing the qualities of the grounds and paths, may I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. for Lama Tsongkhapa to be our direct Mahayana guru in all our future lives. By the force of the victorious one Tsongkhapa acting as my direct Mahayana virtuous friend in all our lives, may I never turn away for even a second from the pure path highly admired by the victorious ones. And then going down to seal the merits with emptiness. And Lama Zopa Rinpoche recommends we do this prayer to dedicate any time when we're dedicating our merits in order to make sure that they are effectively, we're able to effectively dedicate that merit. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, and the numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. And then for the long life of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, the incomparably kind Supreme Tenzin Gyatso, may you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And for the long life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the three sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. And I rejoice in all of the Sangha, all of the Chenrezig Institute team, everyone who's been doing these prayers, and Venerable Damcho, who has done so much to organize and plan and lead so many sessions. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome. No, thank you for being here so diligently.
My
I do
pleasure.
apologize. The lighting is a bit off because we had some serious internet problems throughout the day.
Oh dear.
And so we were trying to go to the space where there was the only, Wi-Fi connection for some time.
Oh.
And now it's sort of settled. I realized actually the light here isn't overly great. But there you go. It adds to
But
the
wonderful
charm,
you could be
doesn't it?
there at all. Yes, exactly. Yeah.
I was sitting a bit more forward. I thought there's such lovely tanka of Buddha Shakyamuni behind me. But if I sit too far forward, I'm sort of out of the light, and you just see a big shadow.
Right.
I look like one of those placement holders,
Yeah.
Should you keep it well?
Okay. Yes, thank you. Thank you so much.
I've seen you've been sharing some beautiful photos again recently.
Oh yeah, I enjoy trying to give a taste of where I am and some of the beautiful things that I see. So
it's a wonderful thing because you think about the detail, you think about the composition, and in so many ways it's also what we do with our lives sometimes. And we just think about how do we apply ourselves. I think it's a wonderful thing. It can also be very focusing, isn't it? So what do we see and how do we deal with it? I have to say I'm looking forward to getting hand of my camera again, which is in the UK. So it's one of those things, particularly now in France with the autumn colors.
Yes.
Oh man, what wonderful scenery, and it's just one of those beautiful things. But I sometimes look at your photos and go like, oh, isn't that nice?
That's exactly the intention, is to please people's minds. So I'm glad it's doing its job.
It's absolutely doing the job. No, it's lovely to have you.
Thank you so much.
Again, part of the team. Thank you very much for leading these sessions.
All right. Thank you. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Oh, wonderful. Isn't it always great? It always makes me happy to see people really enjoying the prayer sessions, leading those sessions, and have such a wonderful interest in life. And I think again, so some of the hobbies in Rinpoche, and she's a wonderful photographer. Some of her photos that she shares, yes, it's really inspiring. And did I see Tim? Was it Tim at Chenrezig Institute? Am I having you this morning? Oh, mighty Tim. Hello. It's always nice to give a shout to those wonderful people who keep us on air. So, and I have to say, the internet problems that we encountered here and the London Monastery had nothing to do with Chenrezig Institute. It's just something went AWOL with the Wi-Fi, but we're okay now. So you keeping well?
It does happen. Things happen from time to time.
Yes, but I was sitting there going like, I need to get the schedule to you guys. I couldn't get in, to see who had booked in. So that was like,
Well, we keep the email open, and there's an update. We'll just edit it when we can.
Yeah,
it's all right.
No, so they're luckily, touch wood, it all came together. It's, but it was funny. You think you can get so complacent that I'm in a nice flow. I can fit this in, and suddenly, we get these little reminders. Things can change. Things can change. But I was more concerned about do people know when they're on? But now it's wonderful. Thank you very much for keeping us out there, and thank you kindly.
Yes. See you again.
And so yeah, that was Tim, one of our wonderful media team over Chenrezig Institute, and they're doing a fantastic job in being with us for 24 hours. They have a little team cover the events. Of course, they have their own events sometimes to screen as well at Chenrezig, and it's been absolutely wonderful, and essential to have all these wonderful people with us in the background that we don't always get to see. So it's nice when there's an opportunity to invite them on screen, to give them that acknowledgement, and even if you can't show everyone every time, for one of them at least to be able to say, yeah, we've been acknowledged. They do that out of their kindness. So, but it's still nice to share, their support with all of you. And I see that we have some of our regulars back on YouTube. So good to see you all. Ginny, hello, Ginny. Anna's there, or was there. So it's great to see that support has been given to the leads before. And yes, a bit brighter than I usually like, but there you go. If we take a moment to just settle down, make ourselves comfortable, take a few deep breaths. It's lovely to know that quite a few of you are happy to be up this time of the day, well, day or night, depending where you are, and join us. Take the time out. And it's also very inspiring, given that we've been, about 70 weeks we have been going. And it has become a firm part of our weekly routine from our end as leads. But it would appear quite a few, of you, where you are right now, at your homes. Maybe you have a break at work. Maybe you just might be watching what's waiting for a connecting flight or being on a train, etc. So thank you very much for being here. And being here as a community, maybe as well then rejoice that we have come together, that we are here to be able to do that. Despite the circumstances, think about that. Prayerathon was originally put into action because of the COVID pandemic, and it's still the main purpose. But obviously there are other sources that create suffering for everyone. So we do include these these as well, and it's part of our prayers. But yes, COVID is definitely the biggie. And it would have been, despite, daily efforts that things are going down a bit with vaccines, etc. It would appear that here in Europe with the winter season, particularly in place, some of the numbers are coming up again. So we have to see how we get through the next few months and how it plays out. Hopefully nowhere near what we had last year. Not just a precautionary measure, but yes, maybe all be healthy, do what we can to ensure the health and well-being of others. Sometimes we may not find certain precautions in public places comfortable, but let's be kind. Let's be socially responsible. So if we start off with the 4 verses from the King of Prayers. May it ease the suffering in the lower realms and in the many directions and dimensions of the universe. May I guide all wanderers in samsara to the pure bliss of awakening and be of worldly benefit to them as well. May I always have the friendship of those whose path is like mine, and with body, words, and also mind, may we practice together the same aspirations and activities. May I always meet a spiritual mentor and never displease that excellent friend who deeply wishes to help me and expertly teaches the Bodhisattva way. Limitless is the end of space, likewise. Limitless are living beings, thus limitless are karma and afflictions. May my aspirations reach be limitless as well. Okay, so having outlined why we're here and having also taken joy in acknowledging the community, I think it's a really nice thing sometimes to do, because it's very easy, particularly when we join on YouTube or Zoom, where we can't be in one place at the same time, so to speak. It's nice to still think, I'm part of a community, and while we might be joining this community from home or here from the monastery, we're still coming together, with a common interest by doing these practices. So it's nice to know that you are there to support the leads, and that we can offer you something in return as well, and that collectively we have something to offer to other sentient beings. So thank you very much. Yes, I was wondering what to talk about today. So many things have happened, and so many subjects that could be talked about. But I think what's nice, if we look at contemporary ways of seeing things, many of you may have seen The Wizard of Oz, Dorothy, following the yellow brick road. After she's been blown off course, with the tornado lifted the house. And off she goes, follows the yellow brick road, trying to get home to safety. Home to, was it Auntie May, wasn't it? With a trusted friend Toto by her side. And then along the way, bumping into the scarecrow flying there, stuffing knocked out. And yet, Dorothy kindly put them back together. Put the straw back in. And so the scarecrow became the companion along the way. Dorothy trying to get to Emerald City because she wants to get home. The straw man always wishing to have a brain. And on they go. They meet the Tin Man. Got a bit rusty, joint stiffened up. And again, Dorothy kindly helps out. Applying oil to the joints, loosening them up. And again, the Tin Man joins the team. Also when you go to the Emerald City, in hope for a heart. And as you know, the next meeting is with the lion. He tries to be brave, he tries to be what is expected of him, fearsome lion. But he's scared of his own shadow, his own tail. He begins to cry because he hasn't got the self-confidence. He doesn't live up to his own expectations and the expectations of others. Yet again, Dorothy's kind. So the lion joins the team in hope for courage. And if we think about the companions on that road, we can look at it and say, okay, there were 4 who were looking for something. Or we can look at it from our path's point of view. And the yellow brick road is the path that we are on. And we're being told to be kind to others, to serve others in whichever way we can. And Dorothy did. She put the Tin Man, she oiled the Tin Man. She gave kind words to the lion. And she put the straw back into the scarecrow. And in return, she had companions. We can also look at it and say that as we walk on the yellow brick road, the path of enlightenment, we need to develop wisdom and compassion. Wisdom, we in the West associate with the brain. And the scarecrow was the one that wanted the brain. He didn't want to be stupid. The Tin Man wanted the heart, the compassionate side. We often talk about the 2 wings of wisdom and compassion that we need to soar. But we also have to be brave enough to make the changes in our own lives, in the way we see the world. We can see the lion being that courage that he was after. And we do doubt ourselves on occasion, especially if we feel inadequate, if we're not doing enough, we don't live enough up to the expectations that others have. But what are our own expectations in ourselves? What is our own goal? And we may not know the journey, but we know where we want to end up. And we need to keep the goal in mind. We need to want to make sure that we reach that happiness that lies at the end. Our salvation You look at it from a Buddhist point of view, liberation, the end of cyclic existence, enlightenment. So we can always see certain things in our daily lives. We can try to practice accordingly. Many things can inspire us. So next time you watch The Wizard of Oz, think about it. What do we see when we see the journey? Do we see 4 individuals heading for the Emerald City? Or do we see ourselves on this journey of self-discovery, increasing our wisdom, our compassion, and our courage, finding our strength to carry on when the times are difficult? And can we continue, despite our own problems, to be kind to others? We visualize in the space in front of us our Guru in the aspect of Chenrezig. If you have the relevant initiations, please feel free to self-generate. Otherwise, just visualize the deity in the space in front of the crown of your head. And anyone joining us from a different faith, you're very welcome. Just visualize the deity you most closely associate with love and compassion. The visualization of deities is not your thing. And just visualize a clear light in the space in front of above the crown of your head. So let that light be filled with love and compassion for all beings. Let's visualize our light radiate from the Guru's body in all 10 directions. Across the 6 realms. In each light beam finding one of the infinite number of sentient beings, wherever they are, whatever form. These beings can be right next to you. They can be at the furthest corners of the universe. The light of the Guru finds them all. And each being filled through the crown of their heads with that loving light and purifying light nectar, which cleanses away all negative karma and delusions, atom by atom, and the spaces between those atoms. Think about how the purifying light washes away all self-doubt. Acknowledge your wisdom that lies within. Think about how the purifying action of the light may ease up your joints like those of the Tin Man. All the grime that got in the way, stopping us, hindering us in what we want to do. How wonderful it is to be able to move again. Feel how the light gives you the confidence, the courage feel how you're being filled with loving kindness towards all beings, and especially loving kindness for yourself. We often forget to be kind to ourselves. Feel how you're being filled with that light atom by atom. Your true nature is being revealed. The happy one, the joyful one. The one that wants to be free from suffering. As we look around, we see all other sentient beings experience exactly the same. Happiness without suffering. We recognize that we have contributed to the suffering of others and our own through the actions of our body, speech, and mind. The way we thought about others, thought about ourselves, talked about others, talked ourselves down, or overinflated ourselves out of fear. The way we treated others, the way we treated ourselves. We want to move on from that. We follow our own path. And even if we all join the same path, like the Scarecrow, Tin Man, the Lion, and Dorothy, we may all have our own individual needs and expectations along the path. And whatever all these individual needs are, we can still be supportive of one another. We still can be kind along the way. And with that in mind, may we call upon all mother sending beings to join us in taking refuge. All sending beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Shirams and Dakis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sending beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sending beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. Having taken refuge in the Guru is pleased that so many sentient beings have joined the call. And the Guru smiles, and the purifying light nectar intensifies more and more. And as more and more light is being poured into us, and more of all our negative karma is being washed away, burned away, scrubbed away. And more clear light sits within us. We begin to glow atom by atom, radiating light back to the Guru. And then also we radiate light to all Mother Sentient beings, light of love and compassion. And again, we see all Mother Sentient beings engaging in the same actions, exchanging themselves with the Guru, and sharing the light with other beings. We all become one with the Guru, we become one with one another, we become one source of light, one source of compassion, dispelling the darkness of negative karma and suffering. And again, we remember that suffering occurred because of the actions of our body, speech, and mind. And Om represents that aspect of body, speech, and mind, the defiled aspect that created the suffering. But Om also represents the holy aspect of body, speech, and mind of the Guru, the one that benefits others. In order for us to transform, we need to acquire wisdom and compassion, Ani and Padme, and combine those in Om. And once we have combined those two, we can transform our mind to the holy aspect of the Guru. And it is at that stage that we are of maximum benefit to all other sentient beings. But we still can be of benefit to them in between now and then. Being kind along the way, in whichever way we can. Simple gestures may sometimes suffice. A smile, a greeting, offering a seed to someone who needs it. Keeping an eye on one of our neighbors, particularly if we know they haven't been well or feel lonely. We can do whatever is possible within our means and our own skill set. Whatever we do may be true conviction that we wish to be of benefit. As you recite the Mani mantra, remember body, speech, and mind, and how we want to be of benefit, how we want to transform our own body, speech, and mind to be of benefit to others. As we recite, keep on visualizing how you exchange yourself with the Guru and all other sentient beings. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme More money, put me on 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 more money. More money, put me on more money, put me on more money, put me on more money, money, put me on more 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 money, put me. Money, put me on more 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 money, put me. More money, put me on 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 more money. Money, put me on more 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 money, put me. Money, put me on more 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 money, put me on more. Money, put me on more 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 money. Money, put me on more 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 money. Money, put me on more 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 money. Oh, money, put me on more 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 money, put me on. Money, put me on more 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 money, put me. Having acknowledged our faults through actions of body, speech, and mind, which have caused suffering to others and ourselves, having made the pledge to be more engaging in wholesome activities to the best of our ability. And it will take time to change our habits from so many lifetimes. We will wish to be of benefit to others. And having taken refuge in the Guru while exchanging ourselves with the Guru and all other sentient beings while reciting Mani Mantra, never visualize ourselves now as pure, holding on to the pure state for as long as you possibly can. The next few seconds, minutes, hours, days, however long we possibly can, depending again on our skill set. May we now invite the Great Mother Tara to join us. And the Tara Mantra recitation has been advised by His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama to remove any obstacles that may be there or may arise as part either of this practice, to remove all obstacles that may arise for finding a permanent solution to the COVID pandemic, to remove any obstacles that may arise for those who are sick to be restored to good health, to remove any obstacles that may arise for those who have entered the bardo or about to enter the bardo, to be reborn under favorable conditions. May all obstacles be removed for those who suffer hardships May they be given whatever resources are necessary to be restored to good, to a state of happiness that is free of those obstacles, so that they can take care of themselves, their family and friends, and the communities at large. We do 2 mala recitations. The first one is part of this practice for the benefit of Mother Sentient Beings, and we do a second round in dedication of the kindness that we have received from His Holiness. May He have a long and healthy life. So first one. Om Tare Tu Tare Tu Re Soha. 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 Second round of Mala. May His Holiness live a long and healthy life. May all His holy wishes be swiftly fulfilled, and may we benefit from His wisdom and guidance throughout our lifetimes. May He be reunited with His people in Tibet. Be kind enough to share the Dharma with us here in the West. May we see freedom for all beings. Om Tare Tu Tare Tu Re Soha. 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 Om Tare Om Tare Tu Tare Tu Re Soha. 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 Om Tare Om Tare Tu Tare Tu Re Soha. 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 Let's visualize our Great Mother Tara as we move to all obstacles. And we call upon the guardians to join us. Now we're going to recite the Vajrayana mantra, which we invite Vajrapani. We also recite the Lakshmi mantra. If you're caught up on the guardians, you may have different reactions to their appearances. We think wrathful and ferocious looking, it may invoke certain responses. But what we need to take into consideration that these beings are dedicating themselves to our protection, to making sure that we are true to ourselves, true to the path, not harming ourselves, not harming others, but also stepping in to make sure that we're not being harmed. And I like to think about it like a mother's face. As long as we're good and out of danger, our moms are smiling. They're happy. And then when we do something really stupid, our mothers very quickly can change the facial expressions in horror and step in to give us a good, don't be stupid, don't do this, telling off. And that facial expression may not be as kind as it was before. That doesn't mean that we're not being loved. It's because of that love and compassion that we see the change. So when we see or visualize these beings, these guardians, maybe embrace them for the wonderful friends and family they are, for the kindness that they're offering us, for the diligence, making sure that we're okay, even when we are silly at times and forget. So for Vajrayana, you visualize a dark blue Vajrapani. His feet are stretched out and he holds a Vajra in the right hand and a snake lasso in the left. His body is ablaze with transcendental wisdom fire, and from his body are admitted fire garudas, iron scorpions, black pigs, wind, fire, noxious vapors of poisonous gases, which like violent winds and hailstorms destroy all diseases, epidemics, spirit harms, and interferers. We must remind ourselves that although it says interferers, we do not wish to destroy the being. For the being acts a certain way because of its cyclic existence, because of the karma it carries. It also gets a certain programming that keeps it in that cycle. What we wish to destroy is the flow and the programming, the root causes that keep that being acting a certain way, that interferes with the happiness of others, and in return interferes with his own happiness. May this being be freed. May they be able to engage in activities that are wholesome to other beings. And as a reward, may they also then experience the happiness that is from suffering so that they themselves may be liberated. Recite the mantra 7 times. Vajaped Patmaswari Pe Nevashi Neganan Taita Savarita Hana Hana Vajana Raksha Raksha Suha Vajaped Patmaswari Pe Nevashi Neganan Taita Savarita Hana Hana Vajana Raksha Raksha Suha Vajaped Patmaswari Pe Nevashi Neganan Taita Savarita Hana Hana Vajana Raksha Raksha Suha Vajaped Patmaswari Pe Never she neganan taita savrita hana hana vajana raksha raksha suha vajape dumpan maswari pe never she neganan taita savrita hana hana vajana raksha raksha suha vajape dumpan maswari pe never she neganan taita savrita hana hana vajana raksha raksha suha vajape dumpan maswari pe never she neganan taita savrita hana hana vajana raksha raksha suha. Visualize that we're now sort of wearing a protective layer inside and out. If we were to follow the instructions correctly, you could also go into the palm of our hand and inhale, protecting also ourselves. We can also blow over cups of teas and drink, these, so we really engage in full protection. Stopping outside factors getting in, and those that are in to be destroyed. Also stopping those that we create ourselves from emerging. Visualize now Black Manjushri. Black Manjushri has 3 eyes and a restful face. He has 2 hands and he holds a scripture on the left and a sword in the right. He's adorned with precious bone ornaments and stands in the midst of a massive fire. And flames of clear light emanate from his heart, pervading inside and outside of our bodies, and the bodies of all mother sentient beings, purifying away all negative karma, obstructions, sicknesses, spirits, dangers, and burning away all black magic, curses, and so forth. And again, remember, it's not the spirit that we wish to destroy. We wish to destroy the motivations, the causes that keep those spirits acting a certain way. We wish all beings to be liberated, enjoy the happiness that is free from suffering. And we will recite the mantra 7 times. Om tam chu chu su du chu su de mi su ningo la chu ka la cha kam sham tam pe pe su om tam chu chu su du chu su de mi su ningo la chu ka la cha kam sham tam pe pe su om tam chu chu su du chu su de mi su ningo la chu ka la cha kam sham tam pe pe su om tam chu chu su du chu su de mi su ningo la chu ka la cha kam sham tam pe pe su om tam chu chu su du chu su de mi su ningo la chu Kala Jakam Shantam Pepe Su Om Tam Chu Chu Se Duta Se Demi Se Ningola Chakala Jakam Shantam Pepe Su Om Tam Chu Chu Se Duta Se Demi Se Ningola Chakala Jakam Shantam Pepe Su. Having fully prepared ourselves now, may we begin with the main practice, recitation of the Thangtong Gyalpo Prayers, averting sector from disease. Let me just check it so I don't go overboard. And then what I would like to do, as we did in previous sessions or previous weeks, I'd like to combine, because we do have the time, but 38 minutes, so that's fine. I'd like to combine the Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer of liberating Satya from disease with another one of Thangtong Gyalpo's prayers, the praises to Chenrezig, which Thangtong Gyalpo recalled from a previous life when he was the monk Pema Kalpo, and recited this particular prayer for 60 years between the ages of 20 and 80 whilst doing Nungne. And so yes, and we have the joy of, I say the joy, because of the time that we have, we can engage somewhat more in benefiting beings wherever they are, in the lower realms, the three lower realms, the hardest to escape the suffering and to be freed from. So at least we want to be reborn in the upper realms, but even in the upper realms, there's suffering. So if you think about their 6 realms, and the ideal realm to deal with the suffering is within the realm of humans, the one we're in. But even here, the suffering exists, and we wish to be liberated. So though we may call on the relief of suffering in the realms, what we ideally want is for all those beings to be freed from cyclic existence, to achieve enlightenment, enjoy that ultimate bliss. And what we're going to do, reopening with the introduction of the prayer, because if you listened to me before, now there's that opening part. And then this particular prayer addresses the individual 6 realms. And within those individual sections, it reminds us of some of the factors that get us there into these individual realms. If we listen carefully, we can see a lot of those within ourselves. Probably more often tend to point them out in others, because we are perfect. We're nothing like them. We're never that jealous. We're never this. We're never that. But actually, if we think about it, we all have those traits. And it's very easy. But again, we have to be honest. What can we do? What can we do to tackle those? And if we see those things happening, what is our response to those and others? Have loving kindness and compassion. Okay. I pray to you, Lama Chenrezig. I pray to you, Yidam Chenrezig. I pray to you, most sublime Chenrezig. I pray to you, great refuge and protector Chenrezig. To you I pray, loving protector Chenrezig. Please hold us with your compassion, compassionate Buddha, for all beings who have been wandering countless numbers of times in endless samsara, and who endure unbearable torments. There is no other refuge than you, great protector. So we're now starting on the individual realms. Given the time that we have to do these prayers, we do 3 recitations of the Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer for liberating Sakya from disease for each of the 6 realms. Why do we want to do 3? For one, we have the time. Remember, we address the suffering of the body, speech, and mind. We wish to raise the suffering of body, speech, and mind in each of the realms, in whichever form they exist within those realms. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of hatred, one is born in the realm of hell. May all beings who endure the torments of heat and cold be reborn in your presence, great symbol of perfection. May all the diseases that stand in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms of grasping illness and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings now from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May the sound of whose names therefore beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that uncertainty, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three Jewels, by the power of the kings, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass pits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The sound of whose names therefore beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The sound of his name, therefore, beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings now due to disturbances of the elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three Jewels, by the power of the kings, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms of grass pits, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings they are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and the means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sound of whose names therefore beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three Jewels, by the power of the Lakhinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginner's time under the influence of avarice, one is born in the realm of craving spirits, hungry ghosts. May all beings who endure the tortures of starvation and thirst be reborn in your presence in the perfect pure land of the Potala. May all the disease that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms of grass pits, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sound of whose names therefore beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are from life, may whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the harm of grass pits, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in the means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. And may sound of whose names to our beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the harms of grass, spirits, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and the means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of whose names there are beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings now due to disturbances of the elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginning this time, under the influence of ignorance, one is born as an animal. May all beings afflicted by the suffering of stupidity and dullness of the mind be reborn in your presence, O Protector. May all the diseases that are in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, spirits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names there are beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that are in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, spirits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in the means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May sign of whose names there are beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings now due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Now we're talking about the animal realm. It's a little spider coming up here. Lovely. Coming for some blessings. May all the disease that's had in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the harms of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. In the asana of whose names, therefore, beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings now due to disturbances of the elements depart from the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Now you stop me from counting, little spider. Okay, we do one more just in case. If you have a doubt, you have a mistake to do an extra one. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. In the sound of whose names, therefore, beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the elements depart from the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified, and may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. With the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Really sweet of that little spider to join us. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of desire, one is born in the realm of men. May all beings who endure the pains due to excessive activity and constant frustration be reborn in the perfect pure land of devotion. May all the disease that's had in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and the means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names therefore beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the elements depart from the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified, and may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and the means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. In the sound of whose names, therefore, beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depart from the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified, and may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that's in the mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the harms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other habit diseases. The mere sound of whose names there are beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time, under the influence of jealousy, one is born in the realm of the jealous demigods. May all beings who endure the pains of fighting and quarreling be reborn in the pure land of the Potala. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings now from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and remains not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names therefore beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma's results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names therefore beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names therefore beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of pride, one is reborn in the realm of gods. May all beings who undergo the suffering of transmigration and fall be reborn in the pure land of the Potala. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings now from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names therefore beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings now due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May sound of whose names therefore beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings now from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names therefore beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings now due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Throughout all my existence, may I, by deeds like those of Chenrezig, also liberate beings in impure places and spread the supreme sound of the six-syllable mantra, Mani Padme Hum, throughout the 10 directions. By the power of thus praying to you, most sublime one, may all beings I will have to train pay the greatest of attention to karma, strive to act virtuously, and practice the Dharma for the sake of all beings. Okay, so this is so we've done the main part. Okay, so if we dedicate, may we dedicate to all mother sentient beings. May all mother sentient beings be free from suffering and its causes. May they meet the Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we be the cause for them to achieve all this. Now we dedicate to the precious community of Sangha, not just our own tradition, but all traditions, for keeping the flame of the Dharma alive by engaging in studies, giving teachings, carrying out translations, and making the Dharma accessible to those who seek it, and keeping the tradition alive. May all our brothers and sisters live long and healthy lives, never be separated from a virtuous friend, achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible, and may we join their presence in this and all future lifetimes. May we dedicate to the wonderful lay community who, through their great kindness, have given their time, expertise, and financial support to ensure that Dharma centers and projects can flourish, and charitable projects can take shape. May they continue to be connected to the Dharma in this and all future lifetimes. May they achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May they live long and healthy lives. May we dedicate to the long life and well-being of all our precious gurus who, if they haven't done so already, may achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we continue to be guided by their kindness and wisdom in this and all future lifetimes. And may we never displease them. May we particularly dedicate to the long life and well-being of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, our great beacon of love and compassion in these turbulent times. How fortunate we are to be alive in a human form, to be able to hear and listen to the wonderful teachings and guidance that He's given us. May we continue to be blessed in all future lifetimes. May His Holiness live long and all His holy wishes be swiftly fulfilled, and may we see Him one day be reunited with His people in Tibet. May we dedicate to the long life and well-being of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, who has tasked us with this prayerathon in order to engage deeper in practices so that we may be of benefit to all other sentient beings in these particularly difficult times. Through Rinpoche's wisdom, he has brought together the international community of the IMI Sangha, brought us together as a family, brought us together and much closer as a community. How blessed we are to come together in these prayers. And also by bringing us together, you brought us closer together to you, who join us every time, weekly live or later on as recordings as you see fit, and how it fits into your schedule. How wonderful to have these connections. May Rinpoche's wishes be swiftly fulfilled and may continue to guide us in this and all future lifetimes. Due to all the merits of these virtuous actions, may I quickly attain the state of Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exceptions into the enlightened state. May the supreme jewel of bodhicitta that has not arisen, arise and grow. May that which has arisen not diminish, but increase more and more. Due to all the merits of the three times collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, may all wars, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in this world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, wind be pacified immediately. And may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. And may the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve life as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the three times collected by the numberless Buddhas, numberless sentient beings which are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of enlightenment which is completely empty of existing from its own side. And lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side. By myself alone, is completely empty of existing from my own side. Yeah, long life prayers for His Holiness, Lama Zopa. Gangri rawe kewe jingandi, pendan deva malu jungwe ne, Chenrezig Gyalpo yi, shapen sita badu thank you ho chi. Chang Yang Yang Gelwe Tan Jing Kan Pewe Kun Zo Do Po Te Chok Som Kewe Lek Mun Tu Pa Dak So Du Je Gun Du Sha Pen Sho. Thank you very much, everyone who's joined us in these sessions. Thank you all for your continued support. And as always, a wonderful, lovely smile on the other end. How are you, Venerable? Lovely to see you.
Lovely to see you, Venerable. Thank you. I'm so inspired by your dedications and prayers. I'm like, it's like better than a cup of coffee. Oh, it's better than a double espresso.
Oh, now you're putting thoughts in my mind. Do we have a espresso machine around?
Sorry, not trying
to. No, that's perfectly all right.
But without the 8 worldly dharmas, I would have no inner life.
Well, we need something to, to focus on to get out of the system.
Yeah. How are you, Venerable? Nice to see you.
Yeah, keeping well. We, there was a bit of a, which you probably noticed when I sent the schedules out. We had a bit of a technical problem here at Nalanda. We had Wi-Fi issues. And, it took me quite a while to actually get to see who had signed up and trying to get things out. It was hilarious. Because I've been so lucky, in all this time that we have been doing prayerathon, we really never had an issue. I think there was a short glitch once, but it was down to a short wire in my headphones, and I've never had to worry about being cut out. And suddenly, how do I get the schedule to the media team? Will I be able to do my sessions? So it was really interesting, but yeah, we got there. So,
You've been
things have a way of
remarkable week after week. I know it's, it's a phrase, I rejoice in your efforts, but it's from my heart. Everywhere, all of your efforts, all of your kindness and persistence, and the 6 perfections I see every week when these things come out, and I think of you often, and really I'm so grateful to your work. I really am.
Oh, bless you. Thank you very much. But again, it's a team effort. I couldn't do this on my own. I need all you wonderful Sangha members to join me. I need, we need the people in the background, like the media team, like the Orca in the office and others. And we need, of course, all the wonderful people who give us the opportunity to practice for them and join us in these practices. So it's, we don't do this for fame, but it's nice to know that people connect with us. And I think it's nice that that what we do resonates with people, and also with everyone who comes forward, or whenever their own schedules allow us to join us in this prayer. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Venerable. Thank you so much.
I see you the other end. Have a lovely session. I go and find an espresso now.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Enjoy. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Very happy to see you all. Lo Santendran, and I greet you with joy from Dharamsala in India. And I'll just tell you, I'm coming to our practice this morning from my room in Jamyang Chiling Nunnery. And I'm telling you this because outside it's about 9 o'clock right here in the morning, and you may hear the sound of monks reciting and people on their way to Korda and so on. So please take these sounds joyfully as I do, and let's now engage in our activity of compassion. So let's get comfortable. Sit on your cushion, on a chair, sit in a way in which you can focus your mind for the next half hour, and let go of whatever you were thinking about, whatever's happened so far today, the events in the external world, internally, things that relate to us, how we feel, that's finished. Take that whole crowd of thoughts, bring them forward, and exhale. Gone. Now focus on the breath. Breathe naturally, thinking inhale, Om. Breath inside, Ah. Exhale, Om. Inhale, Om. Breath inside, Ah. Exhale, Om. And continue breathing naturally, Om, Ah, Hum. Just sitting, breathing, relaxed and alert. Continue to focus on the breath if you like, or on your own mind, without getting caught up in thoughts. If you like, you can focus on a particular object, on a mental image of Chenrezig, or of Tara, or of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, or a mental image of your own precious root guru. Think, my guru is pleased. All the beings are pleased that I'm sitting here practicing. And thinking this, relax and focus, breathing naturally. Om, Ah, Hum. Om, Ah, Hum. If you like, you can think how the rhythm of the breath, inhale, abide, exhale, and the sound, the internal sound of Om, Ah, Hum are united. Now continuing with this breathing, this calm, focused, and relaxed feeling, visualize all sentient beings around us. We're all interconnected. We're all dependent on each other. And when we think about others, thinking about others, we can let go of our fears, and we can develop the courage to work entirely for the benefit of others, to eliminate suffering, to work to provide temporary and lasting happiness for others. Think it's dependent on taking care of others that we have an opportunity to practice generosity. Not just the giving of material things, but not just the giving of material things. The giving of peace and hope, of dharma, of protection. The giving of love. We have it's independence on others. We have the opportunity to practice compassion, to generate it, to generate affectionate love, to practice patience and joyous effort that becomes natural, to practice meditative concentration, the wisdom realizing emptiness, to generate and develop compassion. In all these things, we're dependent on others. Great compassion arises through observing all sentient beings without excluding even one. And when we let go of ourselves, then all sentient beings become equally dear. Think what an wonderful opportunity we have now to let go of myself. I have this wonderful opportunity to let go of myself and to hold others most dear. So feel all sentient beings around you. Visualize them, not jammed together, but extending throughout space. Family, friends, dogs, cats, everyone, human and non-human. In the neighborhood, in the country, in the world, and including those with whom you have conflicted feelings, frustration, maybe anger, and then all sentient beings in the 6 realms. Whatever visual you have, Geshe Potwa advises this, and His Holiness Kelsang Gyatso, the 7th Dalai Lama, advises this. Whatever visual you have, the important thing is to feel, to know that all sentient beings all around you are there throughout space, and feel we are connected with them. So think with the wish to benefit all sentient beings who are more precious than a wish-fulfilling jewel, I shall hold them most dear at all times, and particularly right now. Generate loving compassion, loving kindness, affection for all sentient beings, wishing all sentient beings, including oneself, to have happiness and well-being. Generate compassion, wishing for all sentient beings to be free from every kind of suffering, from the diseases of body and mind, from the effects of war and violence, overt violence, covert, free from what we call natural disasters of earth, water, fire, and wind, from poverty and all forms of deprivation. Think how the pandemic has affected each and every sentient being on earth, those below the ground, on the ground, above the ground, all forms of deprivation, loss of shelter, livelihood, food and drink, opportunity, education, throughout freedom, the ability to move freely here and there, and the fears that arise from that, the feelings that arise from that, hopelessness and despair. And more important, actually, think how we want to free all sentient beings from the causes of these sufferings, from the anger and attachment, jealousy, arrogance, from afflicted states of mind, and the karma that results from these afflicted states of mind. We want to free all sentient beings from the pervasive potential for suffering. So think, I shall now engage in this practice in order to free all sentient beings who are equal to space from all the suffering. I shall engage in this practice in order to cherish all sentient beings like my life, to cherish them more than myself. And specifically today, I shall focus my mind on this practice of compassion in reliance on the Buddha of compassion, Chenrezig, in order to be of the greatest possible benefit for all sentient beings. Visualize Chenrezig, snow-white body, 2 hands, or 4 hands, or 1,000 arms and eyes, whatever is most beneficial for your mind. Visualize Chenrezig on the crown of your head. If you don't care to do that, if you find that difficult, visualize white light. Think, I'm surrounded by all sentient beings who have Chenrezig on the crown of their heads. Let this visualization become clear. Think, this is my most precious Guru who is guiding me and all sentient beings to enlightenment right now. Essence encompassing all of the Buddhas, originator of all the holy Dharma of scripture and realization, foremost of all the noble ones intent on virtue, in the glorious holy Guru, I go for refuge. Please, Guru, bless my mind to become Dharma, Dharma to become the path, hindrances on the path to not arise. Bless me that I cease all wrong conceptions and attain the 2 precious bodhicittas. Determined to be of the greatest benefit for all sentient beings who are more precious than a wish-fulfilling gem, I shall hold them most dear at all times. May I become like a wish-fulfilling gem, fulfilling all the wishes, and like a wish-fulfilling tree, fulfilling all the hopes of all mother sentient beings. And let's continue with our refuge and motivation with the prayer, the Vajra speech of Mahasiddha Gomchen Thangtong Gyalpo, the prayer liberating Sakya from disease. If you don't have that with you, you can find that in the space below the screen. You'll find the prayer there. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha Dharma Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities, and dakinis, the causal refuge. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya, the resultant refuge. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha Dharma Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha Dharma Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. From Chenrezig on the crown of our heads, or from the white light on the crown of our heads. White light flows down, purifying all non-virtue, all negative thoughts, all wrong actions. All compassionate Chenrezig has a faultless snow-white body. His eyes look with infinite compassion on all individual sentient beings without partiality throughout space. Visualize this white, pure, soft, gentle, white light flowing down the crown of each and every sentient being throughout space, purifying all non-virtue, all negative thoughts, all wrong actions, all the causes for suffering, and all the results of suffering. That are suffering. Continue with this visualization and add the mantra of great compassion. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 And as we recite, visualize light from the form of Chenrezig going out, touching each and every sentient being. Each and every sentient being is purified of all negative karma and its causes, the afflicted mind, of ignorance and confusion. As this happens, the outer realm, the entire environment, the environment around you, if you want to, around you, if you wish to visualize that way, throughout space, if you can extend your mind as far as possible, the outer realm becomes clean and pure and perfect. Think of places you've been or seen or imagined that you feel are delightful and desirable, with trees and streams, beaches if you like that, mountains if you like that, beautiful skies, the sounds of birds, delightful aromas, each of your senses, marvelous taste, amazing tactile touches, whatever you like, the realm of bliss, the entire environment. And the body, speech, and mind of each and every sentient being becomes free of disease, of all discomfort, all negativities, all faults. Above the crown of each sentient being is a compassionate, omniscient, all-powerful Chenrezig. If you have the empowerment, visualize yourself as Chenrezig, sending out the light rays. You can recite the mantra aloud or quietly. And as we recite, infuse this recitation with a compassion activity, with meditation on emptiness in a simple way by thinking our being here, our activity, our relation with our Guru, Chenrezig, with all sentient beings. This is all dependently related. So let's recite Om Mani Padme Hum, continue reciting and purify the world. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Because this recitation of the mantra, the sound of the mantra, the purpose of the mantra, the visualization of all powerful Chenrezig, all compassionate Chenrezig, the sound of the mantra, the transformation of the environment, that sentient beings are transformed into Chenrezig, the compassionate Guru, the compassionate Buddha. And from them, light rays go out, touching other sentient beings. And the realm and all the inhabitants become completely purified, and completely realized. Each and every sentient being becomes Chenrezig, and the entire environment becomes the pure land of Chenrezig. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Whatever sentient beings need, they attain. Whatever sufferings, the myriad forms of sufferings that sentient beings have are eliminated. Sufferings of body, of mind, completely eliminated. Whatever is most needed is there. All sentient beings freed from all forms of suffering, negativities, obscurations. They're filled with all the forms of happiness and peace. Where do these come from? You give them. Whatever sufferings there are, you take. Whatever is needed, you give. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. And now we can dedicate our merits by means of the powerful prayer of the great meditator, Thangtong Gyalpo. Due to these merits of our activities, may all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the elements, not occur in the realms of the world. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher, leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 types of harmful interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so on. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May whatever sufferings there are to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every pleasure, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Om Mani Padme Hum. For the compassion of the gurus and the triple gem, Buddha, Dharma, Sangha. For the power of the dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians. And by the power of the unmistaken truth of karma and its results. May these many dedications and prayers be fulfilled immediately, without delay. Gewadi Yaduna, Chenrezig Institute Multimedia Team, De Salat Show. Let's rejoice in the merits of ourselves and others who engaged in this activity today, Buddhist and non-Buddhist. The merits of those hosting this activity and who continue to host this activity week after week. We rejoice in your merits and we're grateful. And we rejoice in the merits and are grateful to the technical support who are making this possible. You who are here today supporting us, thank you so much. Much gratitude. We rejoice in the merits. Thank you. We rejoice in the merits of those seen and unseen, known and unknown, those working with disease, with those experiencing depression, psychosis, violence, seen and unseen, deprivation, loss, those who are providing food and shelter and comfort. We rejoice in the merits of those who are receiving food and shelter and comfort throughout the world. We hold each being with affection and kindness and compassion. And we resolve to continue to do this throughout our lives until enlightenment, especially today. And each morning when we arise, we make this resolution. Let's dedicate our merits in the following ways. If there are beings, if sentient beings or projects for which you especially wish to dedicate these merits toward those projects or beings. Bring them to mind now. May all holy beings, His Holiness the Dalai Lama, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, all the holy beings, our precious gurus, the Ganen Tipa, our own precious holy gurus, all authentic gurus, may they remain for a very long time. And in life after life, may we never be separated from them. May all their holy wishes be fulfilled immediately, without delay. May we make this possible, and may we never displease them. May our precious teachers have long, healthy lives, and may we fulfill their holy wishes as exactly as expressed. Think of those who have died recently, who are dying now, whether it's due to COVID, related situations, other situations, human and non-human. Bring them to mind now, and we dedicate our merits that they be reborn in a pure land, or that they receive a perfect human rebirth, that they meet the perfect spiritual friend, they receive the Dharma, and actualize the complete path to enlightenment, or whatever path is most suitable to them. May those who are ill with physical illnesses or with depression, so on, especially with illnesses related to COVID-19, be quickly relieved of all illness. May the supreme and precious bodhicitta that has not arisen in myself and others arise and grow right now without a second's delay. And where it has arisen, may it never decline, but increase more and more. However many ill beings there are in the world, may they quickly be freed of all illnesses. Whatever illnesses there are in the world, without exception, cease and never occur again. Let's dedicate also, using the 3 verses from Nagarjuna's Precious Garland, the aspiring bodhicitta vows. His Holiness has used these this year and last year and in the past to bestow the aspiring bodhicitta vows. And he recommends that we think of these or even recite these 3 verses every day, especially upon going to sleep, as part of our dedications. Like the earth, water, fire, and wind, medicines, and wood of the forest, may I always be enjoyed by all sentient beings as they like and without resistance. May I cherish all sentient beings like my life. May I cherish them more than myself. May all their negative karmas ripen upon me, and may all my virtues ripen upon them. These 2 lines are an excellent thing to bring to mind as we go through the day. May I cherish all sentient beings like my own life. May I cherish them more than myself. May all their negative karmas ripen upon me. And may all my virtues ripen upon them. For as long as even one sentient being remains unliberated from cyclic existence, for that long may I remain in cyclic existence to help them, even though I attain Buddhahood. Let's seal our merits with a meditation on emptiness. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, by all the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and numberless sentient beings who are completely empty of true existence, may I, who is completely empty of true existence, lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of truly existing to that state of complete enlightenment, which is completely empty of truly existing, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. And let's dedicate with prayers for the long life, first of His Holiness, you who are the sole protector of the snowland teachings and all sentient beings, who clearly show the path of unified compassion and emptiness, to the lotus holder, Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. and for the long life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who magnificently accomplished prayers honoring the three jewels, savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. We can also dedicate, continue to dedicate, with the dedication from chapter 3 of the Bodhisattva's Way of Life, of the great Bodhisattva Shantideva. May all beings everywhere plagued by sufferings of body and mind obtain an ocean of happiness and joy by virtue of my merits. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their ailments. Whatever diseases there are in the world, may they never occur again. For as long as space remains, as long as sentient beings remain, until then may I too remain to dispel the miseries of the world. And from the prayer of Samantabhadra, in English, what's often called the King of Prayers, may as many beings as exist in 10 directions be always well and happy. May all sentient beings, may all samsaric beings live in accord with the Dharma, and may their every Dharma wish be fulfilled. Just as the hero Manjushri and likewise Samantabhadra realize things just as they are, I do dedicate all my virtues that I may follow their perfect example. All the victorious ones well gone in the 3 times praise this dedication as best. Therefore, I dedicate all my roots of virtue that I accomplish all the Bodhisattva's deeds. And we can finish with a prayer, the dedication, never to be separated from our perfect gurus, which recently Geshe Tenzin Dorjila said is one of the most powerful prayers we can make. In all our lives, one of the most powerful dedications we can make. In all my lives, never apart from you, my perfectly pure gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma. By accomplishing all the good qualities of the grounds and paths, may I quickly attain your very state of Vajradharahood, the state of perfect enlightenment. Thank you so much. Thank you for this great opportunity. I wish you all happiness and well-being. Venerable.
Yes.
Hello.
Hello. It was lovely. I thought, no. I didn't want to switch on the screen because I was so happy just listening. And I thought, sometimes, you don't want to, you had such a lovely flow to it. And also what you sort of said, and I love the way the light changes behind you, the way the sun is moving around through your window. It's that sort of cathedral-y, churchy-like, It's really great. But what made me really smile when you sort of said, you can hear the monks outside, the noise from the monks, And I thought, well, it beats having a cockerel.
Yeah, there's the B-roll. I didn't mention those who are collecting the dry kennick, but
that's perfectly all right. No, but also how blessed we are if you think about it. I mean, the connection that you bring with being in Dharamsala, being so close to His Holiness. I mean, it's we're so blessed with this prayerathon. I mean, one of the things where technology brings us so much closer. I mean, with those who you're lucky to be near Rinpoche, and or in other wonderful places, to bring all that lovely energy to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And when you mentioned the King of Prayers, and of course the Guru, and it's also nice may I always have the friendship of those whose path is like mine, and with body, words, and also mind, may we practice together in the same activities. It's
so powerful.
This is what we do here.
And it's so authentic. May I always have the friendship of those whose path can walk together. I'm moved to tears by that line every time.
Yeah. I could tell that, when you were saying, and again, this is what I find most interesting about this. And sometimes people, aren't you crazy? Certain, because as you now notice the time difference, I'm a bit of a night owl at times. But I find it so inspiring, when I listen to various Sangha members, their little takes on things, their own little prayers, because we connect to certain verses, though we quote it King of Prayers, we use different segments because we connect with them in different ways. And I think that's the wonderful thing. If it would sound too robotic, why would people want to join us? Listen to one. And I think that is the beautiful thing, that everybody brings their own connection to this, you know, and makes it therefore more accessible to a variety of those who listen to us online. So it's really, I'm really grateful. I'm really grateful. You always
We're
have
so
that,
grateful to
know,
you, Venerable. Really.
but you know, I mean, you connecting me closer to His Holiness because of your location. So thank you very much for that.
Thank
one.
you, Venerable.
You know, we all have our little part to play. I hope
And
to
we
see you
should-
next week.
Bye. Have a
Take
good
care.
session.
I will. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That was our dear Venerable Tendron and from Dharamsala. Isn't it wonderful? And it's nice to have these opportunities to exchange a few words along the way, because we don't get to see one another very often, if at all, you know, based on our location. So that was one of the wonderful things that that came out of the pandemic, you know, to build these closer connections in many ways, that we come together and wish to be of service in many ways, that we engage more as a community, and also in our own communities. We have seen throughout the pandemic where you know, people maybe looked a bit more out for the neighbors, and you know, those who maybe couldn't go out, who needed shielding, whether there could be some shopping. There were, even within that, there were a lot of kind actions, and that's what we need in this world. And we have forgotten about it at times because of our busy lives. So yeah, it's wonderful. You know, even in hard and difficult times, we have to find something that gives us the motivation to carry on. You know, to see what we can do, what difference can we make? Because when we see the gift that we can, you know, give to someone, to see them smile, to see them, you know, a bit eased in their suffering, how wonderful it is. And even if it's just opening a door or checking, do you need anything from the shop? I'm going there. Just to acknowledge that we're here. We got so busy with tech over the years, and the way we had to work, mainly remote, you know, constantly commute, buses, trains, planes, away from our families, so many things. And we had this time together. And I know that many through the pandemic have reevaluated their lives. What am I going to do? You know, do I want to be really constantly away? Do I want to be at home a bit more? Having had the chance to maybe reconnect. And it may have been difficult in many ways as well, because families aren't used to be together for that long. So there have been ups and downs within. And it wasn't always easy, because we live our lives very much outside rather than within. So for practitioners, it was a spiritually enhancing time, I would say, because we had to work on, okay, what's happening outside? How do I deal with it? What is my take on it? It still took a little bit of getting used to, not being able necessarily to go to centers, etc. But yeah, let's also think about the wonderful things that are happening in this world. Papers, news are so full of doom and gloom that we forget that there are also wonderful acts of kindness going on. Maybe, let's have a look, because we only got 20 minutes and left on this session. So again, just from an inspiration point of view, you know, thinking of these acts of kindness, you know, how we have been maybe sort of manipulated through social media and our minds being clogged up with all this constant bombardment of this and that. And we often forget. There was a beautiful song by the late Mercedes Sosa, an Argentinian singer, titled Solo Le Pido a Dios, Ask Only of God. Why is quoting God in a Buddhist environment? Because the message is what matters. I only ask that I'm not indifferent to suffering. I only ask that I'm not indifferent to injustice. I only ask that I'm not indifferent to war, that I'm not indifferent to deception, and that I'm not indifferent about the future. And if we can just have that, crikey, I mean, we're already setting ourselves up really well, you know, to have, you know, a positive outlook, that we do not wish to be unmoved by all the suffering, etc., that exists out there. That we keep our humanity, our love and kindness for all beings. What a wonderful, wonderful message. So on that note, let's visualize our Guru in the aspect of Chenrezig in the space in front of us. Again, if you had the initiations, please feel free to self-generate. Otherwise, just visualize the deity in the space in front above the crown of your head. Anyone joining us from a different faith, just visualize the deity you most closely associate with love and compassion. Those of you who do not wish to engage with deity visualizations, just visualize a clear light that's filled with love and compassion for all beings. Light radiating from the Guru's body in all 10 directions. And each light beam finding one of the infinite number of mothers and beings wherever they are. Light entering the body through the crown of the head, filling with love and compassion, purifying light nectar, cleansing away all negative karma, delusions of past lifetimes. Atom are being filled, cleansed, and filled with a purifying light. Because we don't want to be indifferent to suffering. We can see that our own actions of body, speech, and mind have contributed to the suffering of others. The way we thought, the way we spoke, the way we acted. Not just about into other beings, but also how we thought, spoke, and treated ourselves. We don't want that anymore. We want to be happy. We want to be healthy. We want to be living in harmony with all beings. Not having to worry about who's doing what to whom. Just happiness and joy and long and healthy lives, like all beings. To make the pledge that we from now on engage in actions that benefit all mother sending beings. It may take us some time because we're so used to acting a certain way. Getting rid of bad habits will take some time, but we will try. If we trip up, we will try again. That's the important bit. As Aristotle said, we are what we repeatedly do. Excellent, then is not an act but a habit. And over past lifetimes, we have become excellent in certain ways that made us get by, but we really want to do more. We want to be really beneficial. Let's call all mother sending beings to join us in taking refuge in the Guru. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and the Kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who infant like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Nakis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharma kind. All sentient beings, my mothers who infant like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Nakis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharma Kaya. And taking refuge in the Guru is pleased that so many have answered the call. And as we recite the Mani mantra, let's remember that arm representing body, speech, and mind, the defiled actions that have caused so much problem, suffering, which we want to change into the holy aspect of body, speech, and mind of the Guru, also represent the Om. But in order to transform, we need to grow wisdom and compassion, Mani and Padma, and combine them in Om. Fully transform ourselves to be of maximum benefit to all other sentient beings. Or we don't have to wait until we have reached enlightenment to be of benefit. The journey to enlightenment is the path of the practice. May we practice to be compassionate and kind and engage in wholesome action so that we may benefit others in whichever way we can according to the level of our path and skill. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Having acknowledged our faults and make the pledge to engage in wholesome actions, having taken refuge and reciting many Mani mantras, exchanging ourselves with Mother Sentient Beings and the Guru, may we visualize ourselves as pure and holding on to the pure state for at least the duration of these prayers, so we can be of maximum benefit to all our Mother Sentient Beings. We now recite the main prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo, and we recite 3 times, and recite for the suffering of the body, speech, and mind. And because we only do the 3 recitations, you think about all Mother Sentient Beings across the 6 realms. And if it's easier for you to visualize, because you want our Mother Sentient Beings to be liberated and reach enlightenment, which we achieve through the human form, maybe visualize all Mother Sentient Beings in human form at this stage. And really from the bottom of your heart, think about how the suffering of body, speech, and mind can be transformed. And how all the sick may be restored to good health. May those who have entered the bardo or about to enter the bardo have smooth transitions and be reborn under favorable conditions. And may all those who suffer hardships be given whatever resources are required to be freed from those sufferings and be restored to a place of happiness in which they can take care of themselves, their family, friends, and communities at large. May all the diseases that are in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the harms of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind, elements not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May sound of whose names there are beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferes, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three Chus, by the power of the Dakis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal, separate the body from the mind, it means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May a sound of whose names differ beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three Chus, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its result, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind, and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May sound of whose names therefore beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three Jewels, by the power of the Dakis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. There you go, there's our reinforcement rolling up. I was wondering, I thought, where is he going? Okay, so I don't know, 2 or 3. Let's do another one just in case. It's one of those days. It's always better to do an extra one. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the harms of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings they have from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind, and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, and the sound of whose names therefore beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma's results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So these were the main prayers now for our mother sentient beings. And it's really through the power of this prayer and through sending your love and compassion and the power of the Buddha's all sentient beings. We receive the blessing of these prayers, and that the sake of being restored to good health for those who have entered the body, or being reborn under favorable conditions, and the suffering of those who encounter hardships is being eased by being given all the resources required to end that suffering. So, and while the tender is step up, we do the dedications. We dedicate to all mother sentient beings. May all mother sentient beings be free from suffering and its causes, and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible by encountering the Dharma, and may we, with the course of them, to achieve all this. May we dedicate to the precious community of our brothers and sisters of the Sangha community, not just our own tradition, but all traditions around the world, for keeping the flame of the Dharma alive, and the traditions as well. By engaging in teachings, giving teachings, and carrying out translations, may they all live long and healthy lives and encounter the Dharma as swiftly as possible. May we benefit from their company, this in our future lifetimes. May we dedicate to the lay community who give their time, expertise, and financial support so freely to ensure that all Dharma centers and charitable projects within the realm of the Dharma can be realized. May they live long and healthy lives, never be separate from virtuous friends, and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we dedicate to the long life of all our gurus who haven't done so already. May achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. In particular, dedicate to His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama and Lama Zopa Rinpoche. May all the holy wishes be swiftly fulfilled, and may we be never separated from the wisdom and guidance of this in all future lifetimes. Due to all these merits, due to the merits of these virtuous actions, may I quickly attain the state of Guru Buddha and lead all sentient beings, without exceptions, into the enlightened state, and with the supreme joy of Bodhicitta that has not arisen, arise and grow. May that which has arisen not diminish, but increase more and more. Due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numbers Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, may all wars, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in this world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, wind be pacified immediately, and may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. So all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numbers Buddhas and numbers sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side. And all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side, to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone. So maybe now do the long life prayers. Gangri rawe kuwe jingabri penan dewa malu jungwe Chenrezig Institute Multimedia Team. Thank you, Chi. Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer. Chokchong kawe lek munduru padak sok dulje gundu shate nisho. Thank you very much, everyone who joined me in this session. Thank you very much to the wonderful tech team for keeping us on air on Zoom and prayerathon, Zoom and YouTube. Thank you very much to all the wonderful Sangha leads for their dedication in making prayerathon work. Thank you for all the wonderful support that you send in from your homes and abodes, wherever you are in this world, leaving wonderful messages for the leads. So thank you very much. It's all very much appreciated. May we see you again throughout prayerathon today, and hopefully next week. Of course, we do wish for the pandemic to cease, but we hope that with the connections that we have made will last for a long time, and that we keep in contact either with these weekly prayers or when we see you at centers around the world. And with your brother Tenda is lining up to join us.
Installing his computer.
He's installing his computer. That's how it goes. It's just wonderful. See, if your computer's asleep, doesn't like to get up that early. You want to use mine. It's wonderful. You can use mine if you. Do you want headphones or you want to?
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Obstacles.
Keeping us on our no. You can have this page.
Oh, good.
There you go. Thangtong Gyalpo is, there you go. See, when you rely too much on text, now hard copy. There you go. All right, everyone. So yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's always a joy. See, you can tell it's live because, and it's interesting because Venerable Tenda and I don't usually sort of, it's first time we're actually in the same room. We usually sort of, because of different challenges. Yeah, he says, ooh, old age. Too many lifetimes.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Good morning. This is here in France, it's morning, but maybe where you are, it's already afternoon, evening, night. So welcome to this prayerathon sessions. So yeah, live from Nalanda. Thanks to the Australian host, my dear brothers and sisters in Australia from Chenrezig Institute. Thank you so much for hosting us. So yeah. So maybe we take a few moments of silence to silence our heart, to go inside us, forget the past, forget the future. And just be in touch with the love and compassion in our heart. Love and compassion which we can have towards all sentient beings. Because everyone on this planet have been our father, mother. Connect to this heartfelt feeling of love. Wishing everyone is happy. Also all animals. And the feeling of compassion. May everyone be free from suffering. And everyone, all sentient beings, also all animals. This nature of mind, which is vast, spacious. All their worries, all their suffering, all their conceptions are there temporarily and can be removed. Now we have this thought, we all sentient beings be free from suffering, we all sentient beings have happiness. Because that's our motivation, that we want to contribute to this happiness and compassion, that we want to contribute that they have more happiness, and that we want to contribute that they have less suffering in their lives. That we want to use our whole life for this goal. And especially in this session. this session we will use the method of this prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo, which is especially beneficial during these pandemic times. Especially due to this pandemic, there's a lot of extra suffering in the world. People have been hit physically by the virus, are sick, are in hospital, have lost their lives. They might be in the Bardo now. So the state in between before they get a rebirth. We do this practice especially for all of them. Then also many people have been hit by the economical results of this pandemic, or are emotionally or socially hit by losing the lives of their dear ones because they were attached to, or they're confronted with inability to travel, to connect with others, feeling isolated. This practice is especially recommended by Lama Zopa Rinpoche, who is very high realized being. So this practice is very good to do, especially by us, monks and nuns, but for everyone who feels love and compassion towards everyone who is hit by the COVID pandemic. So it's very beneficial for ourselves. We create a karma, new causes and conditions for suffering not to arise. So even if all these people might be in the same situation, their experience of the situations might be very, very different. It's also karmic results of former activities, of the ways of thinking, the way of acting. And potential negative karma can be cleansed, can be taken away, can be prevented by opposite activities, by creating merit, as we call it, positive energy, positive vibes. That's exactly what we're going to do. We are not alone. We are with many others during the whole day. We are also not alone as humans, Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, those who have realized the path, who are out of samsara themselves, and who have made a vow to help others in the future. They are also on our side today. They are around us. They are around everyone who was hit by the COVID or by other diseases. We can really broaden it up to other causes of having a bad health, being hospitalized, being in the bardo. We can visualize that we do this practice on behalf of all of them. Generally, we visualize males on our right side, females on our left side. Those who are in general supportive of us, or who we like, they are in the back of us, they back us up. And in front of us are also those we have difficulties with, so easily conflicts, which we easily call enemies. Or even sometimes people have lived in the past, like Hitler, Stalin, Mao Zedong, those dictators, Idi Amin, who have been responsible for countless death and destruction. But they are still somewhere. They still have Buddha potential, but karmic the activities have led to a lot of karmic obscurations and heavy negative karma. Most likely, yeah, they are really in the lower realms, with terrible states. So our love and compassion also reaches out to them, so we can visualize those in front of us. If you're watching YouTube, the prayers, the links to the prayers are below on the screen. So the prayer of Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo consists of 4 elements. First, setting our motivation, then doing the Om Mani Padme Hum mantra, the mantra of compassion, many times. Then there's the core prayer, and then we do a lot of dedications, and we direct our energy, positive energy, into that direction, that others benefit from it. And that also for ourselves, that what we are doing is really part of the spiritual path towards enlightenment. So all sentient beings are around us, and as I said, we are not alone. Also, all Buddhist Bodhisattvas are with us, so we can visualize only one, but we can visualize also whole merit fields with all the masters of the past, the masters we have in these days. So you can visualize them in the form of Chenrezig, Buddha Chenrezig, if you know how he looks like. Otherwise, it's okay to visualize Buddha Shakyamuni, the historic Buddha, or see His Holiness the Dalai Lama, who are in general by the Tibetans regarded as Chenrezig himself, or see Lama Zopa Rinpoche, or any other guru you have, see him or her as Chenrezig. So while we visualize Chenrezig in front of us, or your guru, actually it's one, anyway, we visualize in one form or another. We offer also a throne to our guru, to the Buddha. It's a sign of respect. Also, it's a sign that we wish to receive teachings in the future. It's a sign of that they have really these very special capacities. They have gone the path. So there's from our side so much admiration that we want to offer them a throne. The throne are lotus and sun and moon cushion. They symbolize all the qualities, or the main qualities of the path, like renunciation, bodhicitta, this very, very big, extensive love and compassion, and wisdom realizing emptiness. So they have realized that they've gone the path. There's so much admiration from our side that they have reached the state of Buddha, which we might also aspire. And all the good qualities we know in the world from other people, like from Mother Teresa or from politicians we know. The Buddha has even higher level of the same good qualities. It's really really amazing. You can almost not think of good qualities which benefit others. Than the Buddha or our Guru. Like His Holiness the Dalai Lama, he's a sublime teacher. Not only he knows everything, he shares it. When he gives teachings to 10,000 people, he's like the most profound university teacher. Well, he teaches also toddlers, school children, high school children, youth, young university students, and those who do postdoc studies with amazing skill from one-liners like "My religion is kindness," simple explanations. And 10,000 people follow these teachings. And he keeps all these minds captivated, and everyone goes away with more wisdom, or more compassion in their hearts. It's really amazing. The qualities of Buddha are far beyond our conception of what we think our mind is possible. We are not clairvoyant ourselves. We cannot really imagine what it means to have this skill. But Buddha, he knows much more, can do many more things than just being clairvoyant, and uses it for the benefit of you, of me, of everyone. Because love and compassion is infinite, radiates out to all directions. Whatever someone is saying, whatever mistakes we feel or the person feels, she makes, there's this inner heart of kindness, acceptance. It's so far above sometimes our own experience, when we, at least my experience, becoming tight or reject certain attitudes of people, cannot really deal with it, try to avoid looking at it or talking with someone. Yeah, Buddha has all these qualities. And has this mind, like Tara has, for example, as soon as someone has whatever a wish somewhere, Tara is there. Buddhas have these qualities. They connect with us. We can, when we will get in problems, they see us making mistakes with our minds, speech. They can be there if we are open to it. We open our hearts, connect in ourselves this Buddha potential with the external goodness of the Buddhas and the trust, the Radhis, incredible beings who help others, who help all the COVID patients in hospitals. Hospitals in Mexico, in Australia, in Nepal, in the United States, in Europe. It's amazing. We open our hearts to it and we create ourselves the right causes and conditions to connect with it. It's like a father, mother, but when the child is very stubborn and very closed, a mother or father can do much less than when the child opens, watches the father, mother, listens, reflects on it, takes it to heart. If you see things that father, mother have really the best intention for us. So the child uses these capacities. Father, mother can be much more effective towards a child. Cannot do everything, like a Buddha cannot implement something in our mind, because that's not possible. So Buddha cannot just take our karma away like this. No. But Buddhas are around, Bodhisattvas are around, Dakas and Dakinis are around, as the first prayer will say. So yeah, so if you have the prayer in front of you, the link is below the screen on YouTube. set a motivation. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and the Kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and the Kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. So if you have taken refuge ever, then it's very easy to do this prayer. If you're not Buddhist or it's all new to you, you don't have to do this prayer. Actually, what's going on is we visualize all our mothers, the female mothers, infinite like space, so from all 10 directions. Then we go all together for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. Then we go first to the Buddha, the historic Buddha, the Dharma, which are the texts and the instructions, and the Sangha, who are technically those who are only out of samsara, maybe on the other level, the monks and nuns, and even on another level, everyone of the community, your Dharma community. But at the same time, if we go for outside the Buddha, we also remember our inner connection and the inner Buddha potential. And the Dharma is not only the text outside us, but the qualities which come from it. So maybe I've practiced already a few years that we try to change our mind, and the qualities which came from it and are potentially can come from it, we take refuge in as well. There's a kind of outer aspect, inner aspect that we take refuge. And then also in the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and the Kinis, so we are not alone. Also many Dakinis, Gurus, they might not all be out of samsara, but they might be further in our development than us and might be very skillful in helping us, like elder brothers and sisters. Then we go for a refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. So we are not a concrete inherent existent being who are who we are now, who we identify ourselves as now, as being the man or the woman or American or Australian, or identify ourselves with our intelligence or our feelings. We think, oh, we are our feelings, so we're hopeless. So we are much more than our consciousness and our awareness. It's not possible to pinpoint it, who we are. So we take also refuge in all these potential qualities. So do one time more, you can do 3 times more. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and the Kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and the Kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and the Kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. So now we come to the mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum. So there's hundreds of meanings of Om Mani Padme Hum. One teacher explained to me, like, if you say Om, think of all those who are in the hells. When you say Ma, you think of all sentient beings who are in the hungry ghost realm, in the spirit realm. When you say Ni, we think of all humans on this planet. And when we say Pe, we think of all When we think of leaves without all the animals, of course, and with pay, we think of all the human beings. Then pay me, we think of all the demigods, and whom we think of all the God realm beings. They have so much pleasure in general. They are not interested in the path. So we do also prayers on behalf of them. They might run one day out of all their merit in their heavens, in their pleasure states. So even though they might have more fun and be happy at this moment, they are in a kind of dangerous situation, a particular situation. So with Om Mani Padme Hum, we can visualize them on the sun cushion in our heart. If we have an initiation ourselves, as Chenrezig, otherwise we visualize it in the heart of the Buddha, Guru in front of us. The heart, the Om Mani Padme Hum clockwise, can be Western letters, can be Tibetan letters. And rays of light from all Buddhas and Bodhisattvas go out to all sentient beings, visualized as this light. So this light goes and touches all sentient beings, changes their karma, opens their heart, purifies their negativities. So all the qualities of Buddha, Dharma, Sangha go out in the world. Touches all sentient beings, and particularly those who are hit by the COVID in whatever ways. Also those in the bardo. We do a few mantras together. You can sing, but you can also do in your own space. Recite for yourself. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. You can do your own pace and keep visualizing that all these light rays from the Om Mani Padme Hum at the heart of the Buddha reaches out to all sentient beings in all hospitals all over the world. In the bardo, those who have lost their body but still are looking for new rebirth. Buddha can see them. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. We stay for a while connected with this great feeling that we have. We're connected with all sentient beings, that we have this big heart, this impartial heart. It's all-inclusive heart. It has love and compassion for everyone in the whole universe. All these sentient beings have been our father, mother, have helped us so often. At this moment, we are a human. We have this fantastic possibility to create merit for ourselves and for them. Good causes and conditions. Increase our own love and compassion for others. It's so fantastic. It's such, we use it. We make then our lives such meaningful, so meaningful. We do exactly what the holy beings want us to do. Each practice brings us really to our own state of Buddhahood and brings us closer to the Buddha and the Bodhisattvas. Especially when we have this attitude. Because only with the right attitude, meditations or running around, venerating stupas and statues and making circumambulations, then it becomes Dharma. We do it with this big goal which passes this life. We do the actual prayer. May all the diseases that set on the minds of sentient beings that result from karma temporary conditions, such as the harms of ground spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realm of the world. That whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may their body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. We also do it a few times more, chanting in a chanting way the same prayers. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma temporary conditions, such as the harms of ground spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that settle in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma temporary conditions, such as the harms of ground spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, and the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance of power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, our protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. We have time to do it 2 times more. May all the diseases that settle in the minds of sentient beings not result from karma temporary conditions, such as the harms of ground spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and epidemic diseases, the similar sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance of power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that settle in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma temporary conditions, such as the harms of ground spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever suffering there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance of power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Let's see. It would be nice to do the King of Prayers, actually. I'm not sure if I have it here in the book. No, I don't think it's here. Prayers and aspirations is maybe nice. Yeah, for some, yes, okay. So that because we've created a lot of good vibes, good positive energy, merit, then we can dedicate it like someone who has earned money. You can decide to spend it here, there, or put it on the bank. So people invested in happiness for the future, happiness experiences, so that we can help other sentient beings. So therefore we dedicate all these merits. It's not lust. Things can also be stolen, like if we have anger, we can destroy positive energy. So, but when we strongly make dedications, some teachers say it will not be lust. It will ripen sooner or later. Yeah. But also the dedication, there's some dedication prayers below on the screen you can find. I do hear some general dedication prayers. Yeah.
If you want the medicine further down, it's if you want the meditation prayers and
otherwise, I should do some others. It's not my computer, so it's a bit complicated for me. Gevadiyin yududam lama sangyam drum yunim druvanchi kyam malupam deyi salam gepanshu. This prayer is said due to the merits of these virtuous actions may quickly attain the state of a Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exception into that enlightened state. So, of course, when we become Buddha ourselves, then we are much more powerful. We have many more qualities, so we can take much more care of all the ones we love. And of course, we love even more people in the future. Then, so may the supreme jewel bodhicitta that not has arisen arise and grow. May that which has arisen not diminish, but increase more and more. Just as a brave man used Sri Samantabhadra to realize things as they are, I too dedicate all these merits in the best way that I may follow their perfect example. I dedicate all these roots of virtue where the dedication praises the best, by the victorious ones dust gone up to 3 times, so I might perform good works. I dedicate whatever virtues I've ever collected for the benefit of the teachings and of all sentient beings, and in particular for the essential teachings of perfect, pure laws and Drakpa to shine forever. May we not arise heresy even for a second in the actions of the glorious Guru. May we regard whatever actions are done as pure. With this devotion, may we receive the blessings of the Guru in our hearts. In all my lives, through the victorious one, Lama Tsongkhapa, acting in person as the Mahayana Guru, may I never turn aside for even an instant from the excellent paths praised by the victorious ones. In whatever way you appear, glorious Guru, with whatever retinue, lifespan, and pure land, whatever noble and holy name you take, may I and others attain only these. Every supreme and mundane attainment follows solely upon pure devotion to you, my Savior. Seeing this, I give up my body and even my life. Please bless me to practice only what will please you. May the glorious Guru's lives be long and stable. May all sentient beings equal in the extent of space have happiness. May I and others and I, without exception, accumulate merit and purify negativities, and may we be blessed to quickly attain Buddhahood. Only by the kindness of our gurus have I met the unequaled teachings of Buddha. I dedicate all these merits so that all my greater beings, without exception, may be guided in the future by kind and holy gurus. Until samsara ends, may the teaching that benefit not be moved away by the wind of the evil superstitions. May the whole world always be filled with people who have understood and found stable faith in the teachings. What the Supreme Guide has, by boundless good fortune, ardently made the core of his practice and therefore accomplished, may it spread by every method and thus increase day and night. Due to all these merits, may all the Father, Mother, and sentient beings have all happiness, and may all the lower realms be empty forever. Wherever there are bodhisattvas, may all their prayers be accomplished immediately. May I cause all this by myself alone. Due to all the merit accumulated in the 3 times by myself and others, may those beings who merely see, hear, remember, touch, or talk to me be freed in that very second from all their sufferings and abide in happiness forever. Whatever sufferings sentient beings experience may ripen on me, whatever merit and its resulting happiness I have accumulated, may others experience it. Just some dedications for Lama Zopa Rinpoche. And this is actually dedications from Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Due to the merits accumulated over the 3 times by myself and all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas which are empty from their own side, may I, who is empty from its own side, achieve the state of enlightenment which is empty from its own side. I lead all sentient beings who are empty from their own side to that state as quickly as possible by myself alone. Because of these merits, many actions never cause even the slightest harm to any sentient being. Instead, may they bring only the greatest of benefit. Whatever suffering or happy life I experience, may it be only of the greatest benefit to others, causing them to achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Like Lama Tsongkhapa, may you be able to offer extensive benefits, equaling the limitless sky to all sentient beings and the teachings of Buddha from now on in all future lives, by having all the qualities of Lama Tsongkhapa within me. Because of the past, present, and future merit created by me and by the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and sentient beings, may I, my family, disciples, and all sentient beings be able to actualize completely in this very lifetime Lama Tsongkhapa's path of unified Sutra and Tantra, which is pure like refined gold. May this pure teaching of Lama Tsongkhapa spread in all directions and flourish forever. Because of all the merits of the 3 times created by me and all the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and other sentient beings, may there be no wars, famines, disease, quarreling, fighting, or unhappy minds. May there be great prosperity, and may everything needed be easily obtained. May all the human beings in the world be guided by spiritual leaders teaching only Dharma, and may everyone enjoy the happiness of Dharma. May everyone have perfect conditions and have only compassion and love for each other in their mind streams, and may they only benefit and never harm each other. May I and all others be able to live lives of pure moral conduct, like Lama Tsongkhapa himself, train the mind, the body, chitta, and live in pure conduct. In this way, we may be able to complete our lives without corrupting the pure wisdom of the second Buddha's teachings. Due to the merits of the 3 times created by myself and others, and by the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, may I, my family members, all the students and benefactors of the organization, and all sentient beings be able to meet perfectly qualified Mahayana virtuous friends in all our future lives. From our side, may we always see them as enlightened and always perform only actions most pleasing to their holy minds. May we always fulfill their holy wishes instantly. So it's 4 minutes to go. Can do more prayers. Then I'll skip these prayers. So then, of course, for a long life of His Holiness the Dalai Lama in particular, and Lama Zopa Rinpoche. So the first is in the land and snow, encircled by snow mountains. You're the source of all happiness and good, all powerful Chenrezig Institute. Please remain until samsara ends. Hungry rave corve and sinkam, deep and dong bewa malu jungwin, Chenrezig Institute Gyatso yin shape site badu tenyu. Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you uphold the subdues moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading one unites victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the 3 jewels. Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please live long. Tum je jang jin jang gan yal wing tan zin kyong pal we kun se dog pot. Tuk tum kur we le kun tun rum ba dang so du je kun du sha ten chu. Then praise for Lama Tsongkhapa. Avalokiteshvara just had a great treasure of non-objectifying compassion, Manjushri master of stainless wisdom, Pachapani destroyed the entire host of manas, Tsongkhapa, crown jewel of Satan to the land of snows. To those on Drakpa at your feet, I make requests. Om Ignis Evita Chenrezig Drime Kenpe Wang Po Jang Pe Yong Gan Chen Ke Ben Tsun Gan Zong Kapam Lo San Trape Shabla Sewa. Lama Tsongkhapa's teachings to flourish long time on this planet. Then from Master Shantideva as Bodhisattva Charipatara, may all beings everywhere plagued by sufferings of body or mind obtain an ocean of happiness and joy by virtue of my merits. May no living creature suffer, commit evil, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled with the mind weighed down by depression. May the blind see forms and the deaf hear sounds. May those whose bodies are worn with toil be restored and finding repose. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food, and the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, those weak with sorrow find joy. May the fluent find hope, constant happiness and prosperity. May there be timely rains, bountiful harvest. May all medicines be effective and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their ailments. Whatever diseases there are in the world, may they never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid, and those bound be freed. May the powerless find power, and may people think of benefiting each other. For as long as space remains, for as long as sentient beings remain, until then, may I too remain to dispel the mysteries of the world. Sorry. Excuse me. So, anyway, so especially for everyone who is suffering from COVID and all those who are in the bardo, including one monk who has been ordained here, I think 4 or 5, 6 years ago, maybe. Sangha, he died yesterday. He lived in the Netherlands, was very connected with Maitreya Institute, was a student of Lama Zopa Rinpoche and also of the Geshes of the Maitreya Institute. So, Sangha, we hope that he made strong prayers to be born in Amitabha Pure Land. So we wish him good journey, and I hope that this hour contributed to his passing, his journey. So yeah. Anyway, for everyone who died of cancer, COVID, and all over the planet, may they be born in Sukhopati or find a very good human rebirth, so that they can continue their spiritual path on this planet. So thank you very much for being with us. So be assured that you create a lot of merit by having done these prayers, practices. Anyway, as the teachings say, we create merit, we do good things. It will lead in the future to happy experiences. And we create negative karma, do negative deeds like killing, lying, and so forth. It will lead to suffering experiences in our future, maybe this life, next lives. So we did a good job. Thank you so much for being with us. Then I don't know who's after me.
It's actually Legdren Venerable. Yes, I'm back at Arisha Center. Can you believe I have a very unstable video internet connection, and it won't actually start my video.
We can hear you very well, but indeed the screen seems to be black.
Yeah, I don't know what to do.
Yeah, you do the prayers. That's the most important thing. Don't worry.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No worries. No worries. Yeah, it's maybe in the air. Like just my computer also did not start off. So I use now Damche. His kindly offered his computer to me for this hour. So yeah, so it seems to be in the air. Technical obstacles. And also at Nalanda yesterday, our whole internet system did not work well. You know. Yeah.
What to do? We do what we can. I mean, I can disconnect and try the phone, but I prefer to just carry on from here and hope for the best.
Yes, yeah. Now your speech is quite clear. So yeah. So please go ahead, and I wish you all the best from in Australia. You're still in Australia.
Thank you very much.
Okay. See you next time. Also.
Okay.
Thank you. And
see you next time.
Ciao, ciao.
Ciao. Okay. So I do apologize for this little technical hiccup. Just my voice is coming through, so which is good. So I invite you to take a few moments to just gather yourselves, and just really, this is a moment of having to work with whatever the circumstances are. We just persevere. 2 minutes, 3 minutes before I was due to connect, maybe 5 minutes before, I got logged out of Gmail. So there was a few little moments today, whether I'll be able to make it or not. So I'm glad. I hope that you can hear me and that we can do the next 25 minutes spent in practice. So 28 minutes now. So please take a moment to just gather yourself with the breath, connecting with the breath. Just knowing that we are breathing. Just settling the mind and body in a relaxed and at ease position. Just taking 2 or 3 breaths and releasing them slowly. Just getting rid of any tension in the body or mind. Knowing that we are supported. Just remembering that with your physical body, whether you're seated on a chair or a cushion. Just remembering that support is there for our body, that we can afford to relax. Now, just renewing our motivation for these practices, that we are doing this practice for the benefit of all sentient beings. And thinking about the current circumstances around the world through COVID, economic conditions, environmental problems, other types of conflicts, famine, various other types of mental and physical illnesses. That samsara indeed is full of suffering, gross suffering, and also subtle suffering. And these come about through circumstances, causes and conditions. And indeed that we are fortunate to have the right advice from Lama Zopa Rinpoche to be able to do the practices to remove these terrible circumstances for ourselves, also for all sentient beings. And that we are not alone. We have a whole group of people around the world that are connected, that are our support. It is a matter of reaching out and connecting and remembering that we do have this support, we do have this Sangha, that we don't have to do it alone. Whatever the circumstances are, we have Kalyana Mitras. So it's rejoicing in that. And just thinking about the value of amongst very difficult conditions, very traumatizing circumstances, just to be the grounded one, how valuable it is. Just to be an example to the best of our capacity, to be a support, to be a friend to ourselves as well as others, that indeed this is a privilege and this is enough in these very hard circumstances. So with that, we'll turn to Thangtong Gyalpo Prayers. Again, taking a moment to generate and supplicating, asking for blessings from this Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo, who has a proven track record that he has demonstrated his capacity to remove obstacles in many, not only in famine, or not only in an epidemic, but many other obstacles. He found solutions. So we are turning to Thangtong Gyalpo, knowing that he encompasses all of the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas and our Guru. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. Go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. Go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. Go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. So with that, we'll recite Om Mani Padme Hum. And with holding the visualization that above our heads is 1000 Nam Chenrezig. And that we are surrounded by 6 realm beings. And all these beings are in human form. And each one of them has 1000 Nam Chenrezig above their heads as well. And as we recite this mantra, nectar flows from Chenrezig's heart and falls on each and every sentient being, purifying all of their negativities, all the causes, kleshas that give rise to all the conditions, unbearable suffering that has not yet ripened. So the current and the future, completely purifying all of our negative karma and afflictions. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. So imagine that Chenrezig, Arya Chenrezig is very pleased with our practice and just nectar emanating from the heart, falling on each and every sentient being, just completely purified all of our bodies and minds. And that Chenrezig turns into a steam-like substance with all the qualities of compassion, great compassion and wisdom, bringing all the qualities to ourselves, just enters through the crown of our heads, endowing ourselves with the qualities of Chenrezig. Just take a moment to really feel that your body is completely clean, clear, like a crystal, free from any blemishes, obscurations. In the quality of crystal, transparent and luminous. Just rejoicing in this feeling, just transcending our ordinariness even for a split second. So we recite the actual prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. One more time, may all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So I'd like to read this from a dedication prayer. So throughout all future lives, may I see samsara as being completely without essence and be attracted to nirvana's qualities. With this state of mind and through the Bhagwan's excellent teachings on Vinaya, may I go forth for ordination. When ordained, may I not even commit the smallest downfall or mistake. And just as Bhikshu Mitrupa did achieve great enlightenment by completing the collection of morality. Throughout all future lives, may I realize the correct ways of knowing how afflictions arise and how to purify them, and obtain the marvelous recollection of the apprehension of never forgetting all the words and meanings of the Dharma, the branch of perfection. May I obtain the perfect courage of teachings others that which I apprehend without obstruction. Throughout all future lives, may I obtain and never be parted from the dose of meditative stabilizations, such as the brave like one, the supernatural eyes, the flesh eye, clairvoyance, and the ability to perform miraculous deeds. Furthermore, throughout all future lives, may I obtain great wisdom, the ability to self-reliantly differentiate between what to adopt and what to discard. May I obtain clear wisdom, the ability to differentiate between the diversity of the most subtle points without joining them, of the way afflictions arise and how to purify them. May I obtain quick wisdom, the ability to stop as soon as they arise, all incomprehension, wrong views, and doubts. May I obtain profound wisdom which penetrates inexhaustibly the words of meaning of scripture unfathomable to others. In short, may I become like the foremost Manjushri, reaching the perfection of all the Bodhisattva's deeds with skillful wisdom, differentiating the words and meanings of the scriptures without the fault of imperfect knowledge. Having easily gained great, clear, quick, and profound wisdom, may I, in order to gather the fortunate, crush false expounders, and to please the wise, may I perfect the skill of teaching, debating, and composition that focuses upon all the scriptures of the victorious ones. Furthermore, throughout all of future lives, may I stop all apprehension that is primarily concerned with self and all laziness of inadequacy and weaknesses regarding the great deeds of the Bodhisattvas. May I become like a foremost Avalokiteshvara, reaching the perfection of all Buddha's deeds with skillful bodhicitta, perfecting supreme courage and taking responsibility for others. Furthermore, throughout all future lives, whenever engaging in welfare of others, self and others, may I become like the foremost of Vajrapani, reaching the perfection of all the Bodhisattvas' deeds with skillful ability to destroy Maras, who is with extreme views, opponents having wrong views. And in future lives, may I become like the unequaled king of the Sakyas, reaching great enlightenment. And in order to complete the Bodhisattva's deeds with effort, lacking laziness, may I, after generating bodhicitta, without being distracted for even an instant, work with great fervor. And all our future lives, may I become like the one gone to bliss, the king of medicine Buddhas, in order to destroy all the illnesses of body and mind and the obstacles of the achievement of the enlightenment. May I have the ability to pacify all suffering of body, speech, and mind, merely mentioning his name. So the long life prayer to His Holiness. In the land encircled by snow mountains, you are the source of all happiness and good. All powerful Chenrezig Tenzin Gyatso, please remain until samsara ends. Lama Zopa Rinpoche's long life. You who uphold the subdual's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplished magnificent prayers honoring the three jewels, savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. Also, Lord of Dharma, who in accordance with the various dispositions of those to be subdued, makes clear in the light of your well-spoken advice the sacred Ganden tradition essence of Buddha's teachings. O foremost and holy Lama, to you who are supreme, we make this prayer of supplication. O Lama, please, please live long. Damchu semcho rinpoche ma ke panam ke kushi ke panyam pame pai gong ne gong du pawasho. Due to this virtue, may I quickly become a Guru Buddha and lead all sentient beings, transmigratory beings without exception, to that state. Due to all the merits of the three times collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings, may all wars, sicknesses, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in the world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, and wind be pacified immediately. And here I'd like to mention particularly Sri Lanka and any other country that's facing floods and landslides and crop failures, famine and starvation. Any country that's going through these hardships. And may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Bodhidharma last for a long time. And may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. We'll do the long life mantras, multiplying mantras. Tamdende, Deshinse Paja, Chompayan, Dapaso Pe Sange, Nampanang Se Oki Galpola Shaksalo. Jangchu Sempa Sempa Champo Kunchu Sangpola Shaksalo. Tayata Om Panchagriya Vibodhine Soha Om Duru Duru Jayamukhi Soha. Tayata Om Panchagriya Vibodhine Soha Om Duru Duru Jayamukhi Soha. Tayata Om Panchagriya Bodhine Soha Om Duru Duru Jayamukhi Soha. Tayata Om Panchagriya Bodhine Soha Om Duru Duru Jayamukhi Soha. Tayata Om Panchagriya Bodhine Soha Om Duru Duru Jayamukhi Soha. Tayata Om Panchagriya Bodhine Soha Om Duru Duru Jayamukhi Soha. Tayata Om Panchagriya Bodhine Soha Om Duru Duru Jayamukhi Soha. Tamdende Deshinche Padra Chompayan Dapaso Pisange No Vanda Manlam Tam Chirap Tujupe Galpola Shan Salo. Due to the power of the blessings of the eminent Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, the power of infallible dependent arising, and the power of my pure special attitude, may all my pure prayers succeed immediately. So I'd like to hand over to Venerable Raffaello.
Hello, I cannot see you.
I know, I'm really sorry. This internet is so feeble. It didn't put my image up. I'm actually in Bendigo in a remote area. And I got the shock of my life that I was saying video.
Yeah. Anyway, you did a great job, so don't worry about it.
Thank you.
Okay. So now I take the host. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Bye for now.
Okay. Take care. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. See you next. Buongiorno a tutti. Eccoci qua. Allora cominciamo subito con prendere la nostra posizione meditativa, quindi aggiustando il nostro corpo nella posizione ideale per poter fare questa mezz'ora, e poi immagino che molti di voi continueranno, di meditazione rispetto a poter creare l'energia positiva, i meriti per contrastare questa pandemia che sta colpendo il mondo. Non c'è solo quella, ci sono tutte le altre cose che ben sappiamo, come i problemi appunto ecologici di questo pianeta. Ok, quindi cominciamo la nostra meditazione. Quindi invitiamo la consapevolezza a entrare nel nostro corpo e cerchiamo di ottenere, grazie alla nostra forza dell'abitudine, un corpo rilassato e fermo, e quindi il luogo ideale per una mente che deve operare su se stessa. E dopo aver rilassato il corpo, cerchiamo di rilassare ulteriormente anche la nostra mente, portandola qui e adesso, nel presente, lasciando perdere ogni nostra preoccupazione per il passato e per il futuro, ma portandola appunto qui e adesso. E per fare questo l'agganciamo al respiro e alle sensazioni che si procurano all'interno del nostro corpo, nel processo spontaneo della respirazione. Avendo fatto questo, osserviamo la nostra mente e investighiamo rispetto alla nostra motivazione. Qual è la motivazione che ci sostiene in questo momento? Cerchiamo di far sorgere la motivazione corretta, la motivazione più alta, quella motivazione per cui ci si impegna per ottenere lo stato di Buddha per poter beneficiare tutti gli esseri, senza esclusione. E questo al solito partiamo sempre da noi stessi. Chi siamo, dove siamo? Siamo nell'esistenza ciclica e l'esistenza ciclica comporta il dover sperimentare ciò che è disagevole a causa delle azioni del passato e dei difetti mentali. E questo lo possiamo constatare vedendo attorno a noi quello che succede. E nonostante quello che succede attorno a noi, abbiamo il privilegio e l'opportunità di poter fare qualcosa. Il privilegio perché siamo esseri umani, e non solo, ma abbiamo tutte le qualità e le condizioni per poter fare un lavoro interiore. Quindi siamo dotati della preziosa rinascita umana e questa dobbiamo non sprecarla. E nel non sprecarla dobbiamo rendere questa vita significativa. E quindi non essere focalizzati unicamente su questa esistenza, ma piuttosto utilizzare questa esistenza per quelle future, che sono più importanti rispetto alla presente dal punto di vista del numero, perché possono essere infinite come sono state infinite quelle che ci hanno preceduto. E riconoscendo che siamo nell'esistenza ciclica e riconoscendone gli svantaggi e avendone la possibilità, perché abbiamo il metodo per poterlo fare, dobbiamo scrollarci di dosso questo tipo di esistenza condizionata e cercare di liberarci. Quindi è importante ottenere delle vite future che abbiano la stessa valenza della presente per poter proseguire il nostro percorso. E dobbiamo sviluppare quelle qualità interiori che ci permettono di uscire dall'esistenza ciclica. Non solo uscire noi stessi, che sarebbe solo il vantaggio di una singola persona, ma raggiungere lo stato di Buddha, dal quale poter guidare tutti gli esseri verso la stessa destinazione, lo stato della liberazione ultima, lo stato di Buddha. Cerchiamo di riflettere su questo per qualche minuto e concentriamoci sulla motivazione alta, altruistica, la motivazione dell'illuminazione, la motivazione di bodhicitta. Con questa motivazione immaginiamo attorno a noi tutti gli esseri senzienti, in forma umana, alla nostra destra il nostro padre, alla nostra sinistra la nostra madre, dietro tutte le persone che amiamo, di fronte a noi tutte le persone che ci recano qualche tipo di fastidio. Di fronte a noi l'esempio del completo sviluppo delle qualità interiori, il Buddha, nella sua manifestazione della compassione, Buddha Chenrezig, come raffigurato sul vostro schermo, un volto, due braccia, quattro braccia, scusate, la mano destra che sorregge un rosario, la mano sinistra un fiore di loto, le due mani al centro che si uniscono trattenendo una gemma preziosa che esaudisce tutti i desideri. Questo essere fatto di luce è presente davanti a noi, ci guarda con amore e compassione, senza nessun tipo di pregiudizio, solo con l'intenzione di liberarci. E la liberazione avviene tramite la pratica, per cui ci affidiamo al metodo che viene spiegato dal Buddha stesso. E quindi affidandoci vuol dire prendiamo rifugio. Prendo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Tramite la pratica della generosità e delle altre perfezioni posso ottenere lo stato di Buddha per il beneficio di tutti gli esseri senzienti. Prendo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Tramite la pratica della generosità e delle altre perfezioni posso ottenere lo stato di Buddha per il beneficio di tutti gli esseri senzienti. Prendo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Tramite la pratica della generosità e delle altre perfezioni posso ottenere lo stato di Buddha per il beneficio di tutti gli esseri senzienti. E avendo preso rifugio, ora recitiamo il mantra di Buddha Chenrezig, che è Om Mani Padme Hum, e mentre recitiamo immaginiamo che raggi di luce dal suo cuore si espandono e toccano tutti gli esseri, noi compresi, e questi raggi di luce purificano corpo, parola e mente e fanno acquisire energia e potere per poter praticare. Quindi questo è il nostro impegno per una decina e più di minuti, sì, 10 minuti. E ogni volta che succede che perdiamo il contatto con la nostra pratica, perché la nostra mente viene trascinata altrove quando ce ne accorgiamo, con molta delicatezza, quindi senza un senso di perdita, ma anzi di conquista, perché ce ne siamo accorti, ritorniamo al nostro impegno. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme. Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum. Avendo recitato in questo modo, adesso facciamo la preghiera effettiva, quindi di fronte al Buddha Chenrezig, con tutto il nostro cuore facciamo questa preghiera. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano la mente degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati dagli spiriti graha, dalle malattie, dai bhutas e dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letaliche, come il macellaio che porta un essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possono tutti essere incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi, che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru e dei Trirari supremi, con il potere delle Dakini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza e l'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. E avendo fatto in questo modo, facciamo l'assorbimento di Buddha Chenrezig di fronte a noi e appunto immaginiamo che viene sulla sommità del nostro capo, si rimpicciolisce, diventa della grandezza di un pollice e lentamente si assorbe dentro di noi attraverso il canale centrale fino a posizionarsi al cuore, al chakra del cuore, e la mente di Buddha Chenrezig e la nostra mente diventano inseparabili come acqua che entra nell'acqua. Rimaniamo un attimo in questa contemplazione. E ora facciamo la dedica e quindi dedichiamo iniziando proprio dalla motivazione per cui noi stiamo praticando e stiamo praticando motivati da bodhicitta, questo dovrebbe essere, e quindi dedichiamo per la realizzazione di bodhicitta. Possa la preziosa suprema bodhicitta sorgere in chi non l'ha ancora generata e possa la mente che è già stata generata non diminuire mai ma crescere sempre più. Poi dedichiamo per la realizzazione della vacuità, la realizzazione diretta della vacuità, che è il vero antidoto ai difetti mentali e quindi all'eliminazione del karma. Sansara e Nirvana sono privi perfino di un atomo di esistenza intrinseca e causa ed effetto e l'origine dipendente sono infallibili. Chiedo le tue benedizioni per riconoscere il significato del pensiero di Nagarjuna, che questi due sono mutualmente complementari e non contraddittori. Li dedichiamo per i malati, quindi non solo per quelli dovuti al Covid, ma ogni tipo di malattia. Ovunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti malati, possono essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie. Possono tutte le malattie degli esseri trasmigratori non avvenire mai più senza eccezione. E per poter raggiungere lo stato di Buddha dobbiamo incontrare un perfetto guru in tutte le nostre vite fin quando non diventeremo completamente illuminati, e quindi dobbiamo dedicare perché questo avvenga. Possa in tutte le mie vite non essere mai separato da guru perfetti. Possa io godere del magnifico Dharma, completando tutte le qualità dei terreni e sentieri, possa ottenere velocemente lo stato di Vajradhara. E poi possiamo dedicare per gli esseri, per il nostro rapporto con gli esseri, in modo tale che la nostra mente si trasformi in questo modo. Come la terra, l'acqua, il fuoco e l'aria, le medicine e il legno da ardere nelle foreste, possa essere sempre usato dagli esseri senzienti esattamente come loro fa comodo, senza alcuna resistenza. Posso io prendermi cura degli altri come della mia stessa vita. Posso io considerarli ancora di più che di me stesso. Posso il loro karma negativo maturare su di me. Posso tutte le mie virtù maturare su di loro. E adesso dedichiamo sigillando i meriti con la vacuità. Per tutti i meriti del passato, presente e futuro, accumulati da me, da innumerevoli Buddha e innumerevoli esseri senzienti, che sono completamente vuoti dall'esistere dalla loro parte, possa io, che sono completamente vuoto di esistere dalla mia parte, ottenere lo stato della piena illuminazione, che è completamente vuoto di esistere dalla sua parte, e guidare tutti gli esseri senzienti, che sono completamente vuoti di esistere dalla loro parte, a quello stato, che è completamente vuoto di esistere dalla sua parte, da solo, che sono completamente vuoto di esistere dalla mia parte. E poi dedichiamo affinché, ecco ad esempio, dedichiamo per la lunga vita di Sua Santità il Dalai Lama, gioiello che esaudisci i desideri, fonte di ogni singolo beneficio e felicità in questo mondo, incomparabilmente gentile Thangtong Gyalpo, ti supplico, possano i tuoi santi desideri essere esauditi spontaneamente. E dedichiamo per la lunga vita di Lama Zopa Rinpoche, che è appunto il fondatore e l'ispiratore di questa maratona, Tu che detieni l'etica del soggiocatore, che funge a generoso sostegno di tutto, sostieni, preservi e diffondi la dottrina vittoriosa di Manjunath, che magistralmente compi magnifiche preghiere che onorano i tre supremi, Salvatore mio e degli altri tuoi discepoli, per favore, ti prego, vivi a lungo. E così pure dedichiamo per la lunga vita di tutti i maestri con cui siamo in contatto, affinché appunto vivano a lungo e continuino a dare insegnamenti, in modo tale da poter essere, come dire, nutriti continuamente dal Dharma. E dedichiamo tutte facciamo le dediche di tutte quelle cose che abbiamo nel nostro cuore, tutte richieste che possiamo aver ricevuto da altre persone, in modo tale che queste vengano esaudite. Ecco, adesso non so chi dovrebbe sostituirmi. Vedo che non c'è nessuno. Vediamo se qualcuno mi ha chiamato. From Chenrezig Institute, I think somebody should substitute me because I'm just finished and nobody's coming. Oh, Siliana, ci sei? Non ti sento.
Buongiorno.
Ok, ok.
Eccoci, siamo qua un po' di corsa, in ritardo, sono arrivato, scusatemi.
Ok, ti lascio perché devo andare a accompagnare Franco a prendere il treno alla stazione.
Va bene, ciao ciao.
Ciao, ciao a tutti, alla prossima
Ciao.
sabato.
Buona
Ciao.
giornata, ciao.
Ciao.
First of all, I'd like to thank the people at Chenrezig Institute that have been supporting us all this time for this marathon from already 69th week now. Thank you very much, and thank you very much to Venerable Damcho that is so kindly, so with great effort, just try to organize ourselves in doing this marathon. Ok, ho ringraziato le persone del centro Chenrezig che ci stanno aiutando da praticamente 69 settimane a portare avanti questa maratona di preghiera che è stata organizzata, praticamente è cominciata l'anno scorso, quando per il giorno dell'anniversario, la celebrazione dell'insegnamento del Buddha, il primo insegnamento di Buddha, Chokorduchen, Lama Zopa Rinpoche ha avuto l'idea che tutti quanti i monaci della nostra organizzazione, della International Mahayana Institute, potessero fare una maratona con la recitazione del Sutra del Cuore. Ed ha avuto molto successo, e quindi da quello per aiutare la mente di tutti quanti gli esseri viventi, in particolare degli esseri umani, che stiamo vivendo questo periodo veramente molto, molto particolare, molto difficile, per molte persone è veramente molto, molto difficile, persone che hanno perso il lavoro, persone che stanno soffrendo, le persone che sono malate e non riescono ad andare a fare le loro visite. Insomma, sono tantissime situazioni, le donne che sono costrette a stare in casa con le persone che magari non amano, e ci sono tantissime violenze nelle case adesso. Vabbè. E poi possiamo pensare a tutte quante queste situazioni molto difficili, per non parlare poi della situazione difficile che vivono anche tutti quanti gli animali che soffrono terribilmente negli incendi, nei terremoti, negli alluvioni e così via. Insomma, c'è soltanto un sacco di sofferenza in giro, purtroppo, tantissima sofferenza. Ok, quindi Lama Zopa Rinpoche ha consigliato di fare la preghiera di Thangtong Gyalpo. Thangtong Gyalpo era un grande Mahasiddha, o Mahasiddha di un essere realizzato. In realtà era una manifestazione, un'incarnazione di Chenrezig, che è vissuto intorno al 1500-1600 e è vissuto in Tibet e poi anche in Bhutan. E lui è famoso per aver costruito tantissimi ponti, quindi per aiutare le persone a comunicare fra di loro, muoversi. Costruito tantissimi ponti di legno, ponti di ferro e poi templi, statue e così via. È stato veramente una persona che ha cercato di far sì che le persone potessero andare insieme e essendo una manifestazione di Chenrezig, la sua pratica principale, il suo mantra principale è il mantra del Buddha della compassione, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, che recitandolo sono solamente 6 sillabe, molto facile, facilissimo memorizzarlo. I tibetani lo recitano continuamente e rappresentano appunto la Om, corpo, parole, mente dell'essere illuminato, e anche rappresentano il corpo, parole, mente di noi stessi quando potremo ottenere illuminazione. Mani è il gioiello che Chenrezig ha nelle mani, che è la bodhicitta, o appunto la mente della grande compassione. Padme è il fiore di loto che Chenrezig ha nella mano sinistra e rappresenta la saggezza come il fiore di loto che nasce in mezzo al fango, però quando sfocia è completamente immacolato. Così rappresenta la nostra mente che può raggiungere l'illuminazione. È praticamente un po' la conclusione del mantra, un po' come così sia nelle preghiere cristiane. Ok, quindi praticamente recitando questo mantra si recitano effettivamente, creiamo un'impronta nel nostro continuo mentale di realizzare sia la compassione universale che la saggezza unificate, e queste sono come le ali per poter ottenere illuminazione, come gli ali di un uccello. L'uccello deve volare con 2 ali e quindi anche noi per poter arrivare all'illuminazione abbiamo bisogno di praticare sia la grande compassione unificata alla saggezza. La saggezza è avere la consapevolezza in tutte le azioni che noi facciamo di causa-effetto e dell'interdipendenza dei fenomeni, e sicuramente ogni azione che noi facciamo crea le cause per noi, per sperimentarne il risultato. Per cui se noi abbiamo la consapevolezza di agire sempre in una maniera positiva, di sicuro creiamo le cause per sperimentare sempre situazioni positive di gioia e di benessere. Ok? È interdipendenza dei fenomeni, nel senso che tutto quanto dipende da cause e condizioni, dipende dalle parti e dipende anche dal come noi interpretiamo le cose. Quindi quando sperimentiamo determinate situazioni abbiamo la possibilità di dare un'etichetta, di considerare una cosa positiva o una cosa negativa. A seconda di come noi le etichettiamo, sperimentiamo dentro di noi un determinato sensazione o emozioni. Quindi cercare il più possibile di far sì che la nostra mente non venga intrappolata o incatenata da emozioni disturbanti, come l'attaccamento, la bramosia, la gelosia, la rabbia e così via. Quindi osservare sempre la motivazione che ci spinge a compiere determinate azioni. Prima di compiere una qualsiasi azione, cercare il più possibile di generare l'intenzione che qualsiasi azione noi facciamo da ora in avanti fino alla nostra morte possono essere soltanto azioni motivate da amorevole gentilezza, compassione nei confronti di tutti quanti gli esseri viventi che esattamente come noi desiderano stare bene e non desiderano soffrire neanche per un minuto. Quindi con la generazione veramente di questa attitudine di non voler entrare assolutamente una mente negativa del rancore, della rabbia e così via. Cerchiamo di generare invece la mente della grande compassione verso tutti quanti gli esseri viventi generiamo la fiducia che effettivamente possiamo ottenere questo e ci affidiamo, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma, nel Sangha, in particolare prendiamo rifugio nel nostro guru, che può essere Lama Zopa Rinpoche, Sua Santità Dalai Lama, o qualsiasi maestro che vi ispiri questo infinito amore e compassione, che entrando in contatto con loro sentiamo veramente il nostro cuore che sperimenta questo amorevole gentilezza e compassione, che praticamente questi maestri fungono da specchio delle qualità che noi abbiamo dentro. Qualsiasi cosa noi sentiamo in presenza di questi maestri è perché è dentro di noi, non possiamo sentire qualche cosa che noi stessi non abbiamo. Quindi così possiamo generare la fiducia effettivamente che possiamo incrementare questo amorevole gentilezza che è dentro di noi. Per questo prendiamo come ispirazione Sua Santità Dalai Lama, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, o anche Buddha Sakyamuni, o Chenrezig nell'aspetto 4, 1000 braccia, l'aspetto che ci ispira di più, che ci dà una maggiore gioia ed energia nel cuore, ok? Quindi ci mettiamo nella posizione, diciamo, corretta di meditazione, nel senso che cerchiamo di avere la spina dorsale dritta e se siamo seduti su una sedia teniamo i piedi appoggiati per terra e gradualmente, ripartendo dal capo, lasciamo andare tutte le tensioni che abbiamo nei muscoli del volto, nei muscoli del collo, delle spalle e così via. Teniamo la spina dorsale dritta ma non rigida. Lasciamo andare tutte le tensioni, lasciamo andare tutti i pensieri. E piano piano diventiamo consapevoli dello spazio che occupa il nostro corpo. Piano piano portiamo la nostra attenzione al movimento naturale del respiro. Possiamo pensare che quando inspiriamo luce bianca che rilassa completamente tutte quante le tensioni che abbiamo dentro e tutte quante le oscurazioni, cause di malattie e problemi vengono completamente dissolte nella luce. Il nostro corpo diventa completamente luminoso e quando espiriamo immaginiamo che diamo questa luce a tutti quanti gli altri esseri viventi che sono intorno a noi. Possiamo visualizzare alla nostra destra tutti gli esseri maschili a partire dal nostro padre, alla nostra sinistra tutti gli esseri femminili a partire da nostra madre. Dietro di noi abbiamo le persone che sono care, gli amici, e davanti a noi abbiamo le persone che sono un pochettino meno amici, diciamo quelli che consideriamo nemici, quelli che ci causano i problemi. E pensiamo che anche loro hanno bisogno di tantissima compassione, preghiamo anche per loro. Preghiamo per tutti quanti gli esseri viventi, inclusi noi stessi. E possiamo visualizzare davanti a noi Thangtong Gyalpo o Chenrezig o Sua Santità Dalai Lama e dal profondo del cuore prendiamo rifugio. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma, nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle unità meditative dei Dakini, prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharmakaya, io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma, nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative, dei Dakini, prendiamo rifugio nella chiesa vuota della nostra mente, Dharmakaya, io e tutti gli esseri viventi, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma, nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative, dei Dakini, prendiamo rifugio nella chiesa vuota della nostra mente, Dharmakaya. Ora, visualizzando Chenrezig di fronte a noi sul nostro campo, recitiamo il mantra Mani Padme Hum, che come ho detto, praticamente purifichiamo tutte quante le impronte mentali negative, perché recitando appunto il mantra Mani Padme Hum, purifichiamo le impronte negative che abbiamo accumulato da tempo senza inizio, per rinascere negli inferni, per rinascere come spiriti famelici, per rinascere come animali, per rinascere come esseri umani, o come divinità della lunga vita, quindi Asura e Asura. E quindi di poter, creiamo così le impronte mentali di riuscire a realizzare le sei paramite della moralità, della generosità, della pazienza, della concentrazione, dell'entusiasmo e della saggezza. Quindi questo mantra racchiude praticamente tutto l'insegnamento del Buddha. E mentre lo recitiamo e sentiamo il suono del mantra che vibra dentro di noi e nello stesso tempo immaginiamo che questo suono riempie completamente tutti i pianeti, tutti gli universi. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Padme Hum, Mani 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 Padme Hum. Oh Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Oh Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Oh Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Oh Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Oh Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Oh Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani. Oh Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. No Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Oh Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Oh Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Oh Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Oh Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Oh Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Oh Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Oh mani per me, 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 oh mani per me. Oh mani per me, 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 oh mani per me. Oh money per me, 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 oh money per me. Oh money per me, oh money per me, oh. Ora recitiamo la preghiera effettiva di Thangtong Gyalpo. Possono tutte le malattie e caratteristici elementi degli esseri senzienti che derivano dal karma, le condizioni temporanee come i danni causati agli spiriti gra, dalle malattie, dai bhut, dagli elementi, verificarsi mai più nei rami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali e come un macellaio che porta un essere ad essere macellato, separa il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, verificarsi mai più nei rami del mondo. Possono gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute, croniche, altre malattie infettive, e quei semplici sono del loro nome terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, Signore della morte. Possono gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati ai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere e siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere, con la compassione dei guru letterari supremi, con i poteri dei dachini e protettori del Dhamma e dei guardiani, con la forza e infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possono tutte le malattie e caratteristici elementi degli esseri senzienti che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati dagli spiriti gradi, dalle malattie, dai bhuta e dagli elementi, non verificarsi mai più nei rami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, e come un macellaio che porta un essere ad essere macellato, separa il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei rami del mondo. Possono gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive, e quei semplici suoni il loro nome terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della morte. Possono gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi, interferenze dannose, 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta ai disturbi causati ai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere possa essere totalmente pacificata, che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere, con la compassione dei guru e dei tre rari supremi, con i poteri dei archini, dei protettori del Dhamma e dei guardiani, con la forza e l'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte dediche e preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possono tutte le malattie e caratteristici elementi degli esseri senzienti che derivano dal karma, condizioni temporanee come i danni causati agli spiriti gradi, alle malattie, dai bhuti degli elementi non verificarsi mai più nei rami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali che come un macellaio che porta un essere ad essere macellato, separa il corpo dalla mente in una sola istanza, non verificarsi mai più nei rami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive, i cui semplici suono del loro nome terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta ai disturbi causati ai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere possa essere totalmente pacificata, che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere e siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere, con la compassione dei guru, dei tre rari supremi, con il potere dei dachini e protettori del Dhamma e dei guardiani, con la forza e l'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Ora recitiamo la preghiera per calmare dal pericolo delle armi. Sempre pensiamo sempre a Chenrezig, umani per me, umani per me, umani per me, umani per me. Il grande amorevole vittorioso Buddha Maitreya, occhio compassionevole, sublime e trascendente, che osserva tutto, vittorioso di agriva, airato, Tara completamente puro e così via, e solo sentire i vostri santi nomi elimina tutti i pericoli, oggetti di rifugio della natura della compassione. Per favore prestatemi attenzione. Quando gli esseri senzienti nel tempo dei litigi, nel prosperare delle 5 degenerazioni, sono tormentati dalla sofferenza intensa dei conflitti e lotte causate dall'esplosione del grande oceano di karma negativo e gelosia, per favore prosciugate questo oceano, tutto ciò con la forza della vostra saggezza trascendentale e compassione, facendo cadere grandi piogge di nettare di amorevole gentilezza sugli esseri trasmigratori che sono infiammati dal fuoco dell'odio. Per favore concedete le benedizioni affinché sorga il riconoscimento reciproco come padre e madre, e così possono aumentare la felicità e il buon auspicio, sconfiggendo le moltitudini di spiriti malvagi che, entrando nel continuo mentale di qualcuno, lo fanno cambiare immediatamente nella mente di un'asura, d'ora in poi non venire mai più in questa regione. Per favore fate sì che gli esseri senzienti morti in guerra d'ora in poi abbandonino tutto il karma negativo, causa ed effetto, e possano rinascere miracolosamente nella terra di beatitudine e condurre tutti gli altri a quella terra pura di Sugavati. Per favore fate sì che tutti coloro che sono nati, che muoiono, abbiano lunga vita, senza malattie, possano pacificare tutti i litigi e combattimenti, godere delle 10 virtù. Fate piovere nei momenti giusti, avere sempre buoni raccolti, affinché tutto l'ambiente sia di buon auspicio per tutti gli abitanti. Per la realtà ultima, che è pura per natura, causa e effetto sono infallibili, poiché possiedono tale realtà ultima. Per la compassione del guru, divinità sigillo della mente e dei rari sublimi, possono queste pure stese preghiere essere realizzate. Ora facciamo le preghiere di dedica. Possa la preziosa suprema bodhicitta sorgere in chi non l'ha ancora generata, possa la mente che è già stata generata non diminuire mai, ma crescersi sempre più. Samsara e Nirvana sono privi perfino di un atomo di esistenza intrinseca e causa e effetto e l'origine dipendente sono infallibili. Chiedo le tue benedizioni per riconoscere il significato e il pensiero di Nagarjuna, che questi due sono mutualmente complementari, non contraddittori. Poi per i malati. Ovunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti malati, possono essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie, possono tutte le malattie di esseri trasmigratori non avvenire mai più senza eccezione. Ovunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti malati, possono essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie, possono tutte le malattie degli esseri trasmigratori non avvenire mai più senza eccezione. Ovunque ci siano molti esseri malati, possono essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie, possono tutte le malattie degli esseri trasmigratori non avvenire mai più senza eccezione. Poi ancora facciamo la dedica, sigilliamo i meriti con la vacuità. Per tutti i meriti del passato, del presente e futuro, accumulati da me, da innumerevoli Buddha, innumerevoli esseri senzienti, che sono completamente vuoti all'esistere dalla loro parte, possa io che sono completamente vuoto esistere dalla mia parte, ottenere lo stato della piena illuminazione che è completamente vuoto esistere dalla sua parte, guidare tutti gli esseri senzienti che sono completamente vuoti di esistere dalla loro parte, a quello stato che è completamente vuoto di esistere dalla sua parte, da solo che è completamente vuoto di esistere dalla mia parte. Ora facciamo la dedica, la preghiera di lunga vita per santità di Dalai Lama. Gioiello che esaudisci i desideri, fonti di ogni singolo beneficio e felicità in questo mondo, incomparabilmente gentile, Thangtong Gyalpo, ti supplico, possano i tuoi santi desideri essere esauditi spontaneamente. Per la lunga vita Lama Zopa Rinpoche, tu che detieni l'etica adesso giocatore, che fungi da generoso sostegno di tutto, sostieni i preservi di fondi della dottrina vittoriosa e maggiorata, e magistralmente compie magnifiche preghiere che onorano i tre supremi, salvatori miei e degli altri, tuoi discepoli, per favore, ti prego, vivi a lungo. Grazie a tutti quanti di aver partecipato a questa maratona e vi ricordo che le prossime sessioni in italiano saranno alle 10:30, poi alle 11, alle 17:30, alle 19 e alle 19:30. e se qualcuno di voi è interessato, oggi ci sono degli insegnamenti dei Geshe Tachizer in Summa Amuda che saranno tradotti in italiano. Quindi se volete avere qualche informazione dovete andare sul mio canale di Telegram Dharma in italiano e lì trovate tutte quante le informazioni per il collegamento. Ok, grazie a tutti quanti. La prossima settimana, a partire da lunedì, c'è la conferenza Universal Education e lunedì pomeriggio alle 5 ci sarà un discorso di Lama Zopa Rinpoche, no scusate, di Osel Hita, Tenzin Osel Hita, la reincarnazione di Lama Yeshe, e invece Lama Zopa Rinpoche farà un discorso il sabato 20 novembre. Ok, adesso questo è finito, pubblicità progresso finito. Good morning, dear. How are you? You are mute. You are mute.
Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Very well, thank you.
Okay, this is wonderful.
And so
I like your background.
This is kind of, I think the boreal aurora or something like that. I don't know how you call it. Yes. It's much better that than my room, you know, I tell you. Okay.
Okay.
Enjoy your time. Thank you very much.
Thank
See you next week.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, ciao.
Ciao, ciao. So, good morning, everybody. I would like to thank the media team at the Chenrezig Institute. Thank you very much for helping us during this prayerathon. I'd like to thank Venerable Tamcho at Nalanda, who is doing the administration of these talks. And thank you very much. And I would like to, hello, Irene, thank you. I would like to, if we can pause for a moment to think while we're doing this practice, to think that in Europe, the numbers of the people that are sick is rising. And it seems that there's no end for the pandemic. So we have to continue practicing, watching our mind. So now visualize all sentient beings in human form that are sitting around. Father on the right, your mother on the left. All the people that we're praying for are sitting ahead of us, in front of us. And we go for refuge. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, idams, and the kings. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, idams, and the kings. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, idams, and the kings. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dhammakaya. So the following visualization I copied from the Lama Yeshe Wisdom Archive. The visualization of that Lama Zopa Rinpoche gave in Madrid in 2009 of 1000 Chenrezig, purifying and healing. I thought it was appropriate. So now visualize 1000 Chenrezig, the space in front. Tall, erect, with 11 heads, 1000 arms in each hand and eye. The hands closest to the body hold implements. He's white in color. He's adorned with silken garments, necklaces, earrings, bracelets, anklets, all the decorations of an Indian prince. Now visualize such a Chenrezig in the crown of every hell being, every ghost, animal, human being, Sura, Asura, intermediate state being, and yourself. And nectar beams are radiating out from 1,000-armed Chenrezig, and then entering into one's body and mind. And all sentient beings, purifying sicknesses. The cause of a particular sickness, spirit harm, is negative karma and defilements, collected from beginner's rebirth up to now. Completely purified. Nectar beams that are radiating out from 1,000-armed Chenrezig and entering one body, purifying completely. And we can think of the COVID-19 pandemic, people who are in lockdown, people who are in hospitals and respirators, people who are suffering mentally, physically, financially, socially. Same visualization of an being that's radiating out from 1,000-armed Chenrezig. Completely purifying from any sickness and spirit harm. Constantly purifying with the visualization and recitation of Om Mani Padme Hum. So we'll have to request Chenrezig to guide us. To guide those who are in hospitals, at home, anywhere. Those who are unbelievably sick or experiencing unbelievable many suffering. And as Lama Zopa Rinpoche says, it's good to remember to visualize their sufferings as extensive as possible. And that they are constantly being purified as we chant or recite the Chenrezig mantra. And why we're doing it? Because all beings, hell beings, hungry ghosts, animals, suras, asuras, and the intermediate state being, and all human beings, from all of them, we received all past, present, and in the future, all the happiness. And this is why they're most precious, the most kind ones in our lives. And I must free them all from their suffering and the causes and bring them to compassionate Buddha's enlightenment. To do this, I must develop compassionate Buddha. Therefore, the most important thing in my life is to develop great compassion. For that, I must receive the blessings of the special deity compassion, reciting the mantra that persuades the holy mind of compassionate Buddha. For this reason, I'm going to recite the compassionate Buddha's mantra. Just before that, I would like to recite the request prayer from the Nyune sadhana 3 times. O I, compassionate eyed one, who is the treasure of compassion, I request you please listen to me. Please guide me, as well as all mothers and fathers and all 6 realms, to be freed quickly from the great ocean of samsara. I request that the vast and profound, peerless awakening mind may grow. With a tear of great compassion, please cleanse all karmas and delusions. Please lead me and my greaters with your hand of compassion to fields of bliss. O I, compassionate eyed one, who is a treasure of compassion, I request you please listen to me. Please guide me, as well as all mothers and fathers in all 6 realms, to be freed quickly from the great ocean of samsara. I request that the vast and profound, peerless awakening mind may grow. With a tear of great compassion, please cleanse all karmas and delusions. Please lead me and my greaters with your hand of compassion to fields of bliss. O I, compassionate eyed one, who is the treasure of compassion, I request you please listen to me. Please guide me, as well as all mothers and fathers in all 6 realms, to be freed quickly from the great ocean of samsara. I request that the vast and profound, peerless awakening mind may grow. With a tear of great compassion, please cleanse all karmas and delusions. Please lead me and my greaters with your hand of compassion to field of bliss. And with your permission, I would like to dedicate each Om Mani Padme Hum that we recite to the fulfillment of the holy wishes, our virtuous friend, His Holiness the Dalai Lama, Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, and others. To the generation of loving kindness and compassion, may all the wars and killing and famine and diseases like the COVID-19 pandemic and the imbalance of the elements in the world stop right now. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Please do not forget visualization with our Nam Chenrezig, which is radiating nectar beams that are purifying all sicknesses and delusions. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. I would like to recite the actual prayer. Seven times. While I recite, the visualization is still continuing. May all the disease inside of the mind of sentient beings that result from common temporary conditions, such as the harms of God's spirit, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases, Jakabucho leading the animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realm of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. And whatever suffering there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind in very happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Kinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and fallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May all the diseases and sadness of the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of Gaha spirit, illnesses, and food, does not occur in the realms of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are from life-sent diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds whose name is terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, the power of the Kini, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and fallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May all the diseases and sadness of mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of Gaha spirit, illnesses, and the Buddha, not occur in the realms of the world. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrify beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, the power of the Kinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and fallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May all the diseases and sadness of mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of Gaha spirit, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realm of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds whose names terrify beings, and so they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits some suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, the power of the Kinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and fallibility of common its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Sorry. Sorry. May all the diseases and sadden the mind of sentient beings that result from common and temporary conditions, such as the harms of God's spirit, illnesses, but does not occur in the realms of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases, the Dr. Butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in the mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sound of whose names terrify beings until they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, the power of the Kinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and fallibility of common results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all the diseases and the minds of sentient beings that result from common and temporary conditions, such as the harms of God's spirit, illnesses, the Buddhas, not occur in the realm of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realm of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, the power of the Kinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of truth and fallibility of common results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Okay, so this would be the last recitation. May all the diseases and the mind of sentient beings that result from common and temporary conditions, such as the harms of God's spirit, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realm of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases, like the butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realm of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May the all-embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, and the power of the Kinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of truth and fallibility of the common result, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Okay, so now we can let go of this 1,000-armed Chenrezig visualization, dissolve it into a sphere of light. We have just a few minutes so we can add some mantras of green Tara as suggested by Zolma Tedarama. Venerable Arya, great treasure of compassion, grant your blessings to increase all favorable conditions and clear away every obstacle, that all my beauty being may swiftly enter the city of eternal joy. Om Tare Tare Turik Soha, Om Tare Tare Turik Soha, Om Tare Tare Turik Soha, Om Tare Tare to Tare to Som 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 Tare to Tare to Om Tare to Tare to Som 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 Tare to Tare to the Som Tare to Tare to 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 Som Tare to Som Tare to 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 Tare to Tare to Tare to Som Tare to Tare to Tare to Tare to Som Tare to Tare to Som Tare to Som Tare to 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 Som Tare to 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 Tare to Som. Like to start the dedications. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses, without exception, of transmittable beings may never occur again. In all my life, never separate from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma, and by completing the qualities of the ground and path, may I quickly attain the state of Achatara. For the Dharma King Tsongkhapa's way of Dharma to flourish, may all signs of obstacles be pacified, and all conducive conditions be complete. May I and all sentient beings meet the teachings of the victorious one Losang Drapa, who lived an eminent life endowed with pure morality, a brave heart in doing with the Bodhisattva's extensive deeds, and the yoga of the stages of the supreme centennial wisdom, non-dual bliss and emptiness. Due to all past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, the numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings which are completely empty of existing from their own side, to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. I fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like Hiro Majushi, who knows reality, and just like Samantha Bhadra as well. I fully dedicate all my roots of virtue with the dedication praise to the best, but they're all gone beyond victorious ones of the three times in order to have good conduct. Due to the two types of merit of the three times of myself and others, may the teachings of the victorious Son Losang Drapa shine resplendent forever. May I and all others, particularly the Ayamai Sangha, be able to live a life of pure moral conduct like Lama Tsongkhapa himself, train the mind in bodhicitta, and live in pure view and conduct. In this way, may we be able to complete our lives without corrupting the pure wisdom of the second Buddha's teaching. May the precious supreme bodhicitta not be born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. Samsara and nirvana like even an atom of inherent existence, and cause and effect and dependent arising unbetraying. I seek your blessing to discern the meaning of Nagarjuna's thought. These two are mutually complementary and not contradictory. for the long lives of our lamas, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, the incomparably kind, supreme Tenzin Gyatso. May you have a long life, not all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Savior of the snowland teachings and transmitter beings, who extensively clarified the path that unifies emptiness and compassion. To the lotus at hand, Lord Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be fulfilled. And for the very long life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche. You who oppose the Bureau's moral way, who serve as a bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplished magnificent prayers honoring the three sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples. Please, please live long. So I am finished with this. I don't know who's joining us.
Oh,
hello.
Hi. How are you? Good morning. Good afternoon here. That was a beautiful dedication prayer. Can you put that in the chat for me when you get a chance? That dedication prayer you did?
Which one? All of them? All these verses?
Yeah, all those verses. Is it in one file or there's several files in that?
Well, I created a file with all the things.
Okay, so if you could, put it in the chat when you get a chance. That's very moving. I liked some of those dedications. Yeah.
I can send it to you by email.
Oh, okay, great. You have my email?
I don't know. What is it?
taradakini108
Okay.
@gmail.com.
Okay.
Everything is well in Nalanda?
Yeah. We're doing now the TDSS.
Oh, I see the
teachers training. Yes.
Wonderful. I really rejoice. I wish some of those were put online, for people like us who couldn't come, but maybe next time.
Well, there's a lot of
interaction.
Yeah.
But we have chat rooms now that you can even interact in online. So anyway.
Okay, you know what? I'll speak to Andy and Annalise.
Okay, great.
Maybe they can have a course online.
That would be fantastic. I would really appreciate that. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Welcome everybody to the next session of the prayerathon. My name is Stenton Palvin and I'm coming to you from beautiful Thosamling Nunnery in Lower Dharamsala in India. So I feel very fortunate to be part of the International IMI Sangha offering the prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo to fulfill the wishes of His Holiness the Dalai Lama and also, of course, most precious Holy Guru Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche. As you know, Thangtong Gyalpo was a great bodhisattva himself, and in fact was Shakyamuni Buddha in one of his previous lifetimes. And it was through the power of bodhicitta that he composed this prayer to end the pandemic at his time. So that is why Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche recommended us to recite this prayer. And I really want to thank the Chenrezig Institute for hosting this and hosting us, and for Venerable Damcho, who puts in so much time, energy, and effort in order to get us all together on the Saturdays for the past maybe over a year and a half. So I'd like to start by just taking a few minutes to settle our breath. So let's just take a few minutes and focus on our breath as the object of meditation. And when your mind wanders, just simply bring it back to your breath. So you can count if you wish. Your in-breath and out-breath is 1, and so on till 10. And with each out-breath, just relax as much as you can and let go of any tensions, any anxieties, any to-do lists, anything that you might be holding. And now from this quiet space, we visualize in front of us, and I'm going to share this image of thousand-armed Chenrezig, who is none other than the Guru, appearing in front of us, beautifully bedecked with jewelry and silks, standing on a lotus and moon cushion, and looking at each one of us with great love and compassion. So as you see, he has 11 heads and 1,000 arms. And visualize that he is surrounded by all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas of the 10 directions. And all of them are looking at us like a mother would look at their only child. And surrounding us is the Bodhicitta field, our mother and all female sentient beings from the 6 realms on our left-hand side, and our father and all male sentient beings from the 6 realms on the right-hand side. And if you have any challenging people, you can put them in front of you and express your gratitude for the lessons that they are teaching you, especially the lessons maybe of patience and compassion, which are very necessary for us to progress in the path, to attain enlightenment, to benefit all sentient beings. So we really remind ourselves of our motivation, that we are doing this prayer not just for ourselves, but for the benefit of each and every sentient being without leaving a single one out. And we are doing this to end the pandemic and its causes, and all the social and all the economic ills that are currently present in the world. So we open ourselves, we accept the Buddhas as our refuge and open our hearts and minds to them. And they see us exactly for what we are. They know exactly what we have done, all our faults, all our negativities. And in spite of that, they see also our great potential. And they simply accept us for who we are. So just take a few minutes to feel their presence, even if you can't visualize them in all detail. Just their wise, compassionate presence of these incredible beings right in front of us. And if you can't visualize all the beings, just at least 1,000-arm Avalokiteshvara as best as you can, who is none other than our Guru. So now from this place, we are going to take refuge, and then we'll come back and do a series of visualizations. So all sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So now what we are going to do, we have the visualization of Guru Avalokiteshvara in front of us, and we are going to do a series of visualizations and mantra recitations to purify all the causes that we have collectively and individually created for this pandemic to happen. So we first request Guru Avalokiteshvara to pour out this brilliant white light into each one of our crowns to completely purify all the negativities that we have created through our body. So any kind of killing, even whether it was conscious or unconscious, including of insects and mosquitoes, which currently is around here in Lower Dharamsala after the monsoons that felt like would never finish have finally finished. And really kind of to be mindful that these are all our mother sentient beings, and to recognize their kindness, and so to treat them with as much patience and love as possible. So we confess any kind of killing that we may have committed, any kind of stealing, taking possessions out of one of the afflictions like anger or attachment, things that did not belong to us, or things that belong to another Sangha member, or things that belong to a monastery and using them without permission. And then any sexual misconduct, or for us monks and nuns, for any sexual behavior that we may have engaged in, or we completely confess that and purify, ask Guru Avalokiteshvara to purify all these negativities and all the hurt and pain that may have come as a result of our inappropriate conduct around this issue. So we'll do a round of Om Mani Padme Hum as we visualize this white light pouring into the crown of our head and completely purifying all our negativities like dirty laundry water and coming out through our feet. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. So just take a few minutes to feel like your body has been completely purified of all the negativities and has been filled with this brilliant white light. And this is not just for you, but for all sentient beings around us, as far as I can see. And now we visualize that from the throat of Guru Avalokiteshvara pours out this brilliant red light into each of our throats, completely purifying all the negativities of speech that we may have engaged in. And I don't know about you, but I know for myself that this is certainly an area that I have to be very, very mindful of, because it is very easy for us to engage with harsh words or divisive speech and create more problems for people who may already be having difficulty, or people who are good friends, deliberately or unconsciously, lying, to again out of one of our afflictions, or idle gossip, this meaningless chatter that we simply engage in and waste a lot of time. So we again beseech Guru Avalokiteshvara to purify all these negativities of our speech. And Guru Avalokiteshvara is very pleased to do so, and so pours out this brilliant red light, which then again comes out of our feet like dirty laundry water. So again, let's do a round of Om Mani Padme Hum while we visualize this happening. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Om Mani Padme Hum. So just take a few minutes to feel that your speech and the speech of all sentient beings have been completely purified, and our speech has been transformed into the wise, compassionate, skillful speech of Guru Avalokiteshvara. And now from the heart of Guru Avalokiteshvara, visualize this brilliant blue-green light pouring into each one of our hearts, completely purifying all the negativities created by our mind. And as we know, the mind is the creator of all things. There's no external creator, and we have a tendency, of course, to blame people on the outside, or in a way to beat ourselves up if something goes wrong. But the real culprit is the ignorance, which is the root of samsara, this self-grasping ignorance, and its cousin, which is the self-cherishing attitude. That is the main problem. And that is what we really have to tackle. And out of this self-grasping ignorance comes this sense of I and mine and all the inappropriate conceptualizations, which then create divisions and separations and distortions and deceptions in our mind, which result then in all these strong afflictions of anger, attachment, jealousy, fear, depression. All of that comes out is as a result of all these distortions and wrong views and grasping. And so as a result of that, we then engage in inappropriate conduct through mind, body, and speech. And then, of course, we create negativities to keep us revolving in samsara for eons to come. So we beseech Guru Avalokiteshvara to really help us purify these negativities that we have created through our mind, any anger, heresy that we engaged in towards our gurus, or created disturbances, or did not follow through with their instructions. We humbly beseech Guru Avalokiteshvara to purify all those negativities, and especially this self-grasping ignorance and the self-cherishing attitude. So visualize again as this beautiful blue-green comes out into our hearts and purifies our minds of all the negativities which come out like dirty laundry water through our feet, and fills us then with this brilliant blue-green light. We do a round of Om Mani Padme Hum with that. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. So take just a few minutes to feel like your mind has been transformed again into the wise, compassionate, skillful mind of Guru Avalokiteshvara and that of all sentient beings around us. And so now we visualize from Guru Avalokiteshvara's heart zillions and trillions of Avalokiteshvaras pouring out into the crown of each one of our heads, completely transforming us into Avalokiteshvaras. And this is possible because we have the Buddha nature within us. And through cultivating and transforming our minds, and by walking the path, the graded path of enlightenment, we can slowly but definitely, with the blessings of the Gurus, transform this mind to become like them in body, speech, and mind. So we visualize that this is actually happening and that all sentient beings have been transformed as a result of the teachings and the blessings and the guidance and our own work that we have been transformed into. Avalokiteshvara and our beautiful planet, Mother Earth, has been transformed into a celestial mansion with all beings living in peace and harmony. Within it, with all the social and economic ills completely dissolved, including this pandemic. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. So now just take a few minutes to feel like this has actually happened. And now we realize, though, this has just been a visualization, and there is so much suffering in our world and in the six realms. And so we make the determination and the commitment that we will do everything possible in order to walk the path and face whatever may come along to attain complete enlightenment for the benefit of each and every sentient being. So we can help each and every sentient being also purify, accumulate merit, and realize their full potential. So keeping this in mind, now we read this prayer 3 times. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the brutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Once again, may all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the brutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And now for the last time, May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm subtly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And now let's do a round of Tara prayers, again, just to fulfill the wishes of His Holiness. So here we again see, I hope you can see, this is green-blue Tara standing in front of us, sitting on a beautiful lotus and moon cushion. And we visualize that from her heart comes out this beautiful green-blue light while we recite the Tara mantra. But before that, I would just like to recite a short verse. O my prostrate to the goddess for destroy, liberating Lady Tara, homage to Tara, savior, heroine, the Tara dispelling all fears, to her with sound, Suha, Alba. So we would do a quick round of Tara recitation and visualize that the white light completely purifies all of us, of all sentient beings, and of this beautiful planet Earth and all the universes, of all the negativities, all of the pandemics and the social and economic ills. Om Tare Tare Pure So, 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 Om Tare Tare Pure So. Om Tare Tare Pure So, 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 Om Tare Tare Pure So. Om Tare Tare Pure So, Om Tare Tare Pure So, Om Tare Tare Pure So. So you can again just take a few minutes to feel that all of us, each and every sentient being and the planet Earth has been completely purified of all our negativities and the pandemic. And if you wish, you can dissolve both Guru Avalokiteshvara and Tara into your heart and keep them in your heart as you go about doing your daily business. And we finish now with dedications. Changchu Sancho Rinpoche, Mate Panam Kekechi, Kepanam Pamipayam, Gungme Gungge Pelwajo, Samsara and Nirvana lack even an atom of inherent existence and cause and effect, independent arising, are unbetraying. I seek your blessings to discern the meaning of Nagarjuna's thought, that these two are mutually complementary and not contradictory. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses, without exception of transmigratory beings, never occur again. In all my lives, never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma. By completing the qualities of the grounds and paths, may I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. By the force of the victorious one, Tsongkhapa, acting as a direct Mahayana virtuous friend in all our lives, may we never turn away for even a second from the pure path highly admired by the victorious ones. Like the earth, water, fire, and wind, medicines and wood in the forest, may I always be enjoyed by all sentient beings as they like and without resistance. May I hold sentient beings as precious as my life. May I hold them as more precious than myself. May all their negative karma ripen on me, and may all my virtue ripen on them. As long as any sentient being has not been liberated from samsara, may I abide in samsara to help them, even though I achieve highest enlightenment. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. I fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the hero Manjushri who knows reality, and just like Samantha Bhadra as well. I fully dedicate all my roots of virtue with the dedication praised as the best by all the gone beyond victorious ones of the 3 times in order to have good conduct. And we finally finish with a short, long life prayers for His Holiness the Dalai Lama and Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Jiten come dear, Pende Malupa, Gangle Chungwe, Sampel Yijenu, Kadre Sone, Tenzen Yatsola, Sowa Depso, Tuje Lundruksho, Dukshul Chanzen Jangon Galway, Tenzing Kyom Pelway Punzo Dopoze, Chosum Korwele Mundudru, Pada Sodulje, Bumbyu Shapten Shu. So thank you very much for joining me. Be safe and be well. And thank you, Chenrezig Institute. And hopefully we'll see all of you next week. And I turn it over to Thupten Chokila. Where are you?
Hello.
Where are you?
I'm Western Australia. I'm at Tara Meditation Center in Western Australia.
How beautiful, how beautiful. Nice to meet you.
Good to see you. You're in India?
Yes, I'm in Thosamling Nunnery in Lower Dharamsala in India.
Okay. Very good, very good. Nice to see you. Thank you so much for your beautiful leading.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Coming back to Australia, Western Australia, I'm closer these days to the Indian time zone, which is very delightful for my mind. So here today at Tara Meditation Center, we've had a retreat day for discovering Buddhism, and seems to be some synchronicity that we were able to wave and zoom in, or not zoom in because that was prayerathon Zoom, but WhatsApp. Anyway, connecting with our dear Discovering Buddhism Dharma Jaws at Chenrezig Institute, where I've recently vacated, and to be able to connect to the Discovering Buddhism Dharma Jaws here, doing exactly the same practice day at the same time, well, except for the different time zones. So it's wonderful how many different ways around the world we are connecting through the precious instructions of Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche to engage in this prayerathon, I think now 15, 16 months, of engaging in this practice for offering whatever we can to contribute to the quelling of this pandemic in the world, at least to create the conditions in our own minds and the minds of others and in the environment around us, as Venerable was saying, for the benefit of the environment and the beings therein, pacify the mind states, that result from this pandemic, but also causes of affliction, cause diseases. So the result of pandemic, or the fear, anxiety, grief, loss, or the 5 million who've lost their life, and just incredible numbers that make your head reel, and wonder when it's going to end, particularly as we see, 4th round and so forth of pandemic, even with all the vaccinations. And yes, as a world, as a human world, learning to live with this pandemic as yet another disease in the world, but not as a pandemic. So let us be able to contribute, and through the power of our prayers and our practice, to the pacification of this disease in the world, by following the instructions of Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, His Holiness the Dalai Lama, and also the Vajra speech of Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo, who, where no other measures could succeed in quelling the pandemic at the Great Sakya seat in Tibet, was able to pacify that through the power of this practice, and for the power of us as monks and nuns of the International Mahayana Institute, coming together, week by week and reconnecting with each other, and know that each other engaging in this practice, and then whoever else engaging in this practice, hearing about it, hearing it in their ears, or the multimedia team, but also all those online and so forth, to benefit the world. So setting a pure motivation according to the practice of Thangtong Gyalpo, following in Arya Chenrezig. We have up here, probably here, just next to Guru Rinpoche, forearm Chenrezig, and then of course above the Buddha of compassion in the world today, His Holiness Dalai Lama. So then, as this form of going for refuge from Arya Avalokiteshvara, the Buddha Chenrezig, to Nakpa Paljo Sherab, and by him to the Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo, and then afterwards providing infinite benefits for living beings, and to be held in that space ourselves, to cultivate the mind to benefit infinite living beings for as long as space endures, but particularly at this time in the world. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. So contemplating whatever understanding of refuge, and on the basis of all sentient beings arising in human form, every atom of space around you, all our kind mother sentient beings who sustain us in this life, have sustained us in previous lives, who we owe a karmic debt to, and owe our very lives to, our sustenance to, our shelter, our environment, everything, owe everything to, on the reliance, but also to our precious gurus, inseparable from the Buddha. So abiding in that understanding. And that Buddha, the Guru arising, or the Buddha arising in the world in the form of our gurus, yes. We can think of Shakyamuni Buddha, we can think of Aryatara, as Venerable Paljun La was just reciting from the Tara practice. And of course, last night we're doing Tara practice for the Tara Day, and we held in mind Venerable Losang Chodron, who passed away in 2013, who was a teacher here, and the commemoration of her birth date. We've got a little flyer. She would have been on Thursday 80, and that's like Remembrance Day. So we were discussing earlier that every Remembrance Day we'll remember, lest we forget, as we say, but remember Venerable Chodron La, who held, the healing practices for those who are ill, and those who are dying, and so forth. So very precious, so dear, so kind. So like that, all my kind mothers, so precious, so dear, infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. So here today in our practice, we've been reflecting on the Guru inseparable from the Buddha, the DB module, Discovering Buddhism, on the spiritual teacher during our retreat day. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So here, cultivating our appreciation for these three rare sublime ones, the objects of refuge, Buddha, Dharma, Sangha, and we can visualize, if we're familiar, the whole of the refuge field, or visualize all of that arising in the form of Guru Shakyamuni Buddha, inseparable from our own precious gurus, the Buddha having made that determination in the world to always come back, always return for the benefit of the world in the form of our precious teachers. And as we're discussing here today, how very amazing, we sort of, this is a very small town, so it's like, oh, downtown Bunbury, how wonderful we have all these, have our precious teachers guiding us this life, to have connected this life with authoritative, fully qualified Mahayana virtuous friends on the basis of prayers, stainless prayers we've made in past lives. So we think our stainless prayers now contributing in the world to the pacification of this pandemic, of all their anxieties and mental health issues and physical issues and death and so forth, are arising in relation to this. But we can reflect on all the atrocities of the world. May they be pacified, all the wars and conflicts, and as Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche gave that teaching, at the time of giving the transmission of this precious prayer, also the precious prayer quelling of Thangtong Gyalpo, quelling the famine, quelling the conflict in the world. And as Rinpoche said, all the world at conflict with each other, every level of, from interpersonal all the way up to global. So it's quite frightening, this time of degeneration. So may the power of our practice be even more powerful, because it is at a time of great degeneration that we engage in this practice, going against that degenerate mind and cultivate the own positive qualities of our own mind for the benefit of all beings. So we can enhance that through merging our mind with the immeasurable minds of equanimity, loving kindness, compassion, and joyfulness, rejoicing. How wonderful it would be if all sentient beings were to abide in equanimity, free from the closeness of attachment and the distance of hatred. May they abide in equanimity. I myself will cause them to abide in equanimity. Please, Guru Deity, please bless me to be able to do this. So here, taking on the universal responsibility to cause all sentient beings to have that even regard towards all, just like a Buddha, regardless whether they help, hinder, or do neither. So if we could, we would take on all that form of suffering or the disturbing emotions of sentient beings. We can at least visualize that we're taking it on like dark, thick smoke or whatever, smashing this self-cherishing, which creates a hardness of our heart, like a rock, and smashing that to smithereens at the heart chakra, this dark, solid rock of self-cherishing that discriminates, friends are those who help and enemies are those who have an aversion to, and the strangers, the ones who I completely ignore because they neither do any of those things. So they're like not on my radar. But to think a Buddha holds all beings equally in equal regard. So cultivating that mind, taking on their suffering. If we could, we would. So like that, softening our heart to each and every sentient being with an unbiased, equanimous, even regard out of loving care and concern. And generate a mind of loving kindness, immeasurable loving kindness, just like the coming Buddha, Maitreya, wishing to benefit all, and creating the causes for happiness. How wonderful it would be if all sentient beings were to achieve Buddhahood, which is the ultimate happiness. May they achieve Buddhahood. I myself will cause them to achieve Buddhahood. Please, Guru Deity, bless me to be able to do this. So needing the intervention of our precious, the inspiration of our precious gurus who show through their practice, through their enlightened activities in the world, through their incredible power and wisdom, how to benefit others, how to guide others to enlightenment. So here, transforming our body into that wish-fulfilling jewel, so that we become the wish-fulfilling jewel for all sentient beings. Whoever sees us, hears us, engages with us, meets with us, is in the same space as us, gets the blessings, that pacifies or everything disturbing, gives them the temporary happiness and the ultimate happiness of full enlightenment. Everything, offering it all freely from our heart, all our merits, to all sentient beings without exception. No strings attached, just the wish to help. And visualizing that going out like on rays of light to each and every sentient being, every atom of space that we visualize around us. As if giving the precious Dharma, being carried like mantra, rays of light. Generating a mind of immeasurable compassion, the mind that can't help but help, which is each and every one of us, particularly in human form. How wonderful it would be if all sentient beings were free from suffering and the causes of suffering. May they be free from suffering and its causes. I myself will cause them to be free from suffering and its causes. Please, Guru Deity, bless me to be able to do this. So generating this mind of immense, immeasurable compassion, the purest altruism most needed in the world today. As His Holiness the Dalai Lama indicates, as Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche indicates, that we live with compassion, meditate with compassion, engage in this practice with compassion, all our practices, every breath with compassion, every action with compassion, die with compassion, do our job with compassion, face problems with compassion, because we know how it feels, We don't want that ourselves, so why anybody else? So again, if I could, I would, having that mind, take on the suffering and the causes of suffering, or the karma and delusions of each and every sentient being. We know we can't, as Shakyamuni Buddha said, I can't reach in and remove those afflictions. I can't purify your minds. I can't dissolve or karmic imprints of your negative actions, consequences, negative consequences of our actions. What I can do is guide you out of compassion, out of the wish to help. Immeasurable joyfulness. How wonderful it would be if all sentient beings were never separated from the happiness of higher rebirth and liberation. May they never be separated from these. I myself will cause them never to be separated from these. Please, Guru Deity, bless me to be able to do this. Visualizing here that we give all our past, present, and future merits to every single sentient being and all the results up to and including enlightenment to every sentient being without exception. And they're placed in that blissful state, experience great joy, great delight. And then we delight in their delight. As Lama Zopa Rinpoche says, is the easiest way to create more merit ourselves. So it's like we're giving it all away, but we're accumulating so much more. As Rinpoche says, if we rejoice in the merits of all ordinary beings, we get equivalent. If we rejoice of those of all Arya beings, we at least get, half of that. If we rejoice in those of all the Buddhas inseparable from our gurus, we get 1/10 of that, which is immeasurable anyway. So how easy to accumulate vast amounts of merit, eons of merit in an instant. Wow. Great joy, great rejoicement, great delight. On the basis of that mind of great delight and joy, we're enabled to engage powerfully in this practice with that heart of compassion, the jewel in the lotus, the heart of compassion. So we can then, with that very uplifted, spacious mind, recite the mantra of infinite altruistic compassion, Om Mani Padme Hum. Must be the most well-known mantra in the world, I think. Om, the pure body, speech, and mind of the Buddha. Mani, the jewel at the heart chakra of Arya Chenrezig. And from that, visualizing above your crown, the crown of every other sentient being, light and nectar, coming through the crown, soothing, cooling, refreshing, healing body, pacifying the afflictions and disturbing states of mind, their toxic emotions, and so forth. And creating the space for our pure, innate compassion, loving kindness, joy, all our patience, all our virtues to arise purely. And then any being that touches our skin, here, Venerable Yangshan after today has gone for a walk, and I said I'll go for a walk after the prayerathon because it was still light here. It's still quite light here. Still a lot of sunlight here, so we've got beautiful conditions. And then you can think blessing every sentient being that touches your skin. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani Padme. So then that emanation of pure altruistic compassion inspiring us above the crown of our heads dissolves into an orb of light and descends to our crown, the crown of every other sentient being, coming to sit at our heart chakra, combining with this precious jewel, holding that precious jewel of compassion at our heart, our mind, the mind of every sentient being, completely transformed in that pure altruistic compassion, nothing disturbing the mind, nothing holding us back, having infinite altruism, infinite compassion, every breath, every action, everything we do, think, do, and say of benefit to each other. This is our heart connection with each other. And that same power radiating back into our heart chakra from each and every other sentient being, sort of like enhancing our power and capacity to benefit each other as long as space endures. Really feel that heart connection. a pure altruistic mind for the benefit of all beings, engaging in the actual prayer, known as liberating the Sakya from the disease. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. Not occur in the realms of the world. May we become just like that person who has mastered all the 5 difficult teachings: the perfection of wisdom, the middle way philosophy of Madhyamika, higher knowledge of the Abhidhamma, epistemology, pramana, and discipline, the practice of virtue. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant. A mere instant. Not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. So thinking about all those diseases, everyone we know suffering from acute, chronic, other epidemic diseases, terrifying to their ears, you know. Just 1 century ago, it was cancer, wasn't it? The big C, nobody wanted to say and whispered. Now it's hard to find anyone who's, whether or not affected directly, but to have someone in the family like that who's affected by, has experienced a cancer or is experiencing, and so forth. And then we see this pandemic coming up and pervading in the world. So precious, so dear that the medicine Buddhas, when training on the path of the Bodhisattvas, made that commitment to abide in the world, to benefit the world at this time of, you know, increased mental illness, physical illness we see coming along as a basis on this, with this pandemic, you know, increased conversations about mental illness through isolation, through the disturbances of the mind of people socially disconnected, or the anger arising, people feeling like their lives have been limited and so forth. Believe me, I'm now living in the state that has the hardest lockdown restrictions in Australia, which already is pretty strong with our lockdowns, which means you have internal freedom. We were yesterday with Geshe Zopa Rinpoche, fortunately, the spiritual program coordinators of Australia, FPMT Australia. And there was a request that went to Geshe to continue to be our touring teacher when he's released from the imprisonment of Western Australia. So anyway, maybe that's our experience here in Australia. But it means, you know, these measures that our politicians have put in place or our leaders have put in place for our own welfare, you know, particularly the welfare of those crazy ones who do silly things, and we all suffer as a consequence. Well, the Buddhas say that's all of us, because we're all inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death, every one of us. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly. So we can think of the non-humans who disturb or interrupt our virtuous practices and bring about undesired events. Of course, we can also think about the human variety, but the non-humans who act as an obstruction to practice. What has been so inspiring during this time of pandemic is that we've been able to continue on in our practice we've been able to continue on receiving perhaps even more teachings from our precious gurus through the power of, the internet. Our precious gurus are unstoppable. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. So the affliction caused diseases. Of course, the Buddha said there's 84,000 ones of those. And sometimes in the Guru Puja it says 404 and so forth. But many, the disease is based on the afflictions. It's how it arises. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified, particularly the disturbance of the inner elements. And we see in the world the disturbance of the outer elements. Here I am familiarizing with the weather of Western Australia and say, oh yeah, we've been having crazy weather here too. I don't know it's crazy because I haven't been here before for a period of time to know, is this usual, is this not usual? But globally we know that there is great disturbance of the four elements. And as His Holiness the Dalai Lama said, we're coming to the end, to the destruction of this world system. So may whatever sufferings there are due to that disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. So there we were yesterday at our hookup, our meeting for the spiritual program coordinators, and one of our sisters, long-term Dharma student in Queensland, said, well, there's so much work to do. We just have to not get old and keep on keeping on. This is long life, good health, and well-being. Keep on in our Dharma practice, study, reflection for the benefit of the world. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly. The 424 diseases and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health and well-being by the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled immediately, right now. So gathering together here, all our dedications, all our prayers, those of today in this prayer-a-thon, those over the past 15, 16 months of the prayer-a-thon, all the monks and nuns who've cooperated and participated in leading sessions, in participating in sessions, or the lay people who've joined, or the people online, or the multimedia team, everyone, participating in this, and all merits accumulated since beginningless time by each and every one of us and every other sentient being, vaster space. Dedicating all of that, dedicating all our pure prayers for the benefit of the world as long as space endures. So then, turning to favorite Lama Tsongkhapa, or one of the favorites, Lama Tsongkhapa dedication prayers, and one of the favorites of Geshe Sutram, I was thinking. So on the Friday teachings, Geshe Sutram La, with the middling Lamrim teachings, always if we finish with this one from Lama Tsongkhapa. Deni Rindu, final Lamrim dedication. From my 2 types of merits, vast a space that I have amassed from working with effort at this practice for a great length of time. May I become the chief leading Buddha for all those whose mind's wisdom eye is blinded by ignorance. Even if I do not reach this state, may I be held in your loving compassion for all lives, Manjushri. May I find the best of complete graded paths of the teachings, and may I please all the Buddhas by my practice. Using skillful means drawn by the strong force of compassion, may I clear the darkness from the minds of all beings. With the points of the path that as I have discerned them, may I uphold Buddha's teachings for a very long time, with my heart going out with great compassion in whatever direction the most precious teachings have not yet spread, or once spread have declined. May I reveal this treasure of happiness and aid. May the minds of those who wish for liberation be granted bounteous peace, and the Buddha's deeds be nourished for a long time. By even this graded path to enlightenment completed, due to the wondrous virtuous conduct of the Buddhas and their sons, may all human and non-human beings who eliminate adversity and create conducive conditions for practicing the excellent paths never be parted in any of their lives from the purest path praised by the Buddhas. Whenever someone makes effort to act in accordance with the 10-fold Mahayana virtuous practices, may they always be assisted by the mighty ones, and may oceans of prosperity spread everywhere. Jangchub Senchog Rinpoche Make Panam Gekuchik Gewa Nyampa Me Payang Gongye Gongdu Pawa Shuk Tongni Tawa Rinpoche Make Panam Gekuchik Gepanyampa Me Payang Gongne Gongdu Shu. And then we can dedicate as well, according to the practice of Shantideva in the dedication chapter of Bodhisattva's way of life. May all beings everywhere, plagued by sufferings of body and mind, obtain an ocean of happiness and joy by virtue of my merits. May no living creature suffer, commit evil, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled with a mind weighed down by depression. May the blind see forms and the deaf hear sounds. May those whose bodies are worn with toil be restored on finding repose. May the naked find clothing and the hungry find food. May the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, those weak with sorrow find joy. May the forlorn find hope, constant happiness, and prosperity. May there be timely rains and bountiful harvest. May all medicines be effective and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their ailments. Whatever diseases there are in the world, may they never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid and those bound be freed. May the powerless find power, and may people think of benefiting each other. As long as space remains, as long as sentient beings remain, until then, may I too remain to dispel the suffering of transmigratory beings. And I love in our text that Lama Zopa Rinpoche says, adorn the end with dedication prayers. How beautiful, how just precious. So dedicating for the long lives of our precious gurus, His Holiness Dalai Lama, Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Jik ten kam de pende malupa gang le zhongwei sampe ye shino kadrin zhongwei Tenzin Gyatso So what did so Tujelun Drukshu Tani Ningje Tuj Tani, sorry, Ningje Shundu Shopela She Zoji Gachin Tinu Chagna Pemo Tenzin Gyatso So Wadip So Shedu And for the long life of our precious Guru and spiritual director, Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, he gave us the gift of this practice. Tu so shan shin jam good yawe Tin zin gum pel we pon jo du po zi chok som ko we le mon tu jo pa da su du je gund jatin shu. And long life prayer for Tenzin also. Lord of Dharma, who in accordance with the various dispositions of those to be subdued, makes clear in the light of your well-spoken advice the sacred Ganden tradition, essence of Buddha's teaching. O foremost and holy Lama, to you who are supreme, O Lama, please, please, live long. Due to all the merits of the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all merits collected by numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, merely labeled by the mind. May the I, who's a total hallucination my mind has made up, attain the state of Lama Tsongkhapa's full enlightenment, which exists in mere name, which is totally empty, and lead all sentient beings who are a dependent arising, as we see in the world, all our levels of global interdependence, a very intimate level, completely empty of any independent existence whatsoever, any atom of space. To that state, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, just totally empty, by myself alone. Just totally empty. Total hallucination, elaboration my mind has made up that does not exist anywhere. And think that because of emptiness, because of this lack of intrinsic true existence, merely labeled by the mind, everything is possible. Everything is possible. The pacification of this pandemic, the attainment of liberation, full enlightenment, Buddhahood, omniscience, everything. I fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the hero Manjushri who knows reality, and just like Samantabhadra as well. I fully dedicate all my roots of virtue with a dedication praised as the best by all the gone beyond victors of the 3 times in order to have good conduct, for the Dharma King Tsongkhapa's way of Dharma to flourish. May all signs of obstacles be pacified and all conducive conditions be complete. Due to the 2 types of merits of the 3 times of myself and others, may the teachings of the victorious one, Losang Dragpa, shine resplendent forever. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me and all the merits of the 3 times collected by numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, may bodhicitta that has been generated in the hearts of all sentient beings of the 6 realms, and especially in the hearts of everybody in this world, including all the students, center benefactors, and volunteers in the FPMT organization, may be generated in the hearts of all those who rely upon me, all those for whom I promise to pray, and all those whose names have been given to me. May it be generated in my heart, in the hearts of all my family members, those who are living and those who have died. May the bodhicitta that has already been generated increase. And for dedicating for the monks and nuns of FPMT. May the monks and nuns of the FPMT outwardly have the pacified and subdued behavior of hero listeners, inwardly be training well. I got distracted, so I'm not training well. Be training well with bodhicitta, secretly maintain the yoga of bliss and emptiness of the 2-stage, and actualize the complete teachings of the victorious one, Losang Dragpa. So thank you very much, everybody. It's been wonderful to participate today and participate again tomorrow. So uplifting for the mind to know there's so many of us here, right here online right now. Paloma La. And,
Hola.
Hola. I think we have our a Spanish contingent now.
Yes, it is. It is. How are you, dear?
Very good. How are you? You well?
Are you in Chenrezig Nunnery?
No.
Where are you now?
I've come closer to you. I'm in Western Australia, so I'm 2 hours closer.
Ale. But you were before in Chenrezig or not?
I was.
Ale.
And Now I'm at currently Tara Meditation Center. Yeah, and then at Hayagriva Buddhist Center as well. And
Neil Houston is nearby, right? Or not? Venerable Neil.
No, now in South Australia at Buddha House.
Yes, Mamma Mia.
Long time.
Chucky, I think I wrote you because you about the dates, the special date of the Tibetan calendar, right?
Yeah, I sent you. You got? Because I sent a few times. Did you?
No, I didn't. Anyway, you try again.
I'll try again because I sent you yesterday because I keep trying and it keeps not coming to you. Okay, I'll try again.
Okay, you try again, and if not, I will. You have the same email as in the past, right?
Yep. Yes. Okay. Yes.
Then we will see what happened. Okay, thank you, dear.
Okay, over to you. Hola.
Chao, chao, bye.
Chao, chao.
Bueno, niñas, un saludo a los venerables y a todas las que estáis aquí, también a los que os unís por el YouTube y Chenrezig Institute. Thank you very much for your continuous help. Y también, hola, Tim, how are you? It's growing, Tim. But it's nice, okay. Bueno, y también thank you a Venerable Dancho. Gracias a Dancho y además, por supuesto, a los compañeros de Chenrezig Institute tenemos esta oportunidad de poder juntarnos. Entonces, que ojalá que todos los méritos que entre todos reunamos, especialmente maduren maravillosamente bien en los que hacen posible esta reunión, ¿vale? Entonces, si os parece, vamos a estar unos momentos en silencio y luego arrancamos con la práctica, ¿vale? Y quería empezar con dos versos de los tres aspectos principales del camino que me gustan mucho. Y nos dice: arrastrados por la poderosa corriente de los 4 ríos, encadenados con las fuertes ataduras del karma, tan difíciles de deshacer, atrapados en la jaula de acero del aferramiento a la identidad y ofuscados completamente por la espesa oscuridad de la ignorancia. Los seres, nuestras madres, nacen continuamente en la existencia cíclica, torturados sin cesar por los 3 sufrimientos, pensando que todas nuestras madres están en esta condición, genera la mente del supremo despertar. Entonces, tenemos este maravilloso método de abrir nuestro corazón y activar esta mente del despertar con la práctica de la recitación del mantra de Chenrezig. Entonces tengamos esta imagen de nuestras madres atrapadas en esa jaula de acero del aferramiento a la identidad y en esa oscura y espesa negrura de la ignorancia. Y gracias a que nosotros ahora tenemos la llave para salir de esa jaula, tenemos los métodos. Es alucinante el haber encontrado a su santidad el Dalai Lama, a Lama Zopa Rinpoche, el Dharma Mahayana. Pues aprovechemos esta oportunidad y hagamos todo el esfuerzo para mejorar y poder trabajar por los seres. Entonces vamos a hacer las oraciones, a ver que abra la oración. Uy, ¿dónde está? Un momentico. A ver, la tenía a mano. A ver. Ok, un momentito. ¿Dónde la tengo? Aquí, perfecto. Venga, entonces visualizamos que estamos rodeados por nuestras madres. Pensemos no solamente en nuestro padre y los hermanos varones de nuestra familia a la derecha, también a nuestra izquierda, nuestra madre y hermanas, son mujeres de la familia, sea que estén en este mundo o en otros reinos de existencia. Por detrás aquellas personas con las que tenemos buena relación y delante aquellas con las que tenemos dificultades o hemos tenido dificultades en el pasado, estén o no en este mundo. Y contemplamos, abarcamos a los seres esta contemplación. Pensemos tanto en los seres de este mundo, este reino humano, algunos en condiciones francamente dramáticas. Piensa en los inmigrantes arriesgando sus vidas para intentar conseguir condiciones favorables. Y todo tipo de sufrimiento que experimentamos, tanto a nivel físico, emocional, mental, problemas de relación, problemas de ansiedad, de soledad. Pensamos en los sufrimientos de los seres de otros reinos. Imaginemos lo increíble que son los sufrimientos de los reinos infernales o como espíritus hambrientos o que se experimentan en el mundo animal. Y con todos ellos, aunque ahora parezca que no tenemos nada que ver, sufren. Hemos tenido una relación muy estrecha, igual que nosotros desean felicidad, pero no hacen más que experimentar lo opuesto y crear causas para el sufrimiento. Y los seres de los reinos superiores, igual, estamos en lo que estamos en samsara, estamos bajo el control de karma y engaños, y eso significa en riesgo. Entonces visualizamos a Guru Chenrezig en el espacio enfrente de nosotros y es el propio maestro, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, con ese corazón increíblemente compasivo, bondadoso, con esa energía que te llega, que se manifiesta como Guru Chenrezig y su santidad el Dalai Lama, y es los diferentes maestros que toman ese aspecto, que son uno con Guru Chenrezig. Y que siempre va a estar ahí y ha estado y va a continuar vida tras vida buscándonos, contactando con nosotros, extendiéndonos el gancho de su compasión para poder rescatarnos del océano aterrador de la existencia cíclica. Y abrimos nuestro corazón a sus bendiciones. Todos los seres, vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora y hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la Budidad suprema. Buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos. Buscamos refugio en los victoriosos Budas perfectos. Buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro y buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Todos los seres vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora y hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la Budidad suprema. Buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos. Buscamos refugio en los victoriosos Budas perfectos. Buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro y buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. no sé si lo he hecho solo 2 veces, pero bueno, otra vez por si acaso. Todos los seres vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora y hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la unidad suprema. Buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos, buscamos refugio en los victoriosos budas perfectos, buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro y buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Tomamos refugio en la asamblea de maestros espirituales, las deidades de meditación y las dakinis. Tomamos refugio en la claridad vacía de nuestra propia mente, el Dharmakaya. Entonces, al recitar el mantra visualizamos que desde Guru Chenrezig infinitos rayos de luz, la energía de esa luz es la bondad, la compasión, la sabiduría, que te colma, llega a ti como una potente cascada luminosa de inspiración, de beatitud, de gozo, y que va entrando, impregnándote y arrasando todos los miedos, los oscurecimientos, los engaños, especialmente la actitud egocéntrica y el aferramiento al yo. Y especialmente nos centramos en que esta energía de Chenrezig llega a tus madres, a los seres afligidos por karma y engaños, experimentando situaciones tan dolorosas, tanto en este mundo, en este reino humano, como en otros reinos de existencia. Y limpia totalmente todos los oscurecimientos y nos colma de beatitud, nos colma de compasión, de bondad, de sabiduría y de gozo. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Seguimos recitando el mantra en silencio, manteniendo esta visualización. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Siente que tu mente, tu cuerpo está impregnado de esta energía de la bondad, la compasión, así como todos los seres, habiendo disipado todos los obstáculos para que esa energía se manifieste en nosotros. Y desde esta mente de la bondad y la compasión, invocamos a Thangtong Gyalpo para que puedan las condiciones adversas, el karma de los seres pueda cambiar y puedan erradicarse esas condiciones adversas. Recitamos la oración, recordar, contemplar a Thangtong Gyalpo. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero, y que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si les colocaran en la boca de llama el Señor de la muerte. Y puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Y puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos, privando al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente, y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, por el poder de las dakinis, guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Segunda repetición. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y las condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero, llevando un animal al matadero, que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Y puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si les colocaran en la boca de llama el Señor de la muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Y puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos que privan al cuerpo y la mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente, y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Última repetición. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y las condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero y que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres, como si les colocaran en la boca de llama, el Señor de la muerte. Y puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Y puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos que privan el cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente, y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, los guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Hacemos la oración de súplica a Guru Chenrezig. Oh área de ojos compasivos, tesoro de compasión. Por favor, préstame atención. Te ruego que me guíes a mí y a todos los padres y madres de los 6 reinos para ser rápidamente liberados del gran océano del samsara. Te suplico que pueda crecer la mente del despertar, inigualable, vasta y profunda, con las lágrimas de tu gran compasión. Te ruego que limpies todos mis engaños y karmas y por favor condúcenos con tus manos compasivas a mí y a los errantes a los campos de gozo. Por favor, Amitabha y Chenrezig. Sed nuestros amigos virtuosos en todas nuestras vidas. Mostradnos bien el camino puro e inequívoco y llevadnos rápidamente al estado de Buda. Les piensa que Guru Chenrezig acepta nuestra súplica complacido, y una réplica de Guru Chenrezig viene a tu coronilla e infinitas réplicas llega a los infinitos seres. Se disuelve en luz y se absorbe en cada uno de nosotros. Y al absorberse erradica totalmente incluso las huellas más sutiles de los engaños, la ignorancia, la actitud egocéntrica. Y lo que resplandece es esa naturaleza pura, compasiva de Guru Chenrezig. Somos uno con esa mente compasiva. Y rezamos para que pueda continuamente expresarse a través de nuestras palabras, pensamientos, acciones, y que podamos seguir esa senda hasta el pleno despertar para el beneficio de los seres. Y dedicamos, Venerable Drolma, ¿puedes decir alguna dedicación?
A través de estos méritos pueda todo el karma negativo, colectivo e individual que hemos creado para vivir en esta época degenerada y en esta pandemia pueda ser totalmente extinguido, pueda especialmente las aflicciones en los seres ser totalmente subyugadas y puedan todos los desastres naturales, especialmente la erupción del volcán en España, ser totalmente extinguida y podamos desarrollar la bodichita plenamente.
Gracias. Venerable Bego.
Pues yo lo quería dedicar para que se erradique la epidemia del COVID, que parece ser que en España está subiendo, no muy deprisa, pero está subiendo la incidencia y en otros países europeos. Y recordar sobre todo a los países que lo están pasando tan mal como Rusia, que tiene tantísimos muertos, Brasil, Estados Unidos, que todavía tienen, India supongo que estará bastante mal también, pues para todos ellos, para que puedan llegar las vacunas a todos los países. Hoy he oído decir que en los países africanos estarían encantados de vacunarse, pero que no les llegan las vacunas, o bien porque no pueden pagarlas o porque nadie se preocupa de que lleguen, no sé. Así que bueno, pues para que todo eso se mejore y que realmente podamos podamos seguir con nuestra vida y que las economías se recuperen y sobre todo que no haya muertos.
Gracias. Venerable Fabio.
Pues yo dedico para que pronto podamos ir a las enseñanzas de manera presencial de nuestros maestros y para que las vacunas lleguen a todo el mundo también.
Millones de gracias. Y Venerable Juan. El micrófono, Juan. Chichi, Juan. Ok, a ver. Ya.
Bien, me sumo a todas las dedicaciones anteriores y las de todos los maestros. Y yo más individualmente pienso, dedico para que la energía de la sabiduría, la fuerza de la sabiduría, elimine las mentes supersticiosas, los escrúpulos religiosos, las falsas visiones e interpretaciones de la realidad que nos llevan a la depresión, a la mente paranoica, a las perturbaciones mentales, y eliminando todo esto, que se pueda alcanzar una paz mental que abra el camino a la compasión hacia todos los seres.
Millones de gracias. Entonces, que por estos méritos podamos nosotros y todos los seres en esta y con nuestras continuas vidas volver a encontrar maestros Mahayana plenamente cualificados, recibamos sus enseñanzas y podamos practicarlas con pureza y diligencia y logremos rápidamente el despertar. Y quería leer unos versos del Bodhisattva Charyavatara corriendo como dedicación, que si en los que se encuentran conmigo surge un pensamiento de fe o enfado, que se convierta eternamente en causa para que se cumplan sus deseos. Que todos los que me hablen mal o me causen cualquier otro daño y los que se burlen y me insulten tengan la fortuna del despertar. Que pueda ser un protector para los que carecen de él, una guía para los viajeros en el camino, un puente, una barca, un navío para los que desean cruzar las aguas. Que pueda ser una isla para los que buscan una lámpara para los que desean luz, una cama para los que desean descansar y un sirviente para los que necesitan uno. Que pueda ser una joya que concede los deseos, una vasija mágica, mantras poderosos, gran medicina, que me pueda convertir en el árbol que concede los deseos, en una vaca de abundancia para el mundo y como el espacio y los grandes elementos como la tierra que siempre sostenga la vida de las criaturas ilimitadas, hasta que pasen más allá del sufrimiento, pueda también ser fuente de vida para todos los seres de los distintos reinos que alcancen hasta los confines del espacio. Y que la preciosamente la bodhicitta que aún no ha sido generada pueda serlo y aumentar más y más sin nunca disminuir, que podamos alcanzar el estado de Guru Chenrezig y conducir a todos los seres a ese estado, y por la larga vida de nuestros maestros, y que vida larga, saludable, que sus sagrados deseos se lleven a cabo y sus proyectos sin ningún obstáculo para el beneficio de los seres. En la tierra rodeada de montañas nevadas es la fuente de todo beneficio y felicidad. Poderoso Chenrezig Enseñanza, que llevas una vida larga hasta que finalice el samsara. Tú que mantienes el camino moral del suyugador y sirves como el generoso que lo soporta todo, sosteniendo, preservando y extendiendo la victoriosa doctrina de Manjunat, que llevas a cabo oraciones magníficas que honran a las tres joyas, Salvador mío y los demás tus discípulos, te lo ruego, ten una vida larga. Pues muchas gracias y solo recordar que a las 9 tenemos de nuevo una sesión con Venerable Fabio. También recordaros, muchos de vosotros lo sabéis, que este domingo a las 4 Candrola dará enseñanzas vía Zoom. Hay que registrarse. Muchos de vosotros ya sabéis cómo hacerlo, y si alguien no lo sabe, pues que contacte con alguno de nosotros y se lo indicaríamos para seguir esas enseñanzas. Y la semana que viene empieza también como la cima del encuentro de la educación universal, en los que diferentes maestros van a dar charlas, entre ellos Lama Osel, también Venerable Robina y Lama Zopa Rinpoche, creo que el sábado que viene. También hay que inscribirse para poder participar, ¿vale? Thank you very much. Y gracias, Cristiana. Gracias a los venerables, gracias a los que estáis en YouTube y gracias, Cristiana. ¿Ok? Espero que estés bien, Cristiana. Va bene. Pon tu micrófono para tu sesión, que si no, no se te oirá.
Oh, it was so important what I said. Now it's lost.
Okay, Enti.
Okay. Thank you, dear.
Bye bye.
Grazie.
Okay. Grazie Fabio, grazie Venerable John, Venerable all of you. Also everybody, ok?
Ok.
Ciao. Cominciamo questa mezz'ora in italiano. Stavolta usiamo con noi stessi dei mezzi irati. Hai capito noi quanto siamo speciali? Cioè pratichiamo sulla base del riconoscimento che la pandemia, che è ciò per cui abbiamo iniziato questa pratica, questa maratona, seguendo il consiglio che Sua Santità il Dalai Lama e Lama Zopa Rinpoche hanno dato a noi buddisti occidentali o comunque non etnici, non seguaci di scuole etniche. Seguendo il consiglio che hanno dato Sua Santità il Dalai Lama e Lama Zopa Rinpoche, abbiamo preso spunto dalla nostra paura per la pandemia, e questo va bene, va benissimo, è perfetto. Possiamo, diciamo così, non abbiamo altro modo per praticare sinceramente se non prendere spunto dalla nostra sofferenza, che si può esprimere in termini di paura, in termini di malattia, in termini di conflitto, in termini di ansie di qualunque tipo, eccetera, in termini di sofferenze materiali, mancanza di lavoro, restrizioni economiche, eccetera, eccetera. Tutti questi aspetti della nostra vita nel samsara sono la sola cosa che ci può permettere di praticare. Da questi possiamo sviluppare la mente pura che desidera liberarsi dalla sofferenza. Però dicevamo, stavolta usiamo mezzi irati nella nostra pratica, cioè svolgeremo questa mezz'ora di pratica avendo bene in chiaro che la pandemia non è niente. Non è niente, è praticamente il paradiso la pandemia rispetto alla situazione generale in cui vivono tantissimi milioni di esseri umani che sono in guerra, che sono scacciati dalle loro terre, dalle loro case, che sono accampati senza acqua, senza cibo, senza servizi sanitari, senza aiuti in varie parti del mondo, che cercano di scappare per raggiungere un luogo apparentemente, cioè idealmente migliore, come per esempio l'America del Nord o l'Europa cosiddetta industrializzata, e trovano invece situazioni ancora più aberranti, vengono maltrattati e scacciati, non tutti, alcuni ce la fanno, ma tanti no. Abbiamo visto recentemente la morte di questa Adelina, credo si chiamasse, che non ce l'ha proprio fatta più a sopportare il rifiuto della civilizzata Italia rispetto al suo desiderio di vivere qua. Desiderava solo vivere qua. E sappiamo dei confini della Bielorussia con la Polonia, credo, io sono ignorante in geografia, sbaglio sempre, che ci sono decine di migliaia di profughi ammassati lì, anche loro senza la minima. Al freddo, lì fa molto freddo, non hanno niente, non hanno niente. Cioè ci sono situazioni molto più gravi del Covid. Il Covid si può curare con l'intelligenza, con la stupidità non si cura niente, né il Covid né il resto, ma il Covid si può fronteggiare. Chi pensa che il vaccino sia la soluzione può usare il vaccino, chi pensa che la soluzione siano le cure che ci sono, che sono accertatissime al primo insorgere della malattia, può usare queste cure con l'aiuto dei medici consapevoli. Io per esempio, quando era stato il mio momento, mi sono curata solo con l'omeopatia, è andata bene. Non dico a nessuno curatevi con l'omeopatia, voglio dire, ognuno fa i passi che crede giusto fare, lo possiamo fare, abbiamo questa possibilità, abbiamo questa enorme libertà, nessuno ce lo impedisce. Ora c'è il problema della limitazione all'accesso ai posti di lavoro, e questo sì è un problema per quanto parziale importante, perché se non hai il lavoro non puoi sopravvivere, ma è un problema che abbiamo la libertà di affrontare, ok? Quindi voglio dire, c'è chi invece questa libertà non ce l'ha, non ce l'ha. Dobbiamo renderci conto che siamo occidentali viziati, privilegiati, che vogliamo che vada sempre tutto bene, che siamo disposti a far massacrare milioni di altri esseri per avere i nostri privilegi. È su queste cose che dobbiamo fare pratica. Questo è ciò che ci deve spingere. Inutile parliamo bodhicitta, amore universale, compassione universale. Cerchiamo di vedere in faccia da che cos'è che dobbiamo partire. Dobbiamo partire dal aprire il nostro cuore rispetto proprio dalla base di privilegio in cui ci troviamo e non dalla base di disperazione. Ma cos'è sta disperazione? Allora, adesso ho fatto una predica alla Girolamo Savonarola e adesso così abbiamo completato la carriera. Cominciamo a praticare, ricordandoci sempre che la motivazione è questa, di praticare per il beneficio di tutti gli esseri che vivono sofferenze molto più gravi delle nostre. Ora in questa mia predica savonaroliana ho parlato solo di altri esseri umani, ma pensiamo anche soltanto alle galline d'allevamento in batteria, alle mucche, ai maiali, tanto per dire, non perché è colpa nostra di noi umani, ma proprio perché è così, perché soffrono in modo indicibile per tutta la vita, per dar... Va bene. Ok. Pensiamo a questi animali, pensiamo agli insetti, pensiamo ai pesci che vivono mangiandosi l'un con l'altro in continuazione, pensiamo agli spiriti che a causa del karma della loro rinascita vivono una condizione di desiderio sempre inappagato, sempre, e desideri basilari, fame, sete, desiderio di cibo, desiderio di acqua, e non lo possono mai soddisfare per eoni, per quelli che a loro sembrano eoni. Pensiamo agli esseri che a causa del loro karma vivono, rinascono in una dimensione di incubo intollerabile, come quelle dimensioni che racconta Dante nell'inferno della Divina Commedia, e anche lì a loro sembra di essere lì per sempre. Pensiamo a tutte queste cose. È per questo che pratichiamo, va bene? Basta. Prendiamo rifugio invece in coloro che si sono liberati da tutte queste sofferenze e anche dalle sofferenze più sottili, che sono le sofferenze dei reami apparentemente beati, non sono poi in realtà beati, sono solo molto egocentrici, reami dove regna l'egocentrismo più completo. Sto bene, basta, non mi interessa d'altro. Questa è una forma sottile di sofferenza e infatti provoca karma che poi precipiterà questi esseri di nuovo nel ciclo delle rinascite in cui la sofferenza è più grossolana, più acuta. Quindi pensiamo a tutti questi esseri. Perché pratichiamo per loro? Cosa vuol dire praticare per loro? Significa che cerchiamo di realizzare le qualità della liberazione, le qualità del risveglio, per poter aiutare tutti quanti a non produrre karma negativo che poi li fa precipitare in quelle condizioni, che fa precipitare anche noi in queste condizioni. Ok? Quindi per non produrre karma negativo non è così semplice, non è così semplice, non si tratta solo di evitare di uccidere, di rubare, eccetera, anche se pure quello non è così facile. Prima parlavamo dei polli in batteria. Noi contribuiamo a questa sofferenza e quindi creiamo karma negativo. Comunque, si tratta non solo di evitare le azioni negative, ma di purificarne il seme. Il seme delle azioni negative compiute in passato si purifica con la meditazione sulla mancanza di vera esistenza, che è l'essenza della nostra stessa mente. Dai, cominciamo. Qui, se no, oggi non si fa la pratica. Noi e tutti gli esseri senzienti uguali allo spazio prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Noi e tutti gli esseri senzienti uguali allo spazio prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Noi e tutti gli esseri senzienti uguali allo spazio prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei maestri, delle divinità meditative e delle dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota delle nostre menti, il Dharmakaya. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei maestri, delle divinità meditative e delle dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota delle nostre menti, il Dharmakaya. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei maestri, delle divinità meditative e delle dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota delle nostre menti, il Dharmakaya. E ora approfondiamo la pratica del rifugio rispetto al rifugio nella divinità meditativa, però volevo dirvi prima un'altra cosa. Le stesse sofferenze indicibili di cui abbiamo parlato finora e che abbiamo preso come osservazione, oggetto di osservazione per generare il desiderio di liberarci noi stessi definitivamente dalla sofferenza in modo da poter insegnare a tutti gli altri a fare lo stesso, prendendo rifugio in coloro che hanno già ottenuto tutte le realizzazioni di liberazione dalla sofferenza, dicevamo, la stessa sofferenza di questi esseri che abbiamo preso come oggetto di osservazione è vuota di vera esistenza. Non è veramente esistente solo perché è terribile. E questa è una cosa che va studiata o va comunque praticata con un'intuizione molto pura, che in genere non abbiamo. Per questo si studia per arrivare con i concetti a ottenere una visione della sofferenza abbastanza corretta, in modo tale che dopo che abbiamo una visione concettuale, a quel punto l'applicazione solo intuitiva può essere più pura, può essere adeguata, ok? Per questo che si studia molto. Se siete già convinti di avere la purezza di poter meditare sulla mancanza di vera esistenza delle sofferenze inaudite di così tanti esseri, se pensate di avere già questa purezza, fate attenzione a non rischiare l'autoesaltazione. Ok, dicevamo, ora approfondiamo l'aspetto del rifugio che riguarda la divinità meditativa. Immaginiamo la realizzazione di perfetta compassione di tutti gli esseri risvegliati, la realizzazione della compassione vittoriosa che sa togliere gli esseri dalla sofferenza. Questa rappresentazione noi ce la raffiguriamo come come un essere in forma umana, ma non è un essere, è una somma di esseri infiniti, gli esseri che hanno raggiunto il risveglio, Immaginiamoci una figura bianca seduta in posizione con le gambe incrociate nello spazio di fronte a noi, più o meno a 2 metri di distanza, all'altezza della nostra fronte. Il suo corpo è bianco luminoso e ci guarda con immenso amore, così come egli ci guarda, egli, ella, perché non si tratta di definirlo in modo massiccio dal punto di vista sessuale e del genere sessuale. E ci guarda con infinito amore e non guarda solo noi, guarda tutti gli infiniti esseri senzienti che di fatto stanno prendendo rifugio, non è una nostra forzatura. Gli esseri musulmani, i cristiani, gli atei prendono rifugio nel Buddha perché Buddha è l'unica religione, non è questo il punto. Tutti gli esseri infiniti, scarafaggi, spiriti, tutti prendono rifugio in chi ha superato definitivamente la sofferenza e sa come insegnarglielo. Poi le categorie mentali in cui loro vedono questi esseri non hanno nessuna importanza, ma loro cercano questo, così come noi. Se noi non lo cerchiamo questo è perché siamo appunto privilegiati e viziati e pensiamo che tutto sommato conviene tenerci il nostro misero vantaggio, invece di affidarci completamente all'aiuto, alla benedizione, al sostegno degli esseri risvegliati. Allora, questa figura di fronte a noi guarda tutti gli infiniti esseri e guarda noi con enorme soddisfazione, piacere, compiacimento, amore, perché è questo che la compassione perfetta di tutti i Buddha fa. Aiuta tutti gli esseri sofferenti, aiuta efficacemente gli esseri sofferenti. Quindi li guarda tutti con infinito amore. Ok? Dai pori, dagli infiniti pori del corpo di questo essere si emanano raggi di luce che entrano nel nostro corpo e nel corpo di tutti gli altri infiniti esseri che chiedono rifugio e lo purificano i nostri corpi mente da tutte le oscurazioni, karma negativo, limitazioni, esperienze dolorose che ci bloccano, ci purificano da tutto questo e ci donano tutte le qualità perfette per progredire velocemente nel sentiero e ottenere lo stato illuminato. Quindi la visualizzazione è questa: corpo di luce, i raggi arrivano fino a tutti noi, ci purificano e ci danno tutte le qualità. Recitiamo anche il mantra del Buddha della compassione proprio per connetterci in modo ancora più tangibile attraverso l'energia della voce. Recitiamo un po' ad alta voce e poi più velocemente a bassa voce. Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum. Mani Padme Hum. Dopo aver fatto questa pratica molto potente con una mente pura, perlomeno abbiamo fatto tutto il possibile per generare una mente pura, libera da egocentrismi, piccinerie e miserie che escludono qualcuno. Dopo aver fatto questa pratica la dedichiamo in particolare per tutte le sofferenze di malattie, ma anche in generale per tutte le sofferenze degli esseri, perché siano eliminate, con il testo composto da un grande meditatore che l'aveva offerto ai monaci di un monastero tibetano di scuola Sakya che soffrivano di un'epidemia che non si riusciva a guarire. Con questa recitazione i monaci guarirono, quindi noi usiamo questa pratica, questa dedica. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati dagli spiriti, dalle malattie e dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere ad essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante e non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive, il semplice suono dei cui nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati all'interno della bocca di Yama, signore della morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, dai 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, dalle 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano corpo e mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata, che corpo e mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru e dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere delle dakini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano tutte queste dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Ora dedichiamo con le dediche generali, che sono molto importanti per orientare in modo più solido possibile, più stabile possibile, il karma positivo che abbiamo generato in questa mezz'ora, per orientarlo verso la completa illuminazione. Se noi questo karma positivo poi lo riprendiamo nella memoria, mettiamo tra un'ora, con un senso di compiacimento egocentrico e mondano, oh che bello, ho fatto la pratica, io sono spirituale, questo inquina la capacità del karma che effettivamente abbiamo generato di svilupparsi in un sentiero puro. Il karma diventa un karma mondano e quindi produrrà sì risultati positivi ma mondani, per esempio ricchezza. Che ci facciamo con la ricchezza? Quanta gente è profondamente infelice anche con la ricchezza, eccetera. Quindi ora dedichiamo esclusivamente, lo chiedo a me stessa e a chiunque ascolta con tutte le mie forze, dedichiamo per ottenimento del pieno risveglio. Possa la suprema mente dell'illuminazione non ancora sorta sorgere, quella già sorta non declinare, ma crescersi sempre più. Sansara e Nirvana mancano anche di un solo atomo di esistenza intrinseca, però causa ed effetto e sorgere dipendente sono infallibili. Chiedo le vostre benedizioni per realizzare il significato di questo pensiero di Nagarjuna, che questi due pensieri, che queste due affermazioni, Sansara e Nirvana, mancano anche di un solo atomo di esistenza intrinseca, ma causa ed effetto e sorgere dipendente sono infallibili. Questi due pensieri sono mutualmente complementari e non contraddittori. In tutte le mie vite, mai separato dai guru perfetti, posso io godere del magnifico Dharma e completando le qualità di terreni e sentieri, possa io velocemente ottenere lo stato di Vajradhara. Tramite... Così come la terra, l'acqua, il fuoco, il vento, le medicine e la legna nella gli alberi nella foresta, posso io sempre essere utilizzato da tutti gli esseri senzienti proprio come vogliono, senza fare la minima resistenza. Possa io tenere gli esseri senzienti cari come la mia vita, possano gli esseri senzienti tenere me massimamente caro, possa il loro karma negativo maturare su di me e tutte le mie virtù maturare su di loro. Tramite il mero vedermi, ascoltarmi, pensarmi, ricordarmi, toccarmi o parlarmi, tutte le sofferenze degli esseri possano essere istantaneamente pacificate e ci possa essere sempre felicità. Ora, per la lunga vita di due emanazioni, due manifestazioni illuminate in questo mondo, ce ne sono tantissime, premettiamo, ricordiamocene, però noi adesso ne prendiamo due per la cui lunga vita dedichiamo, pensando di dedicare per tutte, perché la lunga vita degli esseri illuminati in questo mondo è molto di beneficio, ma non è per noi, non è per l'emanazione stessa, è per tutti gli infiniti esseri che vengono in contatto con loro. Tu che sei il gioiello che esaudisce tutti i desideri, sorgente di ogni singolo beneficio e felicità in questo mondo, incomparabilmente gentile supremo Tenzin Gyatso, possa tu avere lunga vita e tutti i tuoi santi desideri essere spontaneamente soddisfatti. Questa era per Sua Santità il Dalai Lama. Ora per Lama Zopa, tu che sostieni la moralità del soggiogatore, tu che servi come potente aiuto per tutti, tu che supporti, preservi e diffondi dottrina vittoriosa di Mangiusi, tu che magistralmente compi magnifiche preghiere che onorano i tre sublimi, salvatore di me stesso e degli altri tuoi discepoli, ti prego, vivi a lungo. Ok? Buongiorno carissima venerabile Lucia, sono contenta di vederti. Oh, finalmente.
Cristiana.
Stai bene, vero? Stai
Sì,
bene?
sì. Al momento tu?
Bene, anch'io al momento. Ok, un abbraccio. Ciao cara, buona pratica.
Grazie, buona pratica anche a te, Cristiana.
Ciao bella.
Grazie.
Ciao.
Ciao. Patrizia Premoli, Irene Facciani. Ciao a tutti. Ciao Irene. Ciao Patrizia Tremoli, vedo solo voi due al momento. E adesso avete appena finito una pratica, ne iniziate subito un'altra, allora così, senza perdere nemmeno un mezzo secondo, senza tregua. Allora facciamo un pochettino di meditazione, così possiamo fare un pochino meditazione sul respiro prima di iniziare. Possiamo fare 9 cicli di respirazione prima di iniziare, pensando, come diceva adesso Siliana, in questo momento pensiamo che questa pratica che noi facciamo la dedichiamo non solo a noi stessi, ma a ciascuno degli esseri senzienti, iniziando per la lunga vita dei nostri maestri e per i nostri parenti più stretti di questa vita, i nostri genitori, fratelli, sorelle, mariti, moglie, figli, figlie, amici, nemici. Pensiamo che questa pratica la facciamo per ognuno di loro. In questo momento ho iniziato il Nyune al Vajrayogini, che è iniziato ieri. Queste persone hanno preso l'impegno, alcuni di loro, di farlo per 6 mesi a fila. Pensate che incredibile beneficio, enorme, quanti meriti queste persone. E anche quello che le fanno soltanto 8 o 4 così, ma anche uno c'è un enorme beneficio, quindi rigioiamo anche per loro. E uniamoci a loro, uniamoci a tutte le persone che stanno praticando, non solo buddiste, ma tutto il mondo. Ci sono tantissime persone che lavorano per alleviare le sofferenze degli altri esseri, tutti gli operatori sanitari, tutte le persone che lavorano nell'ambito delle società, che fanno anche blog per sollevare, eliminare questi intensivi allevamenti degli animali. Qualsiasi persona che lavora in questo senso, di persone che lavorano in questo momento per aiutare gli altri esseri. Siamo dedicati a tutti i 6 esseri dei reami, anche persone che sono in uno stato di grandissima sofferenza. Pensiamo che questa pratica la stiamo dedicando per ciascuno di tutti loro. E quando abbiamo stabilizzato la nostra motivazione, allora facciamo la pratica dei 9 cicli di respirazione. Ci impegniamo a uscire fuori dal nostro samsara. Il samsara è la nostra mente contaminata dall'ignoranza e quindi da tutte le altre afflizioni. Ci impegniamo a eliminare la radice dell'ignoranza per liberare noi stessi e tutti gli esseri, liberare tutti gli esseri. Cerchiamo di fare del nostro meglio per liberare noi stessi dall'oceano della sofferenza che sono i nostri aggregati contaminati. Quindi pensiamo che la nostra motivazione è la causa del beneficio di tutti gli esseri, per il beneficio di tutti gli esseri, senza eccezione. Adesso facciamo la pratica dei 9 cicli, chiudiamo la narice destra, inspiriamo dalla sinistra, lo facciamo 3 volte, lentamente, pensando che riceviamo la luce chiara dal Buddha della compassione che è davanti a noi, pensiamo che tutti gli esseri sono vicino a noi e il Buddha Chenrezig, il nostro maestro, è davanti a noi. Dal suo cuore vengono infiniti raggi di luce e noi ispiriamo la luce di Chenrezig che ci dà le sue benedizioni, luce chiara, bianca, come raggi di luce, nettare come l'arcobaleno, e pensiamo di pulire completamente tutte le azioni contaminate del nostro corpo, delle nostre parole, della nostra mente. Inspiriamo, chiudiamo la narice destra, inspiriamo dalla sinistra. Espiriamo dalla destra. Tutte le azioni contaminate corpo, parole e mente vengono purificate, pensiamo così. Inspiriamo di nuovo dalla narice sinistra chiudendo la destra. Ancora. Adesso con la mano sinistra chiudiamo la narice sinistra e inspiriamo dalla destra 3 volte, così come abbiamo fatto ora, con la stessa visualizzazione. Completati questi 2 cicli, adesso inspiriamo luce chiara con raggi di luce bianca come l'arcobaleno. Inspiriamo da entrambe le narici questa luce, pensando di purificare tutte le azioni contaminate del corpo, della parola, della mente. Espiriamo pensando di aver purificato completamente tutte le azioni contaminate del corpo, parola e mente. Adesso diciamo che il nostro corpo mentale, il corpo fisico, il corpo mentale sono, diciamo, purificati dalla nostra attitudine mentale, e la nostra attitudine vecchia, egocentrica, è stata completamente, diciamo, rimossa, allontanata. Adesso il nostro maestro è presente, è sempre presente, quindi si manifesta nello spazio davanti a noi e intorno a noi il nostro padre e nostra madre, e tutti gli esseri sono vicino a noi, e prendiamo profondamente rifugio in loro. Tutti gli esseri senzienti che pervadono lo spazio prendono rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea di Guru, delle divinità di meditazione delle Dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella vuota chiarezza della nostra mente, il Dharmakaya, la natura più profonda della nostra mente, che ci viene rivelata nel momento in cui alcuni yogi rivelano questa natura durante l'arco della loro vita, e anche al momento della morte noi entreremo, diciamo, conosceremo la natura di chiara luce della nostra mente, il Dharmakaya, se riusciremo a riconoscerla, questa natura limpida, chiara, infinita, che risiede come un gioiello nel nostro cuore. Di nuovo prendiamo rifugio nel profondo del nostro cuore, riconoscendo questa nostra natura riconoscendo che i nostri maestri hanno realizzato questa natura. Tutti gli esseri senzienti che pervadono lo spazio prendono rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea di Guru dell'unità di meditazione delle Dakini, prendiamo rifugio nella vuota chiarezza della nostra mente, il Dharmakaya. Tutti gli esseri senzienti che pervadono lo spazio prendono rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nelle assemblee dei Guru, delle unità di meditazione delle Dakini, prendiamo rifugio nella vuota chiarezza della nostra mente, il Dharmakaya. Il nostro maestro in essenza è la divinità, le divinità, i protettori Daka e Dakini. Quindi quando prendiamo rifugio nel nostro maestro, nel ricordarsi che stiamo prendendo rifugio in tutti gli esseri santi. Quindi adesso facciamo venire, chiediamo al nostro Guru di venire sulla sommità della nostra testa e quindi possiamo lasciarlo alla sommità della nostra testa, il nostro maestro, è seduto o in piedi, Avalokitesvara, 1000 braccia per esempio in piedi, e su un cuscino di luna, un bellissimo fior di loto bianco, o con le mani completamente aperte, con ogni mano 1000 braccia, quindi 1000 mani, ogni mano c'è un occhio, la simbologia sta a significare che il Buddha della compassione, Chenrezig, il nostro maestro, è costantemente proteso per dare protezione agli infiniti esseri che si rivolgono a lui. Quindi adesso possiamo anche farlo pensare di visualizzarlo piccolo piccolo, che con la stessa visualizzazione la facciamo entrare dalla sommità del chakra del nostro capo e viene al chakra della testa, poi va al chakra della gola lungo il canale centrale e viene al cuore, nel nostro cuore, piccolo piccolo, come una luce potentissima, bianca. Pensiamo che la nostra mente e la mente del nostro maestro si uniscono come acqua nell'acqua e dal nostro cuore e dal cuore di Chenrezig, il nostro maestro, infiniti raggi di luce e si emanano e vanno a toccare illuminano completamente il nostro corpo e escono dal chakra del cuore e pervadono tutte le persone intorno a noi, e quindi piano piano questi raggi di luce come il sole si emanano e vanno a toccare tutti gli infiniti esseri senzienti dei sereni senza tralasciare nessuno. Quindi facciamo così, con questa visualizzazione, se sappiamo qualcuno in particolare che conosciamo, ecco, possiamo focalizzare la nostra l'intensità della nostra luce nel cuore di questa persona con la recitazione del mantra Omani Peme Om. Quindi facciamo ora il mantra, ecco, pensando che tutte le persone vengono liberate da tutti i loro problemi, da tutte le paure, e quindi pensiamo a questo mantra, è potentissimo, che il vero potere di questo mantra è il nostro cuore aperto e la nostra fiducia del potere dell'amore e della compassione. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om. I raggi di luce si assorbono di nuovo nel nostro cuore. Quindi il potere della nostra fiducia, nel potere dell'amore e della compassione, pensiamo che è diventata molto forte e molto potente, e quindi pensiamo che tutti gli esseri sono stati beneficiati dalla pratica del cuore, del gioiello che esaudisce tutti i desideri. E leggiamo adesso le parole del Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo. Possono tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti, che sono il risultato del karma e delle condizioni temporanee, come pure danni arrecati dagli spiriti, dalle malattie e dagli elementi, mai sorgere nei reami del mondo. Possono le sofferenze delle malattie che mettono in pericolo la vita e che separano un solo istante il corpo dalla mente, come il macellaio che conduce un essere al macello, mai sorgere nei reami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri che hanno un corpo mai venire danneggiati dalle malattie infettive di una giornata, da quelle croniche e dalle altre, per le quali gli esseri provano terrore solamente a sentirle nominare, come se venissero spinti nella bocca di Ama, Signore della morte. Possono tutti gli esseri che hanno un corpo mai venire danneggiati dalle 80.000 tipi di interferenze, dai 360 demoni malvagi che danneggiano all'improvviso e dalle 424 malattie. Possono tutte le sofferenze che derivano dai disturbi dei 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, venire totalmente pacificate, e possono corpo e mente avere la radianza e potere ed essere dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Per la compassione del guru, dei 3 gioielli, per il potere delle dakini, dei protettori del Dharma, dei guardani, per la forza dell'infallibilità, del karma e dei suoi effetti, possono tutte queste numerose dediche preghiere essere esaudite appena espresse. Facciamo la dedica di questi meriti che abbiamo accumulato, per i meriti accumulati che sono originazione dipendente, quindi non esistono dalla loro parte. Posso io, che sono vuoto ed esiste dalla mia parte, ottenere velocemente l'illuminazione che vuota ed esiste dalla sua parte, e condurre tutti gli esseri che sono vuoti ed esistono dalla loro parte allo stato dell'illuminazione, io stessa e da sola. Dedichiamo per la lunga vita dei nostri maestri, Santità il Dalai Lama. Nel paese circondato da montagne nevate, tu sei la sorgente di ogni beneficio e felicità, potente Chenrezig Institute. Ti prego di rimanere fino alla fine del samsara. Lunga vita di Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Tu che detieni l'etica del soggiogatore, che fungi da generoso sostegno di tutto, sostieni, preservi, dissemina la dottrina vittoriosa di Manjunat. Tu che magistralmente compi magnifiche preghiere che onorano i 3 gioielli, Salvatore mio e degli altri tuoi discepoli, ti prego per favore, vivi a lungo. E chiamo per la vita di Osa Rinpoche. Possa la mente preziosa dell'illuminazione che non ancora sorgere in noi, sorgere e svilupparsi, quella che è già sviluppata, non diminuire mai, ma crescersi sempre più. A causa di queste virtù possiamo noi diventare rapidamente un Guru Buddha e guidare a questo stato ogni essere vivente senza alcuna eccezione. Dedichiamo ogni virtù accumulata al beneficio degli insegnamenti a tutti gli esseri migratori, in special modo affinché l'essenza degli insegnamenti di Lama Zopa Rinpoche possa splendere per sempre. Come dice dedica a Sua Santità il Dalai Lama, posso io essere caro agli esseri senzienti come la loro propria vita, ed essi molto cari a me. Possono le loro azioni negative portare conseguenze a me, e tutte le mie virtù portare conseguenze a loro. Finché ogni essere senziente di qualunque mondo non sia stato liberato, possa io rimanere nel mondo per amore suo, anche se ho conseguito l'illuminazione. Poi Sua Santità dice: se il merito di queste preghiere avessero forma, non potrebbero essere contenute nei mondi, che sono numerosi come i granelli del Gange. Quindi l'ultima dedica: possa io essere sempre oggetto di felicità per tutti gli esseri senzienti secondo i loro desideri e senza interferenze, come l'acqua, la terra, il fuoco, il vento, le medicine e le foreste. Quindi, pensando così, sentiamo gioia nel nostro cuore e una grande gratitudine per tutti gli infiniti esseri senzienti che ci permettono di far sorgere dentro di noi questo sentimento di amore e compassione. Senza la loro presenza non conosceremo questi sentimenti, non sapremo che cosa vuol dire amore, affetto. Dipende dai nostri e dal fatto che ci siano gli altri che noi sentiamo questi sentimenti. Infatti è stata nostra madre la prima persona che, diciamo, attraverso nostro padre e nostra madre, che noi siamo poi venuti, diciamo, ad esistere. Quindi grazie agli altri, grazie alla gentilezza degli altri, che noi possiamo avere tutto ciò di cui disponiamo oggi. Quindi grazie tantissime a voi che siete presenti, a quelli che non vedo, comunque grazie a tutti e vi auguro una buona continuazione. Ciao! Ciao a tutti! Buona giornata Sara, buona giornata Irene, buona giornata agli altri che non vedo. Ciao Irene, grazie. Ciao. Alla prossima. Ciao.
Grazie.
Grazie. Grazie a tutti. Non vedo.
Hello,
Momento.
everybody. Ciao, ciao, ciao.
Ciao. Ciao Sara. Ciao Sara.
Hey.
I don't see you.
No.
But I listen you. Good.
Okay.
Good luck. Ciao, ciao.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Ciao, ciao. Om Om Besikuru Pemasirim. Om Mani Peme, 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 Home. Hi, everybody. And so this is Sarah here. Hang on a minute. See if I can get a picture for you. I think I'll mainly during the session. So I saw that there were 2 spaces that were not taken up now. And I think that, is that still the same, Chenrezig?
Yes.
Okay, so here we go, guys. I'm gonna take these 2 and keep the ball rolling. So this is me sitting on my bed today and a prayer wheel. If you need a visual. Okay, so it's a beautiful day here in Kathmandu, in Nepal, in Boulder. And for those of you who don't know, so I'm here in Nepal. I've been here through the whole COVID experience. And we seem to have gone through and come out the other side. So it's not that we haven't had a lot of people getting sick and we haven't had people dying. In fact, I personally, I would say that 70% of people here have had COVID at least one time. And I say that because of my friends and acquaintances. When I talk to them, many have had it, some asymptomatically, some have been on oxygen in hospital, nobody here who's my acquaintance has died, but some have been very, very sick. And as I say, some have had it twice. There are not so many Westerners who've stayed through the whole thing, but now we have Westerners coming back and we have tourists coming back. So the town is starting to buzz again. And Rinpoche has been teaching at the Anigomba. So he's been giving teachings on, so many different topics and really, really wonderful teachings. It's been a bit like having a Kopan course, but at the nunnery and with Nepalis and the local Sherpas who are down here and the nuns. And Rinpoche's been covering so many different topics, particularly starting off with the motivation, importance being kind, what makes something Dharma, and what means that it's not Dharma. And it's just been wonderful. And of course, Rinpoche, we do like 45 minutes of prayers, and then we have about 2 hours, 1.5 hours, 2 hours of teachings, and it's in Tibetan and Nepali translation, and then also English. Yeah, so that's just the background to what's happening here. And of course, the most important thing always is our motivation. So I'm going to do these 2 sessions, which were free, up for grabs. And who wouldn't want to grab them? Such a precious, precious opportunity to do prayers for sentient beings and to fulfill the wishes of our Holy Guru. And then I think there are another 2 an hour later, so I'll do those 2. So that's going to be 4 hours. So to begin with such a long session, 2-hour session, I'm going to start with the motivation. And I'm going to start with the Guru. I'm going to start with the long calling the Guru from afar. And then I'm going to go on to the Bodhisattva attitude. And then we're going to get on to the actual Thangtong Gyalpo prayer. Okay, so let's visualize in space in front the Guru. And if you have that ability, then even better, you can visualize the Guru on the crown of your head. So you should definitely have the sense that your Guru, your root Guru, is in the crown of your head, and that all the time caring. And of course, your Guru is all the 3-time 10-direction Buddhas. So the Dharmakaya holy mind of all the Buddhas takes an ordinary form as your Guru in order to communicate with you and to guide you. Guide you where? Guide you from suffering to happiness. And the great thing is that as we ourselves purify more, accumulate more, gain more realizations, then we become able to benefit others and guide others. And so when we say the Guru guides enlightenment, the Guru actually guides us to a place where we are then able to benefit numberless sentient beings and guide them. So this is just a wonderful path from beginning to end. Doesn't mean that there is not hardships, doesn't mean that there is not a lot of purification, but the path is a glorious path, it's a magnificent path, and those who teach the path are magnificent beings. So for us in particular, that's our root Guru. On the crown of our heads, you can do that with the awareness that all the Gurus, in fact, are not separate from the root Guru, because this is Dharmakaya holy mind of all the Buddhas. And then you feel that kindness of the Guru, you feel that faith in the Guru. And then as you read these words, you think that you're actually addressing them to your Guru on the crown of your head. And you're making this request. Lama, think of me. Lama, think of me. Lama, think of me. the wisdom of all Buddhas, one taste with the great blessed Dhammakaya, is itself the ultimate nature of all kind gurus. I beseech you, Guru Dhammakaya, please guide me always without separation, in this life, future lives, and the Buddha. Wisdom's own illusory appearance, the conqueror with 7 branches, is itself the ultimate basis of emanation of all kind gurus. I beseech you, Guru Sambhogakaya, please guide me always without separation, in this life, future lives, and the Buddha. The play of various emanations suiting the dispositions of the many to be subdued is itself the behavior of the Sambhogakaya of the kind gurus. I beseech you, Guru Namanakaya, please guide me always without separation, in this life, future lives, and the Buddha. The play of the inseparable 3 kayas appearing in the form of the Guru is itself one with the very essence of all kind gurus. I beseech you, Guru, the inseparable 3 kayas, please guide me always without separation, in this life, future lives, and the Buddha. All the infinite, peaceful, and mirthful yidams are also the Guru's nature. And since no yidam exists apart from the kind Guru, I beseech you, Guru, who comprises all yidams, please guide me always without separation, in this life, future lives, and the Buddha. The ordinary form of all Buddhas arises in the aspect of the Guru. Therefore, no Buddhas are observed apart from the kind Guru. I beseech you, Guru, who comprises all Buddhas, please guide me always without separation, in this life, future lives, and the Buddha. The very form of all conquerors, wisdom and compassion and power rises as the Guru. Therefore, the supreme Arya saviors of the 3 types are also the kind Guru. I beseech you, Guru, who combines 3 types in one, please guide me always without separation, in this life, future lives, and the Buddha. The 105 and 3 types, however many elaborated, are the Guru. The pervasive master in whom they're all included is also the Guru. I beseech you, Guru, as master of all the types of Buddhas, please guide me always without separation, this life, future lives, and the Buddha. The creator of all Buddhas, Dharma, and Sangha is the Guru. The one who combines all 3 refuges is the kind Guru. I beseech you, Guru, whose presence combines all refuges, please guide me always without separation, in this life, future lives, and the Buddha. Thinking of how the actual form of all Buddhas arises in the aspect of the Guru, and mercifully guides me, reminds me of you, Guru. Thinking of how you show the excellent, unmistaken path to me, an unfortunate wretched being, abandoned by all the Buddhas, reminds me of you, Guru. Thinking of this excellent body, highly meaningful and difficult to obtain, and wishing to take its essence with unerring choice between gain and loss, happiness and suffering, reminds me of you, Guru. Thinking of the experience of not knowing what to do when the great fear of death suddenly descends on me, reminds me of you, Guru. Thinking of the experience just now suddenly separating from all the perfections of this life and going on alone, reminds me of you, Guru. Thinking of the experience of my naked body falling into the terrifying fires of hell and being unable to bear it, reminds me of you, Guru. Thinking of how the suffering of hunger and thirst without a drop of water is directly experienced in the unfortunate Prata realm, reminds me of you, Guru. Thinking of how very repulsive and wretched it is to become a foolish, stupid animal, and what it would be like to experience it myself, reminds me of you, Guru. Thinking of a refuge to protect me from this, since I'm now about to fall into the wretched state of bad migration, reminds me of you, Guru. Thinking of how white and black actions are experienced, and of how to practice thorough and precise engagement and restraint, reminds me of you, Guru. Thinking of the plight of my pitiful old mother's pervasive as space, fallen amidst the fearful ocean of samsara and torment, reminds me of you, Guru. Therefore, Guru, please pass me to generate in my mental continuum effortless experience of the profound three principles of the path and the two stages. Please bless me to strive in one pointed practice of the three trainings with the intense thought of renunciation in order to reach the secure state of liberation. Please bless me to train in the precious supreme bodhicitta with a special attitude taking responsibility to liberate all migrators by myself alone. Please bless me to follow after the ocean of conquerors with a will to cross to the very end of the great waves of deeds of the conqueror's sons. Please bless me to realize the supreme view free of extremes, in which emptiness and dependent arising, appearance and emptiness complement each other. Please bless me quickly to generate the experience of taking the three kayas into the path, ripening the basis of birth, death, and bardo. Please bless me to rise as the illusory divine body itself, and play of the four joys and four emptinesses of the wind and mind absorbed in the central channel. Please bless me to meet the ultimate Guru, bare face of my innate mind, with a covering of perception of true existence, and perceiving it as true removed. Please bless me to be one with your three secrets, Guru, in the vast Dharmakaya of great bliss, which has exhausted the elaborations of the two obscurations. In short, please abide inseparably in the center of my heart until the great enlightenment, and mercifully bless me, the child, follow after you, the Father. Lama, think of me. Lama, think of me. May not give rise to heresy for even a second. In regard to the actions of the glorious Guru, may I see whatever actions are done as pure. With this devotion, may I see the Guru's blessings in my heart. So then think that the Guru comes smaller and smaller, and then descends down through your crown, through your throat, to your heart, and then settles at your heart, and you become oneness, receiving all the blessings and qualities of the Guru's holy body, speech, and mind, inseparable. Magnificent and precious Guru, please abide on the lotus seat of my heart. Guide me with your great kindness. Grant me the realizations of your holy body, holy speech, and holy mind. Okay, so now we are going to recite Bodhisattva attitude. And I think I can turn this, turn the picture of me off, and we'll just focus on the prayer wheel. So this prayer wheel has more than 2 trillion mantra inside, which makes it very powerful. So I got a little bit of a cold. It suddenly became cold here in Kathmandu. It's warm during the day, but in the evenings it gets a bit chilly. So when you go to do Kora, it's easy to get a bit chilly. Okay. So, determined to attain the greatest possible benefit from all sentient beings, the more precious, most fulfilling jewel, I shall hold them most dear at all times. So then, with the awareness and the Lojong teachings that we've heard, that all our happiness, comfort, this life, future lives, up to enlightenment, comes from each and every single sentient being. And by cherishing them, by practicing, by generating great compassion, the obscure suffering sentient beings, practicing perfections, and of course, practicing patience with those who harm us, our greatest teachers. And by holding them in our heart, doing all our virtues for them, dedicating for them. So this is, without this is no enlightenment possible. So this is the source of all the virtue, comfort, happiness. For every single sentient being is most precious, most kind, object to be cherished. So every single spin of prayer, every single syllable of Om Mani Padme Hum, all these prayers, each and every sentient being. Become like a wish granting jewel, completely fulfilling all the wishes, and like a wish granting tree, completely fulfilling all the hopes of transmigratory beings. So try to really feel that in your heart, ready to be a servant for all sentient beings. And what is the attitude? Give up my body, enjoyments, and wealth, and even all virtues of the 3 times without any sense of loss, in order to accomplish the welfare of all sentient beings. By giving away all, I will pass beyond suffering, and my mind will achieve the non-abiding, sorrowless state of omniscience. Since everything is given up all at once at death, it's to know it away for sentient beings. Having given this body to all beings to use whoever they want for their happiness, even if they constantly kill, criticize, beat me, and so on, let them do whatever they like. Even if others play with my body, put me down and make fun of me, since I've already given this body to them, why resist that? Let sentient beings do anything to my body that doesn't harm them. When anyone encounters me, may it never be meaningless for them. Whoever generates a thought of anger or devotion by looking at me, may that very mind always become the cause to accomplish their every success. May all those who say unpleasant things harm me physically, or likewise complain about me behind my back, have the fortune to achieve enlightenment. I become a savior for those who lack a savior, a guide for those who enter the path in time, and a boat, ferry, and bridge for those who wish to cross over water. May I become an island for those seeking an island, a light for those wanting light, bedding for those desiring bedding. May I become a servant for all beings who want a servant. May I become a wish granting jewel and a wish fulfilling vase. Actualize knowledge mantras, great medicine, wish-granting tree, and a wish-granting cow for those beings. Like the 4 great elements, earth, wind, water, fire, and like space. Will always be the means of living in many ways with innumerable sentient beings. Likewise, in every realm of sentient being, equaling the limitless sky. May always be the cause and their means of living in every way, until they all attain the sorrowless state. As long as space remains, as long as transmigratory beings remain, for as long that I remain, dispelling the suffering of transmigratory beings. So that final one is the prayer that His Holiness always makes. So really, really important to remember that, and especially, we have now the COVID, so this practice particularly for those who have COVID. But there are many more sicknesses coming, as explained in the text. As His Holiness has said, as Rinpoche has said, there are many more sicknesses coming. And then we can see there's the whole global warming and all those effects coming. So there will be great need for those who exist to serve and benefit others. So may we become like that. May we become whatever is needed for sentient beings now and in the future. So this is how we train ourselves in this life, and this is how we pray, and this is the example that we see all the time from our gurus. Okay, so that's a motivation. And then you can visualize around you all sentient beings as they are around, or you just know that they are there because they are there. Numberless beings, all 6 realms. But you think that they are in human form, all experience of various different sufferings. Taking birth, experiencing the sufferings, whatever realm they're born into, and racing towards death. Again being reborn, again experiencing sufferings, again racing towards death. And mostly with ignorance, not knowing how to find suffering, constantly chasing after suffering, but not knowing the causes, and so only creating causes. Wanting happiness, but not knowing the causes, and therefore constantly creating causes, sufferings, Shantideva says. And it has been like this for us since beginningless lifetimes, being reborn again and again, experiencing 3 types of suffering endlessly. So there's no beginning, and there is no end until we put a stop to it. So there's not one kind of suffering experience that we ourselves haven't been through, however horrific we read about or hear about. We ourselves experience this numberless times. We ourselves have inflicted this kind of suffering on others numberless times. So it's very, very scary. But then those around us that we love, and those that we know, and all beings are in the same situation. At this time, we have a perfect human rebirth, and we've met with perfectly qualified gurus, so we know what to do. And we know that there is a refuge, there is a teaching, that there is a guide, that there are those practicing. And therefore we think that we're leading all sentient beings and taking refuge in Buddha, Dhamma, Sangha. So visualize his face in front. We're in the form of Chenrezig, His Holiness Tamama Rinpoche, however your guru is. Smiling, beautiful. that's forearm Chenrezig, then you have the two hands folded in the heart, holding the wish-granting jewel, symbolizing all sentient beings, cherished and held most precious all the time. And the other hand holding the crystal rosary, and the other the lotus, sitting cross-legged. And then so radiant and beautiful, smiling, magnificent. The radiance, the glory, the compassion, the wisdom, just beyond description. And then we think we're leading all sentient beings in taking refuge. All sentient beings, my mothers with infinite light space, go for refuge to precious Guru Buddha. Go for refuge to Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. Go for refuge to assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers with infinite light space, go for refuge to precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, Dhammakaya. All sentient beings are mothers in infinite light space. Go for refuge to precious Guru Buddha. Go for refuge to Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. Go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, Dhammakaya. Oh, so think that having taken refuge, purifies so much negative karma, accumulated so much virtue. So as they say, the merit of taking refuge, particularly with Boichi's out, could not fit the whole face if it took form. And feel that you've come under the protection of the objects of refuge. All sentient beings now protected and guided by them. And now as we recite the mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum, you think that from Guru Chenrezig, the nectar light beams come and then purify all spirit harms, all the negative karmas, all the sickness, sufferings, causes, all delusions, negative karmic imprints, completely purified. Purify your own and then think that they purify those of all sentient beings. Or you can think the same thing, that from the prayer wheel, there's so many billions and billions of Om Mani Padme Hum. And the mantra itself is the manifestation, Chenrezig in the form of 6 syllables. And the light rays come and purify. And then we all sentient beings recite the mantra. And then from the prayer wheel and from Guru Chenrezig, the nectar light beams come and they bring all the qualities of Guru Chenrezig's holy body, speech, and mind. All 6 realms, sentient beings purified. Become Chenrezig and they recite the mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum.